Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers, and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds the 19th business meeting of its four-year term and its first adjourned meeting for calendar year 2020. It has held 11 other regular business meetings so far this year. The basic purpose of the council meeting tonight is to approve the city's five-year capital improvements budget, which under the Metro Charter must be approved no later than June 15th each year. The capital improvements budget does not appropriate or spend any money. However, any capital project the city is planning to build or be involved in must be in the capital project. Because of concerns about the coronavirus pandemic, the council tonight will again conduct its meeting virtually, operating for a sixth straight meeting under emergency rules. Due to those health concerns, the public has been requested not to be here. Most of the 40-member council members will attend and participate virtually. We do have a number of members from the planning committee that are here tonight, as well as members of the budget and finance. They are here. We're still under 25 members in the room, 25 members overall in here along with the staff. So we will be meeting all the protocols that are needed. Obviously, Vice Mayor Jim Shulman is here to conduct the meeting, along with the Chairman Pro Tempore, Jeff Syracuse. Bob Mendez, the Chairman of Budget and Finance, is here as well. The executive order was issued by Governor Bill Lee that allows local government legislative bodies to meet electronically during this time of emergency. All of us present are again observing the social separation guidelines and wearing a mask. As you can see, I am, since we are in a Metro building. The council has only a 10-page agenda tonight, almost all of it devoted to bills on public hearing, especially rezoning matters. There are no elections and confirmations on the agenda tonight. There are 9 pages of rezoning matters, and just one page for resolutions, second and third reading bills. That's a little bit unusual to have that few. There are no first reading ordinances listed on the agenda, although I wouldn't be surprised if we have some late resolutions or late ordinances brought in as well. If you'd like to speak during one of the zoning proposals, you can go to the Nashville.gov website to find tonight's agenda under the council section of the website. You also there can find the bill number that you might be interested in. If you do want to speak, call 629-255-9131. Excuse me, 629-255-1931. That's 629-255-1931. That will get you in queue to the line to participate. Each person's time to speak to the council will be limited to 2 minutes. There are 36 zoning bills on the public hearing agenda tonight, so it could take some time to work through all that. Many of these are land use changes, so they're often neighborhood specific. Sometimes it's hard to know which ones will wind up being controversial or take a long time to get through. A number have been deferred before because of concerns about the newness of the virtual public hearing process, because of the COVID-19 virus, also because we had a power failure earlier and people were concerned whether people would be able to have the ability to use their telephones to be able to call in. So for that reason, we have such a fairly large backlog of zoning bills before the council this evening. One bill of county-wide interest is Substitute Bill 2019-48, would allow for home businesses to operate in residential areas with some ongoing restrictions. This has been a source of controversy for years, since most home businesses in general are illegal in Metro. But with so many working from home during the recent shutdown, supporters believe this might be a good time to make this change. Opponents disagree, and there's concern about traffic, noise, and enforcement issues. We'll see what happens. This is a substitute bill. We understand if it does pass tonight on second reading, it'll be re-referred back to committee, and there'll probably be yet another substitute bill brought on third reading if it comes up again in 2 weeks. Another resolution tonight also concerned short-term regulations. For short-term rental regulations back up tonight, those are bills on public hearing. Be interesting to see if there's been a very negative impact, of course, by the economic downturn has had on the short-term rental industry, whether that will change tonight's debate. Another resolution is RS 2020-342, which had the city accept a $465,000 grant from the Historic Capitol Corridor Foundation for improvements into programming to the Church Street Park. This was a major issue last year about redeveloping that area, particularly to have a high-rise tower built in that area. There's some concern by some councilmen by accepting this. They may be giving some people in the area who are part of this foundation to give them some kind of extra special situation there. The mayor has sent the council a letter this afternoon saying that's not the case. This will do some short-term improvements there, particularly leading towards the celebration that will be coming up in August with the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which was passed for the final measure here in Tennessee by one vote. So it appears at this point this may have calmed the waters. Council members were not sure about it when it went through on first reading. Perhaps enough explanation has been given, it'll be okay. A couple of other resolutions of note tonight. One requests recipients of economic development incentive grants from Metro government to forego such grants during the upcoming budget year. This comes in the wake, of course, of the city's budget issues, and particularly with the tax increase of 32% being asked for by the mayor. Those specific businesses being asked to forego economic incentive grants for the coming year are Bridgestone, HCA, Warner Music, and Phillips Holding, for a total amount of about $1 million. Another resolution, RS 2020-356, condemns the destruction of public property and acts of criminal vandalism and arson that occurred on May 30th, 2020, here at City Hall, at the Music City Center, at the Bridgestone Arena, and countless other private businesses in the downtown area. Resolution asks all media outlets or individual citizens to assist investigators with all unedited copies of video that they possess, and request that those who are investigating this to coordinate their efforts to identify and hold criminally responsible the people involved. Resolution also accuses the anti-fascist group Antifa for being involved and requests Metro Legal Director and staff to explore all ways to hold the group and its local leadership and national leadership responsible. There's also a $50 wheel tax before the council tonight on second reading, which would take up the residential wheel tax by $25. We have learned this may be a part of Councilman Steve Glover's alternate budget, which he's looking to present. We've also learned tonight this will take a 2/3 vote both tonight and on the third and final reading, if it gets that far, when the council takes a look at the budget on June 16th, which should be the final night for the council to make a decision about a budget and a tax levy. Again, if you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda online, as well as the council staff analysis with explanations of the legislation. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen as they come up for consideration, so you can follow along and see where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He will gavel tonight's council meeting to order.
So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, June 9th, 2020. Members of the council, we lost a member of our Nashville family last night in the passing of Anna Shepard. As the chair of the Metro Nashville School Board and as a longtime board member, Anna loved this city and was driven to make the school system better for all involved. She was also our friend. The city is going to miss her leadership. Our thoughts and prayers go out to her family tonight. We'll miss her. So please join me, please rise and join me in a moment of silence for Anna Shepard. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. So will all members of the council, as well as the public, please remain standing for the invocation tonight, and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation tonight will be given by Spence Talley, guest of Council Member Larry Hager. Mr. Talley, you are recognized.
Would you pray with me? Eternal and everlasting God, our Father, Jesus Christ, we come tonight saying thanks. Thank you that you are God, and besides thee, there is another. Time will not allow me to thank you for all the wonderful blessings that you have bestowed upon us. Father, now I come asking that you forgive me of my sins, that I may come boldly and approach thy throne of grace. Master, I realize tonight that we are living in a time of trouble on every hand. As we go through these trying times, we pray that we will rely on the faith that will be strengthened each day, that we may run this Christian race with patience, looking to you as the author and finisher of a race. Now, Father, we know tonight that we're asking you that the faith that you gave us is the faith that you gave up your everlasting life. Now, Master, we pray that you would invoke your Holy Spirit upon this council meeting tonight, that the decisions that will be made will be pleasing in your sight. Please bless the ones that will be making these decisions. Also bless their families and keep them safe from all harm. Now I pray a special prayer for this Metro government and all of its elected officials and sworn officers, and the family of our good friend Anna Shepard. I pray a special blessing on the President of these United States. Please let your spirit get in his heart and mind. Let him realize that you are the only true and living God. Now I pray that you would bless and heal the sick all over this land and country. Please heal this land of the sickness and plague that we are now facing. Master, you declared in your word that you would be a doctor in a sick room. Now I beg of you that you will release your healing power upon the city of Nashville, even throughout the state of Tennessee and the entire nation. Master, I pray especially that you would cease the violence and unrest that is plaguing the city of Nashville and other cities in the United States. Please bring peace where there is confusion. I realize that there are people throughout the land and are suffering because of the death of loved ones, even because of the loss of their job. I pray that you would comfort these and grant unto them the blessing that they stand in need of. Now for the governing body tonight, I pray that the Lord would bless you and keep you, that the Lord would make his face to shine upon you, be gracious unto you, that he will lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Now, Master, in your spirit and in faith, I pray that you would grant these petitions according to your will. It is in the mighty name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen, amen, and amen, and thank God. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Talley. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Y'all may be seated. Tonight, besides items on our regular agenda, this is actually a specially called meeting. That's why we started at 6 o'clock. We'll be conducting public hearings on zoning matters, mainly tonight. Because we're in phase 2 of the city's reopening, we are only allowed to have 25 people in the chamber. Since, again, we are reviewing zoning bills tonight, only members of the Planning Committee. Last week we had Budget Committee members here, but only members of the Planning Committee were invited to be here tonight, and along with just a couple members of the Budget Committee for other purposes. Other council members are participating by teleconferencing. Once again, because of the nature of what we're going through with the pandemic, we're allowing members of the public to call in if they wish to be heard on these zoning matters. Steps have also been taken to allow people to attend tonight's meeting while practicing safe health protocols, as well as social distancing. With that, I am going to ask the clerk to call the roll. Madam Clerk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Glover.
Present.
Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember Swope.
Present.
Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Benedict.
Present.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Present.
Councilmember Hancock.
Present.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Councilmember Hager.
Present.
Councilmember Evans. Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Roten.
Present.
Councilmember Welsh.
Present.
Councilmember Sledge.
Present.
Councilmember Cash. Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Hauser.
Present.
Councilmember Druffel.
Druffel present.
Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Pulley.
Present.
Councilmember Johnston.
Present.
Councilmember Nash.
Present.
Councilmember Vercher.
Present.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Present.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Present.
Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Stiles.
Present.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Present.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Present.
Madam Clerk, do you want to go over a couple that didn't answer, just to double check?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Suara. That is all, Vice Mayor.
All right, now, how many members do we have present?
We have 38 council members plus the Vice Mayor.
Okay. So 38 members present, and we will keep an eye on, I did talk to Councilmember Hurt, and I believe she will be on at some point, and we'll check on Councilmember Suara. All right, so I did want to thank Councilmember Murphy for the help in terms of getting the Planning Committee members in for tonight's meeting. We are now ready to proceed. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from June 2nd, 2020? See proper motion, proper second. Okay, so it's further down, but do you want to do it right now?
We can do it right after the minutes.
Okay, okay. All right, so I believe I had a proper motion, proper second. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand written, approved as written. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make a motion that the June 9th, 2020 Metro Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
All right, you've heard the motion, proper second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill is 38-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion passes. All right, Madam Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor. There are no messages from the mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we have been in touch with Metro IT, and Metro IT has indicated that tonight you should be using WebEx tonight. Okay, I know this gets confusing. You should be using WebEx, and that you should use the raise your hand button to be recognized. Okay, let me repeat that so we don't get mixed up. Metro IT indicating using your WebEx tonight, and use your raise your hand button if you want to be recognized. Now, I can see all of you on the screen. If you're having trouble, either call or just indicate by moving your hand so I can know that there's an issue. But use your raise your hand button. I am also going to tonight request that any votes tonight that we do have to take that are not voice votes be taken by roll call. We have been having some technical difficulties. We're working through this, but it seems the more we try to do one or the other, it gets confused. The easiest way to do it is by roll call. So if we do end up with a roll call vote, we will simply call the roll. I wish it was easier. It's not. So that's how we're going to try to do it tonight. We have important matters up tonight. Want every council members to have a chance to have their voices heard and their votes recorded correctly. Councilmember Rosenberg has taken care of our electronic meeting and public access. I have one announcement. Many of you, I know, yesterday participated in the budget discussions that were going on. The budget is on our calendar next Tuesday. I am asking, and as was said yesterday by, I believe, Mr. Cooper, and recommended by, I guess, the chairman, is that all amendments to the budget must be requested in writing by noon tomorrow so that the council office can prepare them. Okay? Let me repeat that again. This is very important, particularly for new council members. All amendments to the budget must be requested in writing by noon tomorrow so that the council office can get them prepared. They must be requested. They don't have to come in a draft form. That might be easier to help Mr. Cooper and the staff. They have to be requested. So if you're interested in making an amendment to the budget, that request needs to be in by noon tomorrow. All right? I'm looking at the chairman of the Budget Committee. I believe that was said yesterday. Councilmember Mendez, any comment on that?
No, you nailed it. Mr. Cooper's had that deadline in place for a while, and I think he made the point yesterday during the work session that he's considering that an inflexible deadline because it simply has to be everything out on Friday, and that'll leave them barely a couple days to get it done.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Mendez. Is there any questions about that? Remember, our staff has been working very, very hard to get all these things done. When they get hit with all these amendments, they've got a limited amount of time to get them done. And so they're asking you to make those requests so they can work on them and get them done for you. Councilmember Van Rees, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out to my colleagues that requesting the amendments does not require you to move the amendment when we get to that point. It simply is available for you to either withdraw or move forward at the time. So for the new folks, I just wanted to make that a little bit clearer for them as well. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Van Rees is absolutely correct. You're just making the request. We can figure out what to do with the amendment, but if you want to make a request, it has to be in writing by noon tomorrow, right? Any other comments on that? Okay, just checking. Councilmember Hurt, are you now on the line? Councilmember Hurt. I see she's on the line, but her microphone is muted. Councilmember Hurt, can you hear me? Okay, I'll check back again with her in just a minute. All right, so because of the significance of the capital improvements budget, which has to be by charter passed by June the 15th, unless there's an objection, we are going to take that measure up first for consideration. It is the last bill on the calendar. Again, without objection, we are going to take that up right now, and then we will get to bills on public hearing. Any objection? Seeing none, we are on bills on third reading. The last bill, it is BL 2020-298, an ordinance adopting the 2020, 2021 through 2025, 2026 capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County as the official capital improvements budget of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for fiscal year 2020-2021. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized on 2020-298.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So this went to two committees. Budget and Finance recommended approval of amendment number 7. That's by Rutherford, 12 in favor, 0 against. Recommended against amendment 8, which was from Councilman Sledge. That was 11 against to 1 in favor. And then the committee voted to recommend approval as amended, 12 in favor, 0 against, and I would request the other committee report.
Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized for Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. We also recommended for approval. I just lost my count. Second. (14 in favor, 0 against). The Sludge Amendment 1 failed. 8 against, with 3 abstentions and 3 in favor. And the Rutherford Amendment passed. With I think 14 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez. You're recognized.
And with that, I'd move approval with the understanding that I think a couple people want to move amendments.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved approval. Again, we're on bills on third reading. We're taking that one up first. 2020-298, properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, just for everybody's sake and the viewing public, either if you wouldn't mind or
Sure.
if Mr. Cooper wouldn't mind, would you explain basically what the capital improvements budget is so that people don't get confused that we're taking up the operations budget?
Right. Thank you. I guess I've gotten too far in the weeds and didn't remember to do that. Thank you. So this is not the operating budget. This is not the thing that gets the most attention usually. The Metro Charter requires the council to approve what's called a capital improvements budget by June 15th every year. That's why we're having a special meeting to get it done. The way we spend capital money in Nashville is there's 2 documents that matter. One is called the Capital Improvements Budget, or CIB, and the other is the Capital Spending Plan, or CSP. The CIB, what we're doing now, is the first of 2 hurdles that a project has to get through in order to actually be funded. Anything listed in the very thick capital improvements budget that is listed with general obligation bonds does not automatically happen just by being approved to be in the CIB. It is a first hurdle only. In order to get something actually funded, it has to be included in a capital spending plan, which we're not considering today. We did one a couple months ago. I don't think the administration is planning on doing another one for quite some time. So typically, especially district council members want to take a good hard look at the capital improvements budget to make sure that any projects in their district that might be under consideration in coming years for a capital spending plan are included, because without getting this first hurdle cleared, you can't get actually funded. And so what we're doing tonight is taking care of our charter required obligation to pass a capital improvements budget by June 15th.
Thank you. Chairman Mendez, a lot of people refer to it as the wish list. It has to be in the wish list in order to get it
right.
Maybe funded later on.
And I've been trying to not call it the wish list, because we also have a wish list when it comes to the operating budget. And I think sometimes it's confusing about whether we're talking about the wish list for one thing or wish list for the other. On the point about it being a wish list, before I think, well, at least maybe you were there at the time, Mr. Vice Mayor, but it's such a wish list that I understand at some point there was an alien spacecraft port in the capital improvements budget that obviously never got funded in a capital spending plan. But anybody who wants something to possibly be considered later, if it's on their wish list, it's got to go in the CIB.
Councilor Mendez, I was not on the council that approved that UFO landing site in the capital improvements budget. Just wanted you to know. All right, so we are on BL 2020-298. It's been properly moved, properly seconded. We do have amendments. For purposes of just making sure everybody's clear, if you have your amendment packet ready, we will go through them and make sure that everybody's heard on their amendments. I will say that Councilmember Hurt is having trouble with her. Initially, she was on mute. She is on the line. So we now have 39 members on the line. We have 39, and we'll check on Councilmember Suara in just a minute. First amendment to be called up is Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Hall, you are recognized. Just got to find what desk you're on. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized on amendment number 1.
So, well, just for reference, Vice Mayor, did you want to do all of those at once, or you want to go 1 through 6?
I'm happy to do it whichever. If you don't want to bring up any, if you only have a specific amendment, you can do that. But just to be on the fair side, I'm giving you a chance to go through each of the amendments. If you want to withdraw them, just tell me you want to withdraw.
That's fine. I'm not going to advance 4 and 5. I want that money to stay in.
Okay, so 4 and 5, you want to withdraw?
Mr. Vice Mayor, just point of order.
Yeah.
There's no committee report on any of those 6 amendments, because Mr. Hall said during the committee meetings that he was not going to move them.
Okay.
Right. So that's why I was asking, did we want to do this? So I'm not going to advance those. That's why I was just saying.
Okay.
You want to do them all at once?
You can do them all at once. Just tell me what you want me to do.
Okay. So I'm not going to advance these. That's why there's no committee report. So
all right. So all 6 amendments are withdrawn.
There you go.
Got it. That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much. Okay. So we are now on, members of the council, we are now on amendment number 7. That is an amendment by Councilmember Rutherford. There he is. Actually in his seat. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is for a fire station in District 31. It's been in the planning stages, if you will, for the last several years. The land was secured during the previous term by my predecessor, and so we want to keep it on everybody's radar, if you will, for moving forward when we're able to secure funding to actually do it. The southeast Nashville area would be greatly impacted by this because there's a slow response time related to emergency situations in our area, particularly if you live in the very south portion of the county. And so it would be greatly beneficial, and I move the adoption of the amendment.
Okay. So Councilmember Rutherford has moved the adoption of what is in your packet as amendment number 7. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing nobody in the queue, we are on amendment number 7. All those in favor of Well, I'm calling it amendment number 7. I assume it'll become amendment number 1. It'll be amendment number A for purposes of what we've got. Okay, so we're going to call it amendment number A. It's by Councilmember Rutherford. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Councilman Rutherford, amendment number 8 goes on. We're now on amendment, we'll call it amendment number B. It is listed as amendment number 8 in your packet. Is an amendment proposed by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not proposing this amendment.
Councilmember Sledge, we're having trouble hearing you. Can you say it again?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am not proposing this amendment.
You are not proposing this amendment. Okay, so Councilmember Sledge withdraws the amendment. All right, did I say that right? Just want to make sure. Okay, so amendment number 8 in your packet, amendment B is withdrawn. Those are all the amendments. Back to you, Councilor Mendez, for further discussion.
I'd like to move the bill as amended.
All right, so the motion is to move BL 2020-298, the capital improvements budget as amended on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing nobody in the queue, we are on the capital improvements budget. All those in favor of the bill as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, bill passes 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? BL 2020-298 passes 39 to 0 to 0. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. All right, we are now back on bills on public hearing. So if you'll turn back to the first page. All right, so let me make sure I've got this organized correctly. All right, so for members of the public, if you are interested in speaking either for or against any item that is on bills on public hearing, on the public hearing agenda, this is how you do it. We've done it before, and that's assuming you're not in the chamber and there is nobody in the chamber or out in the hallway. You should be watching us on either Channel 3 or live streaming. The number to call should be at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to give it to you if it's not. I'm going to announce the item that is ready for the live call-in. I'm going to announce the bill on public hearing. When I announce the item, you will then make the call. Okay? So don't make the call on an item way in the end. Wait until I announce the bill and then make your call. The number to call is 629-255-1931. 629-255-1931. And wait for operator assistance. You'll be asked if you're calling for the current matter on public hearing. Remember to mute your television or live stream because when it's your turn to speak, because there's a difference in terms of one is further along than the other. It'll get you confused, so make sure you mute your TV or your live stream. Once your time begins, state your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill. You can call either way on this. We're not doing for or against. Just go ahead and call us in. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. During your public comments, you will receive a 30-second warning before your time limit is up. That is either shared between Mr. Cooper or myself. We'll just figure out who's going to give you the 30-second warning. I am happy to do it. You want to do it? Mr. Cooper is going to do it. I'm going to turn on his microphone. Okay, so again, I'm going to repeat this again for people who have never done this before because it's a little different. Most people usually just come down here. I will announce the item is ready. I will call it up. announce the item, make the call when you hear. 629-255-1931. You'll get someone to answer the phone. You'll be asked to make sure you're on the right bill. Mute your television or live stream. Once your time begins, I'll call you up, state your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill. You have 2 minutes in which to speak. And then at some point, Mr. Cooper will tell you when you have 30 seconds before your time is up. Because of health protocols, if we are on a particular bill and we have people either in the chamber or in the hallway, we usually let them speak so they can go ahead and leave the courthouse. Then we will take the phone calls, and we'll just kind of manage that as we go. Again, you're welcome to call when it's your turn. When we call up your bill, go ahead and make that phone call. Any questions from members of the council? We've done this before. This is like the third or fourth time. We're getting a little bit better at it all the time. Any questions from any members? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and call up the first bill. It is BL 2019-8. An ordinance amending section 17.20.120 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the provisions of sidewalks. This is by Councilmember Mary Carolyn Roberts. Before I read it again, Councilmember Roberts, are you going to have a public hearing on this bill tonight?
I do plan to have a public hearing.
Okay, so again, Councilmember Roberts is going to call for a public hearing, so it is open. If you're interested in this, go ahead and make that call. We're on BL 2019-8. Again, disapproved by the Planning Commission 8-0 on 5/28/2020. It's an ordinance amending section 17.20.120 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the provisions of sidewalks. Councilmember Roberts is the sponsor. Please go ahead and make the phone call. Councilmember Roberts, you are recognized.
So I'm actually co-sponsoring this with Council Lady Henderson. I know it didn't show up on the agenda that way, but it is co-sponsored. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open on BL 2019-8. There is no one in the back on this bill. We're double checking. Okay. Members of the public, just please hang with us because we have to check in the back, and then hopefully we're getting phone calls on this. No one on the back on this particular bill. Ms. Godin, is there anybody in the queue on BL 2019-8?
We do not currently have any callers in the queue, but if you want to leave it open for another 30 seconds or a minute, you can.
So, Councilmember Roberts, we're going to leave the public hearing open for another minute or so to make sure that we don't miss anybody who wants to be heard. Again, this is BL 2019-8, disapproved by the Planning Commission. It's an ordinance amending section 17.20.120 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the provisions of sidewalks. Sponsor again is Council Mary Carolyn Roberts. Okay. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
You have no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval of BL 2019-8, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I know I've spoken with Council Lady Roberts and Council Lady Henderson, and I know the reasoning why they want to bring this forth. It would just hurt my district. I want to make sure that we have an equitable solution, and when I have had such a high number of pedestrian deaths, and I'm fighting for every dollar for a sidewalk. I have stated this before. I could count how many sidewalks I have in the district. My district doesn't have a whole lot of development going on. Almost every inch of the district that can be developed has been developed. So I wouldn't be seeing any extra funds that I can pull from. So I'm just asking the sponsors if we could defer this to come up with some solutions that might benefit multiple districts that just don't see a whole lot going on in their district right now.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sepulveda. That was, so I need to clarify when it gets that close. Did you ask for a motion to defer, or did you ask just to think about deferring?
I'm asking for them to think about deferring.
Say it, I'm trying to make sure I heard you. Did you move to defer, or are you just asking the council member to think about deferring?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I did not move for them to defer.
Thank you. Sorry, it's just because of the telecommunications. So I'm going back to Councilmember Roberts. You're recognized.
We have thought about it. We would like to defer. That was an error on my part. So we would like to defer to have more discussion. There were several people who had asked for more information, which we've worked on, and that was my mistake, and I would love to defer it.
All right.
So it's my 7th meeting, so 2 meetings.
Okay, so Councilmember Roberts has moved to defer 2 meetings, which would be to the first meeting in July. Okay, properly seconded. So I've got people in the queue. The motion now is to defer to the first meeting in July. Properly seconded. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could planning discuss the reason that they disapproved of the resolution?
All right, so I believe...
Planning actually didn't. They approved it. The Planning Commission did. It was the Planning Commission didn't. The Planning Department approved it.
All right, Councilmember Hurt, do you want Ms. Milligan, she is on the line, do you want her to respond to your question? Councilmember?
Yes, I'd like to know why the Planning Commission disapproved it.
All right. Ms. Milligan, can you hear me? If you can, if you would unmute and make sure you heard the question. Ms. Milligan? Here, she raised her hand, so I know she's there.
Vice Mayor, point of order. I was going to speak to perhaps why Ms. Milligan was not available. I had told planning staff that it would be deferred to early July, so they may not be prepared to speak on it.
All right. Well, she is
here. I didn't need to.
Mr. Vice Mayor, they are promoting her to a panelist so she can speak. She was listening.
Okay. So, Councilmember Henderson, they were actually on the phone. We're just trying to make sure that we get them. So if you don't mind holding on just a second, we can see if we can get Ms. Milligan on the phone. Okay, they're actually moving her to another platform.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Ms. Milligan, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you. The Planning Commission did recommend disapproval. There was concern from Planning Commission members in regards to equity issues related to moving from the pedestrian benefit zones to council districts. There was also concern about needing to have more data in regards to current distributions to have a better understanding of the program as it exists today.
Okay. Councilmember Hurt?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized. Where are you? Are you at your desk? Yeah. Councilmember O'Connell?
Yeah, thank you. Point of order. Are we on the motion to defer? What's happening right now?
Yeah, we're on the motion to defer, but Councilmember Hurt just had a particular question, so we went ahead and had that answered.
Okay.
Okay. So it's just a simple motion to defer to the first meeting in July. Any other discussion? Thank you, Ms. Milligan, for getting on the call. I don't see anybody else in the queue. We're on the motion to defer to the first meeting in July. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The motion to defer is passed 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill is deferred to the first meeting in July. So two things for the viewing public. So you will hear me ask and make sure we have a correction since we've got members here and on a teleconferencing. We double check on the vote to make sure we've got that right. The other thing that you may think is a little strange is that I've got my phone next to me so that if people are having trouble getting into the queue, I can actually see it. It's nothing secretive, but I'm trying to make sure we have every possible option available. So if people who are at home are having trouble getting communication, Councilmember Hurt couldn't get on before or she was muted, so I can check that. That's why you see me looking at it every so often. I'm not doing anything other than just making sure that if people are having trouble getting on, we have a way to figure that one out. All right, so we are now done with BL 2019-8. We are now on the next bill, which is second substitute bill BL 2019-48. It was given no recommendation by the Planning Commission. This is by Councilmember Rosenberg, Councilmember Young, Sledge, Stiles, and Sawara. An ordinance amending Section 17.16.250 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to home occupation. I'm going to read this again. Second substitute bill BL 2019-48. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Rosenberg and others. It's an ordinance amending Section 17.16.250 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to home occupation. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I expect that there'll be a number of people speaking in support of the legislation and in opposition, and I appreciate the supporter engagement. And would just like to remind everybody that the length of your remarks do not necessarily correlate directly to their effectiveness, and I look forward to invite everybody's comments, and I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, so I declare the public hearing open. We do have people in the chamber. They get to go first. So what I need is your name, address, and then you will have 2 minutes. And for people in the queue, we have Ms. Roseanne Hayes, who is going to be cleaning off the microphone in between and the podium just to make sure that everybody's safe. All right? And again, this is for or against. Just tell us name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you got 2 minutes. So welcome. Thank you for being here.
Anson, my address is 1102 Overton Street, in Old Hickory, Tennessee. I live in the historical Old Hickory Village. And excuse me while my glasses fog up with this mask. I am strongly asking for you to vote yes for this bill. My company's name is called Victor Vittoria. I am a chef, and last May I began offering cooking classes from my home, a 2-hour, 4-person max Italian pastry class. Thinking I had met the requirements to start my own business. I had a business license, approval from the health department to teach, thinking that was all I needed to do. I was not aware that there were codes violations. Did no advertising. I don't do any advertising. I have partnered with Airbnb, and they offer, this is totally exclusive from the travel hosting of homes, what they call an Airbnb experience, which allows people coming into Nashville to experience an opportunity to do something, whether it's cooking or taking a pub crawl downtown or a hiking experience or making jewelry out of your home. That started last May of 2019 and was doing pretty well with it until I got a knock on the door from a codes inspector this past March, who told me she was answering an anonymous complaint that I was selling food and alcohol out of my home, basically running a restaurant, which I was not doing. So from that point, she was great. She gave me a couple of weeks, got the abatement letter, and started to do my own research. Called my councilman. I was also told that I might have an exemption because my home was in the historic National Register, that I might have an exemption to offer events out of the house. I emailed, I called. Unfortunately, I never heard back from anyone, so I've just been kind of hanging out there in limbo. Again, just to reiterate, the good thing about COVID is that there are going to be so many people that are not going to be returning to their businesses and are probably looking for opportunities to start something from home. Again, I just want to encourage, I think it's time for us all to come together as a community and make this work. So again, I appreciate your time, and again, please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You got a little bit of extra time. So council members, we're getting some messages that some people are having trouble not getting in the queue, but it's fading in and out. So we're just double checking that. That's why she got a little bit more extra time. We're double checking that right now. All right. Yes, ma'am. You're welcome. Name, address, for, against the bill. You got 2 minutes.
I'm Pat Rayner, and my address is 3233 Knobview Drive in Nashville, and I'm a hairdresser. So what I want to say is I need to be working in my home. I'm one person, do not employ anyone, don't intend to ever have anything bigger than just myself. To me, it's so important that we consider home-based businesses for the small person, the small business. Most small at-home businesses are limited to only one worker in that home, as it is evident by the professions listed in this bill. Another reason I think it's important is not everyone is able to retire as early as in the past due to rising cost of living, and a person can operate a home-based business. We can work longer. We can keep, that keeps our overhead down. We can work longer, even if it's a small amount, it helps. Also, I wanted to say that I do appreciate your time, and I know this needs to be legal. There's so many people who need it now. I myself, and there's so many people who cannot work at this point if they're not at home. We can do this organized. We have a good bill, and please make it legal for us to work from home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are working on the technical problem, so if you're calling in from home or they're having any problems, just we're working on it to make sure it's done correctly. Our next speaker does not have his guitar with him, but you are still recognized.
Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you. My name is Lid Shaw, and I live at 2407 Brasher Avenue in East Nashville. I'm here again to ask you to please vote yes on Bill 2019-48 to allow us to work from our homes. I personally am a record producer, independent record producer with a home studio, and there are many, many people here like me that need to be able to work from our home studios to be able to rebuild, support ourselves, and also rebuild what has been a devastated music economy and economy overall here in Nashville. And this bill is a perfect framework and on-ramp to help us rebuild the music business here in Nashville and the economy from a grassroots level. So I'm asking you to please help support that. On top of that, we have additional challenges like a proposed 30% tax hike for our homes, and we would like to be able to pay those taxes. So we need to be able to work from our homes. Last time I was here, I brought you a petition with over 110,000 signatures on it of people asking for you to please vote yes on this bill. Over 5,000 of those signatures are from right here in Davidson County. Since that last public hearing to this one, we now have an additional 5,000 signatures on that petition too. So it's a clear message from your constituents that this is a good choice and a good idea. I want to thank you very much for all the hard work you do. That was an epic meeting that happened all night long a couple of weeks ago, and hopefully this won't turn into that. Okay. But I have a great deal of respect for you trying to find a solution to this difficult problem, so thank you. And lastly, in closing, I'd just like to say that the irony is not lost on us that the majority of the Metro Council is working from home tonight to vote on whether or not we will also have permission to work from our homes in the future. So please vote yes on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Name, address, for or against the bill, and you got 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm for the bill. My name is Sasha Mullins-Lassiter. I live at 1100 Berwick Trail in Madison, and I thank everybody for all the hard work you do here in Davidson County. Thank you so much. The world is rapidly changing. Now is the time to pass this revised home business bill to support a legitimate and legal path to work from home and encourage small business to incubate and thrive. This revised home occupation bill will allow families and individuals of various skills to make a living working from home, especially now when the way in which the world does business and how we socialize has drastically shifted over the past months, leaving many people without the ability to make a living unless we can work from home. And that includes my family, too. The current home occupation law is horribly outdated, woefully inadequate, and restricts and prohibits many types of legitimate home-based businesses that otherwise successfully operate around the world to meaningfully exist here in Nashville. If we are to survive into the future and change with the times, Nashville must be at the forefront to embrace this change now and support home occupations to successfully operate. Allow us a means to work from home in a way that is respectful and realistic. The revised home occupation bill in front of you now perfectly outlines this pathway. At this point, we beg you to please pass this bill so we can make a decent living in these tough times. We need to work from home. Thank you, and thank you again for your amazing service to the whole Davidson County, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Welcome. Name, address, for or against, in 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Bond. I live on Gulf Street in Inglewood, and I'm against this bill. I sent you all an email message, I think around midnight, that I wrote myself, enumerating many of the reasons that this bill is a bad idea. I just want to emphasize a couple of them now. Firstly, just like the short-term rentals, it's essentially unenforceable. Investors will buy houses cheaply and turn them solely into businesses. Nominally, someone will live there, but in actuality, no. Someone will open the door, and then at the end of the day, everyone will depart. Yes, the bill ostensibly forbids anyone but the resident from opening a business in the home, but have you ever tried to prove that someone doesn't live in a house? When you see regular commercial activity in the home across the street, how are you supposed to convince codes that the owner isn't actually living there? Proving someone does not live in a home is almost impossible, as we've seen again with the short-term rental issue. Every residential neighborhood will now have even more houses, some of them which could have been affordable, that have now been transformed totally into businesses. And as for working at home during the pandemic, if this bill had already been law, then every residential neighborhood would be dotted with small, personal, unmarked, because no signage is allowed according to the bill, businesses that, considering that their owners were now dependent on them for mortgage or rent or taxes, these businesses would be sorely tempted to continue to operate despite our safer at home order, and they would again be almost impossible to track down. So finding these violators would be impossible. Enforcing these new guidelines would be even harder. As for the property taxes, I'm as sympathetic with anyone else, but at the same time, what this bill does is it gives all businesses a leg up to go into our residential neighborhoods and hold a business and get charged at residential rates rather than the commercial rates that they have to do now. So it's not a good argument for the property taxes for this bill, because this bill would just make it more difficult to open in commercial and easier to open in residential. Thank you.
Mr. Bond, we're checking on something. It was hard for us to hear you, and what we'd like to, we're checking right now, and if you don't mind doing it again, which I hate to make you do, but we're not sure. We're trying to get the mics turned up, but Mr. Bond, would you just introduce yourself and let's make sure we can hear you again?
My name is Matthew Bond. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the
better.
Mic was too far down.
Okay, so Mr. Bond, if I hate to make you do this again, but if you would again just do it again, I think that way we can hear you.
This is a unique opportunity to get 2 minutes plus 2 minutes. When's the next time this will happen?
So the next time that you want to talk to us, I'm taking it away from you.
Taking it away, that's
all right?
it.
All right. You're
Okay.
recognized.
Okay. This bill, like the short-term rentals, is essentially unenforceable. Investors will buy houses cheaply and turn them solely into businesses. Nominally, someone will live there, but in actuality, no. The house will open for clients, and then, at the end of the session, everyone will depart. It will be empty. Certainly, the bill ostensibly forbids anyone but the resident from opening a business in homes. But have you ever tried to prove that someone doesn't live in a house? When you see regular commercial activity in the home across the street, how are you supposed to convince codes that the owner isn't actually living there? Proving someone does not live at a particular address is almost impossible, and the amount of documentation you would need would be almost insurmountable. Every residential neighborhood will have more houses, some of which would have been affordable, that will now be transformed totally into businesses. And as for working at home during the pandemic, if this bill had already been law, every residential neighborhood would have been dotted with small, personal, unmarked, because no signage is allowed, businesses that, as we've already heard, their owners are now dependent on to pay rent, mortgage, and taxes, and so would be sorely tempted to ignore the safer at home laws and open anyway. Beauty salons, music studios where it's hard to stay 6 feet apart, all kinds of other massage studios would be open when it would be very hard to track them. So finding these violators would be almost impossible. Finally, as for taxes, what this bill will do is it will encourage businesses to open in residential neighborhoods where they get to pay residential property tax rather than opening the same business in a commercial neighborhood where it belongs and paying commercial property tax. Okay? I'll stop there and reserve the rest of my time for the next time I show up.
We'll remember that and write that down. Mr. Bond, thank you for repeating that. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. You're recognized. Name, address.
My name is Brandon Bell, Real Foot Circle, Nashville, Donaldson. I am a recording engineer and a Grammy award-winning engineer at that. And the record that I won the Grammy for was actually was mixed in a home studio. More recent than that, I was the chief engineer and studio manager for Southern Ground, which was owned by Zach Brown of the Zach Brown Band. Partially due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the studio has closed and now is for sale. So for 6 years, 2.5 months, I was the studio manager there. And due to the studio closing, I'm now kind of forced to try to find work elsewhere. And there's not exactly a whole lot of studios around that are commercial. And I've actually been fortunate enough to have enough work to be able to work from home and provide a living for my family. And in doing that, I haven't qualified for unemployment. So on some level, it seems like being able to work from home has been it's definitely a blessing. I wish it weren't. I wish it didn't feel like it was illegal. I mostly mix. It's mostly me by myself. Occasionally, I'll have clients over, but it's rare. And I mean, there's thousands of me in Nashville, not exactly with the same story, but a similar storyline where we're all able to provide a living for our families and we're not being a nuisance to our neighbors. In fact, since me working from home in the last couple weeks, I've been able to learn and know my neighbors better than I did before. I'm out walking the neighborhood in between mixes while I'm giving my ears a rest. I'm more connected to my neighborhood now than I ever was before. I just think I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Your name, address, for or against the bill, and you got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Samuel Lewis Cotner. I live at 1126 Meridian Street, Nashville, Tennessee, and I am for the bill. I'm a singer-songwriter. I travel mostly. That's where I earn most of my income. When I'm home, I'm writing with other people and recording and producing records or songs or anything. A lot of time spent in studios when I'm home. Definitely more time now since I can't tour, and with kind of no end in sight of shows. I'm in Nashville more, which is where I've been called home for the last 10 years, and make pretty much 90% of my income on the road, and I bring back here. That's now gone. I've worked with that gentleman that just spoke for the last 10 years on many different projects, and the studio that he mentioned, Southern Ground, is a place that I've made 3 records at, and it's no longer there. Barely affordable at that, so options are kind of getting limited, and there's a lot of great places to record. Some are in the, people's homes, which I think is quite special to open up a part of your life to someone for creativity purposes. And yeah, with less of that, I can speak on behalf of a lot of artists that if we have less of that, we may have to find another place to call home. So I would hate that because I love this city and I love what it's about. And that's all my time, I think, and I appreciate y'all.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Yes, sir. Name, address, for or against, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ted Skolitz. I live at 625 Mercer Drive, Hermitage, and I am for the bill, and I have a wife and 4 little girls, and I moved to Nashville a few years here ago, and I wanted to record music, and I wanted to be involved in music. And when I started when I got here, when I started to figure out the financial part of my business, as far as the budget and the numbers and stuff like that, I would average I would budget for maybe $2,000, maybe $3,000 a song. Well, when I started hearing, and that included renting out a commercial facility, but when I started hearing that all my competition was able to charge half of that and play, just do a lot of it at home, I was incredibly discouraged, and I felt really, what do I do? And so, so I have been doing a lot of it at home, and it seems almost impossible to make it work the other way around, with the studio rates being, $1,000 a day to rent a studio. That's what some people are charging a song, just as far as the business side of it. So to try to make a living for my family, it's incredibly hard to do that when I can't work at home. And on top of that, I know it's been said quite a few times, but there are songs right now in the top 10, top 40 of household names that we all know, to where I know start to finish, every piece has been done in a home studio. Currently, tons of artists. I won't name the artists, but I've seen the stories. I've gone to the homes, and it is happening. So I think it can be done with regulation, and it can be done. I don't think there needs to be 100 cars a day in front of people's houses. I think it just needs to be regulated, but it's the new way of the digital technology and how we're changing. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate you coming. Yes, sir. You're recognized. Name,
Hi,
address.
Dave Pomeroy, 1813 Cedar Lane, speaking in favor. I'm a professional musician, songwriter, and president of the Nashville Musicians Association, AFM Local 257. On behalf of the Nashville creative community, I urge Metro Council to move this legislation forward. It's long overdue. Nashville is unique. We are known worldwide as Music City because musicians, songwriters, artists, and the intellectual property they create are respected. This is something to be proud of. The music industry brings a lot of business to Nashville, not only in tourism, but our local economy as well. Local 257 paid out more than $11 million in wages to musicians last year, much of it generated by work in home studios, and that money goes back into our city. As a 40-year Nashville resident, I do understand and appreciate the concerns of those who think this will hurt our neighborhoods. But the reality is that musicians are already in every single Nashville neighborhood. Home studios have been here for more than 50 years, and we know how to be good neighbors. It's the Nashville way. Technology has changed the music business and many others as well, and working at home is the only way many people can pay their bills in an increasingly expensive city. New business licenses and tax revenue will help Metro's bottom line as well. COVID-19 has only made it worse. It's increasingly difficult for musicians to survive, and be able to work at home in small groups will make a huge difference in their ability to make a living. We are Music City, and if we do not fix this, the run of this to the surrounding counties will continue and hurt all of us who simply want to stay here and be allowed to make a living in our homes legally. Home recording studios are legitimate small businesses that are not harmful to our neighborhoods. Music and voice teachers giving private lessons in their homes has been going on for hundreds of years, should not have to violate the law to do so. It's about respect. We have earned it, and we deserve it. Thank you for listening. I urge you to give it your approval. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for being here. That is the last person out in the hallway. Ms. Godin, do we have people on the phones?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, go ahead and start letting them in. All right, I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Logan Key at 1411 Sutherland Street in East Nashville.
Okay, hey, Logan.
I'm opposed to this bill. First of all, under the ordinance, if an aggrieved neighbor files a complaint, it's up to the zoning administrator to determine the validity of that complaint. If the aggrieved neighbor disagrees with the zoning administrator, the only recourse is an item A appeal at twice the cost of the one-time permit. Go up at the BZA at 1 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon, testify against his or her own neighbor. That's the climate this ordinance would foster. That's neighbor versus neighbor squabbling over the meaning of a verified complaint. Secondly, think about a contextual and historic overlay in an individual neighborhood. We require a robust community feedback process, meetings, some sense of overall support by the people impacted. That just impacts design, it's not land use. Nothing of that nature has occurred with this ordinance, even though it would affect the whole county. No signs, no notices, no local neighborhood meetings, just pay $50 one time, not annually, and the customers show up in perpetuity. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not the Nashville way. Lastly, I want to speak directly to the district council members. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the single most influential persons on any local zoning change.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
You have the ability to hold community meetings, meet with stakeholders, and ask hard questions, and make a very influential recommendation to the council. This bill undermines your own ability to represent your own constituents on neighborhood zoning issues. And I can assure you, when the complaints roll in, they're not going to roll in to the codes department. They're going to be calling you, and they're going to be wanting you to fix it. Need not go down this road. It's not good for Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Next caller is recognized. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeff Shannon. I live at 509 Neilwood Drive, Nashville, 37205. I urge you to vote yes on BL 2019-48. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was born in Nashville and have lived here my whole life. This bill affects many people working from home. I wanted to take a moment and speak about those in the music industry who work from home. The national music industry has changed in profound ways over the last 20 years. The reasons people started working from their homes in many cases was because it was the only way to afford to continue doing what they love, which is recording, making music, perhaps songwriting as well. When done at its best, this is a collaborative process. In the case of Nashville, we have some of the finest musicians and songwriters in the world. Please support this measure. It would create a legal path for our very talented neighbors to do what they love legally. In light of the pandemic, as you yourself are experiencing right now, it really is nice to work from your own home when needed. In closing, please take a moment and recognize that as a Davidson County resident, I can hire professionals to come work on my lawn, my roof, or my deck, and can be hired to provide the same services as long as I'm doing it legally. It seems absurd that I can't hire a musician to come play a part for me, or be hired to record or mix tracks for someone from my home legally. Food for thought. Again, please support BL 2019-48. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for making the phone call. Next caller. All right. Next caller is recognized. Name, address, for or against the bill. You've got 2 minutes.
My name is Dave Coleman at 1219 Howard Avenue in East Nashville, Tennessee. And I'd like to voice my support, total support for BL 2019-48. Thank you very much to all of the City Council for all your hard work. I've devoted my life to music. I produce and record small records from my home. I help people make art, and I make a humble living doing so. I've also had a band for 20 years that is unable to work during this time. My wife and I live in a home, and my basement is my workspace. There are dozens of studios all around my neighborhood full of creative and wonderful people. This makes my neighborhood vibrant and creative. I just had my neighbors sing remotely on a record actually about the COVID crisis. An incredible way to kind of keep my neighborhood closely connected and supportive of good behaviors in a crazy climate. But I hope this bill passes for the sake of my wife's work and so many dear friends' life's work. So many people who have spoken already are incredible friends and incredible inspirations to me. This is Music City. We all know that, and it's got a long history of incredible music and art being made from this place. People have made a living doing this for years, and I love this city, and I hope you all see this incredible importance of passing this bill. And I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. I appreciate you being on the call. Ms. Godin, next call. All right, we have the next caller. Name, address, for or against the bill. You've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Nick Lobel. I live at 236 Welsh Road. I am calling to voice my support for the bill. I'm an audio engineer and music producer, and there is no other on-ramp being a part of the music industry. There is no other segue from working as an amateur, becoming a professional. You have to be able to work from home. You have to be able to invite clients into your house to record music. That is a part of the progress from a passionate music enthusiast to a professional. There are not sufficient opportunities at professional studios in Nashville to accommodate everyone who wants to do this for a living. Nashville the Chamber of Commerce states that the music industry in Nashville contributes $5.5 billion to the local economy. The current laws make myself a criminal and virtually everyone I know who works in music a criminal. And yet, Nashville as a city exploits my creative work, bring in tourism and to bring in money into this local economy. So I appreciate City Council, and I ask that you vote yes for this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being on the phone. Ms. Godin, next call. All right, we have the next caller. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
How are you? My name is Dave Cloud. I live in Birchwood Avenue, in East Nashville, Tennessee. I'm for this bill. I'm a recording and mixing engineer, and I mix all records out of my home studio. And what people don't realize, on the scale of recording music, is the major studios in Nashville are closing and they're dropping like flies. There's 3 or 4 for sale, multi-million-dollar sales on the row. Like a previous person mentioned, Zach Brown Studios for sale, and so there's really the place to make music. They're all falling. The national music industry created around $5.5 billion to the local economy. Music doesn't get made unless it's recorded and mixed. So the way to get moving forward, the only way, is residential commercial studios. And these things don't require masses of people hanging out at 3 in the morning. When I mix a record, it's usually alone or with one other person. I have 5 Grammys that I've mixed in my home studio. These things it's not rocket science. We just need to get the bill passed, please, and I appreciate everyone for doing so. And keep on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being on the call. Thank you for calling in. Ms. Godin, next caller. Okay, we have our next caller. Name, address, for or against the bill, 2 minutes.
My name is Rafaela Cohen, 117 30th Avenue North, apartment 402, Nashville, Tennessee, 37203. Good evening, all. I'm calling in opposition to this bill. As I wrote to you in my email, I live in a business residential area, so I don't have a dog in this fight. And my HOA does not allow these. But I am calling to let you know that this has been an unfair process. Mr. Rosenberg had one Zoom meeting with 100 people on the Zoom call. I don't know of any meeting my councilman, Mr. Taylor, has had, and I venture to say that none of you have had a meeting with any of the people in your residential areas. You don't know what the support is or the opposition is because of what has been happening in this city and country for the last couple of months. So I think this bill should be deferred until such time as we can have a meeting with more than 25 people in it and get a real feel for what your residential people feel about this bill. I just see this as being a big mess. If you thought short-term rentals were a pain in the neck, I can't wait to see what happens with this. That's all I'm going to say about it. I oppose it very strongly, and as I say, I don't have a dog in this fight. It doesn't affect me in one way or another. Thank you all for your time and attention. Thanks. If you read my email, thank you, and have a good night. Bye now.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Ms. Godin, next caller. Yeah, are you there? Okay, so I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is David Cohen. My address is 3908 Ivy Drive, 37216.
Okay.
And I'm for the bill. I am a musician, a producer, a writer. I wear all three hats, and I've been successful. I have a couple of ACMs, and I've produced #1 hits. I do everything the right way. I have rented a commercial studio space for the last couple of years, and it is extraordinarily expensive to do. About 3 months ago, I was told that the studio was going to reuse the room, and I had to get out, and I have to conduct my business from my house, and that is how Nashville works and has worked for a long time. Working in a commercial studio space is the tip of the iceberg of Music City. 98% of the music industry creatively takes place in a room with 3 people. And studios are inherently quiet. We don't want sound coming from the outside into the studio, and therefore you will not hear the sound from inside the studio coming outside. I can't imagine a world where it's legal for my son to play with a band in the garage, and it'd be illegal for me to record keyboard tracks in my spare bedroom at my house. I have tried to do it the right way, and I have tried to find commercial studio space that is something that's remotely affordable. And again, I am somebody who...
Mr. Cohen, you can finish up, but that's your 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for being on the call. We appreciate you calling. Ms. Godin, next call. Okay. Next caller, name, address, for or against. You got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kate Haldrup. I live on Gavick Pike, 37216 in North Inglewood. This bill affects many who operate home businesses here in our city, but as a member of the music community, I'd like to speak on my own experiences. This bill really seems like a no-brainer for Music City. The business model of a home studio is quite often the only option for many engineers, producers, and musicians alike. I believe that Nashville is a leader in the music industry, and I think we should continue to be leaders by allowing this bill to pass and for our community to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Haldurst, for being on the call. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. I've got the next caller. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi there. My name is Ian Miller. I live on 3934 East Bruce Drive in the Locust Wood area, and I strongly support Bill 2019-48. I'd just like to thank you guys for taking the time to listen. I'm a touring studio musician here in town, and I split my time between work on the road and work in Nashville. Home studios truly are the heartbeat of Nashville's creative music scene. The allure of collaboration in the city brings in people from around the United States who in turn become residents and therefore generate more taxes and revenue for our city. Additionally, with the current conditions that surround us with COVID, most of the music industry involving touring has been canceled for the remainder of the year, forcing musicians like myself to work from home. If this bill is passed, it gives me and many others legal opportunity to work from my house, build my own business instead of relying on unemployment as saving state money.
In closing, I'd like to emphasize that the proposed law does not substantially change the enforcement mechanism from previous iterations. It does not allow for commercial deliveries. It requires limits in logs of all customers and provides more entrepreneurial opportunities for small businesses, not only to find music that will hopefully grow to a point where they can move into commercially zoned areas. This is not an Airbnb issue. This is not about big business invading residential areas. It's not about creating neighborhood conflict. It's about supporting Nashville's numerous individuals who can thrive in a work-from-home environment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being on the call. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, we have our next caller. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Nick Bird. I live on McGavick Pike in East Nashville and Inglewood. I'm for this bill. I moved to Music City in 2011 to attend Belmont University, and even at that time, it was clear to me that one of the only ways to make a living here as an engineer and as a producer was to operate a home studio, and that still proves to be true, even in my experience. I look around and I see many of the people in my music community, both high profile and amateur musicians, working in their homes and also visiting others in their homes. I've seen Grammy award-winning artists make records in sheds, and I think it's vastly important that Metro Nashville recognizes that this is Music City, and that in order to keep that title and to support musicians and artists, engineers, producers here, that we need to continue to support them, and that's why I'm in favor of this bill. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Thank you for calling in. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, we have our next caller. Need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kat Jones. I live at 1229 Curry Road in Nashville, 37217, and I strongly support this bill. I am a professional performance artist and musician, professional community organizer, and I am a professional arts equity advocate in Nashville with Abrasive Media, which has been doing anti-racist work in the city for many years. I've also done quite a bit of advocacy work around the country and a lot of research in regards to Nashville being grossly underfunded in regards to the arts comparatively to other cities our size. Myself and Abrasive Media would like to make an official stance in favor of this bill and recognize that the current laws are too restrictive to anyone without the capital for opening a business with real estate. The current laws particularly negatively impact not only musicians and artists who have helped define the branding of our city and bring money, tourism, and incubated entertainment into the city with little funding or support, but also it negatively impacts the disabled and communities of color. We believe that this will help open our economic opportunities for a lot of entrepreneurs with small projects, especially our working classes, disabled residents, communities of color, and artists of all practices. Please vote yes on this bill, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I appreciate you calling in. Ms. Godin, next call. All right. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Awesome. Hey there, my name is Daniel Stahl. I live in Locust Wood, and my zip code is 37211. I'm calling in to support BL 2019-48. I'm a touring musician, like a lot of people that called in. And, because of COVID, my entire income stream has been cut off through the pandemic.
With my work being out of commission until spring of next year, I currently solely rely on teaching and recording clients to be able to afford, rent and utilities and food. So in doing so, I'm respecting my neighbors by working during the daytime, watching out for unreasonable noise volumes, and having my clientele park on my property instead of on public roadways. I'm doing everything I can to stay off unemployment because of this, but with our current ordinance as it is, it either forces me to take a risk of cease and desist from Metro Code or to stay on unemployment until 2021. So please consider how not changing the code as it stands will affect entrepreneurs such as myself starting out that can't afford to run a small business in a non-residential zone. Also consider the extra income the city would receive from permits from tens of thousands of home-based businesses that currently run themselves illegally. Of course, Nashville is hurting economically because of COVID and the tornado. We really need that money. So we can actually empower people to grow and eventually—
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
And employ citizens outside of residential zoning. We can do that by investing in the future of Nashville by supporting limited, reasonable home business ordinances like this one. So I'm asking you all to vote yes on this measure. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. We appreciate it. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. Okay, we got the next caller. I need your name and address. For or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jordan Huffman, 1048 Riverwood Village Boulevard, Hermitage, Tennessee, 37076, and I am against the bill. Good evening, council members. I am the vice president of the Donaldson Hermitage Neighborhood Association, and I'm reaching out to you today to voice my opposition to BL 2019-48. The bill, as it is currently written, is unenforceable and will be very bad for our residential neighborhoods all around Nashville. I live myself in the Villages of Riverwood subdivision in Hermitage. We have very strict parking restrictions due to narrow roadways. The Villages of Riverwood has over 800 homes with 2 main entrances. Having customers visit a place of business in a home at one or near one of our main roadways would cause huge traffic issues for potentially hundreds of people. Enforcing where customers can and cannot park would also be a disaster due to the limited parking, and I'm certain that my neighborhood is not the only one that would fall into this category across Nashville. Starting to allow businesses to operate in residential neighborhoods opens a Pandora's box. I ask that you vote against this bill for the sake of Nashville's neighborhoods. I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Huffman. Thank you for making the phone call. Ms. Godin, next call. All right, next caller, name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Kevin White. I live at 98 Fairway Drive. I am for this bill. I would like to express my support for this bill. I work for a local music production college. We teach the next generation of audio engineers their trade. There's a generation of engineers that rely on the ability to record music at home. In order for our college and other similar for-profit schools to exist, our graduates have to serve clients. At the entry level, this means home studios. This is a matter of great importance and always has been, but hopefully with the COVID outbreak, we can all understand the importance of having the ability to bring a limited number of clients to a home business. In order for for-profit colleges to stay in business, you have to keep their accreditation. In order to get your accreditation, you have to prove that your graduates are working. So I ask that you please consider the impact that this decision has on Nashville's audio education industry, as well as other trade schools whose existence relies on the outcomes of its graduates. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, we have our next caller. Name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Lois Lane. I live at 817 Russell Street. I'm president of Historic Edgefield Neighbors, which is our neighborhood association, and I'm speaking against this bill on behalf of the Historic Edgefield Neighbors Board. We oppose this bill, which would greatly expand the number of the categories of home businesses which are permitted in residences and also allow on-site customer visits. The proposed revisions would end residential zoning as we know it in our neighborhood, and it would result in the commercialization of historic Edgefield. Since 1975, our neighborhood association has worked hard to preserve both the historic and the residential character of historic Edgefield, and we have tried to maintain the high quality of life that we experience here. We invest in residential neighborhoods to have peace, quiet, and safety, and rely on our residential zoning to protect our neighborhood and provide stability. As historic Edgefield board members, we don't believe this bill is enforceable, especially without adding to a budget to it and adding staff. We currently have a lot of ongoing problems in our neighborhood with the enforcement of existing regulations.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Short-term rentals and noise, and with no additional oversight except neighbors' complaints, the regulations and restrictions in this bill cannot possibly protect the residential character of our neighborhood. We thank you for considering the negative impact that this bill will have on residential neighborhoods as well as the financial benefits. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. There we go. Next caller, need your name and address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Ben Surratt at 1301 Riverwood Drive. I'm speaking in support of this amendment, and I want to say good evening to our council members. I don't think that this bill really compares to any short-term rentals that folks are talking about. I think that we need to remember that the studio that launched Music City, the thing we all call home, was actually started as a home studio. That was the Quonset hut. We've been through considerable public scrutiny with input from everyone and multiple chances for everyone to give their input. And this bill will help keep the creative and entrepreneurial spark alive here in Nashville. And I just want to say thank you, and I hope that everyone votes yes. Have a good evening.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, we have our next caller. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. My name is Dean Merrill. I live on Fernbank Drive up here in Madison, Tennessee, 37115. I appreciate you letting me speak tonight.
Sure.
I am calling in support of BL 2019-48. A lot of people need to be able to work from home. So many people already work from home and have for decades, and it's even more necessary than ever now with the virus. So, I mean, it seems crazy to me that it's even considered illegal to give a music lesson from home. So I urge you to please vote yes on this bill, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. Anybody on the call?
Okay.
There we go. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Ramona Wiggins, 220 Solis Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. I support the bill due to all the devastation we've had this year with COVID, the tornado, and any other devastations we've had. So, yes, I support the bill. I don't understand why we shouldn't be supporting it, but I do support it with regulations. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for calling. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller.
Thank you.
All right. Name, address, for or against the bill, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Chuck Foff. I live at 2415 Pulley Road in Nashville, and I'm calling to ask you to vote in favor of BL 29-48. You've already heard a lot of great reasons to vote in favor of this bill. I will only say that those speaking against this bill seem to always speak about a slippery slope or something similar to the problems with short-term rentals. This bill only more clearly defines something that has already been happening for years. It will not cause any additional problems and will allow for better enforcement. Home business owners are good neighbors, and the fears that many of these people have raised are simply unfounded, or at the very least overblown. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Next caller. Hello. You've got, I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
John Summers, 5000 Wyoming Avenue, and I'm opposed to BL 2019-48. Are we started on the clock?
You're on. Go ahead, Mr. Summers.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and members of the council. I'll be brief. We sent you a fairly detailed letter today, which I hope every member of the council will read, from the Coalition for National Neighborhoods. We represent neighborhood activists from about 65 different neighborhoods. I know of no neighborhood association in this city that has voted in support of this bill. The truth is, most Nashvillians have no idea tonight that you are planning or considering rezoning their property without their knowledge and probably over their objection. This is a major shift in land use policy, and it's being done in the guise, in the fog, in the midst of this pandemic, without public meetings, without the opportunity to have engagement, without the opportunity to hear people opposed or in opposition or support, just in terms of what we're able to do here tonight and the emails we're receiving. There are over 200,000 residential properties in Davidson County. I don't believe you have heard from 100,000 Nashvillians asking you to support this bill. What you have is a small group of industries and people interested in running business from their homes, but this does not reflect the majority of citizens.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
I don't believe that if you meet with your constituents, or that you should vote for this without meeting with your constituents, that you're going to find a majority of Nashvillians in support of this ordinance. I hope before you take such a drastic step that you will meet with your constituents. So I would ask that this bill either be deferred tonight indefinitely to allow for community input, or to be voted down. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Summers. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, next caller. Name, address, for or against the bill. You've got 2 minutes.
R.D. Honeycutt, Davidson Road, 37205.
All right. Hey, Mr. Honeycutt.
Well, I'm looking at this situation. So far, it's been mostly regarding things in the music industry, which is a great addition to the Nashville city. And I'm not in favor of it passing tonight. I'm interested in them getting what they need. I think they need to get a direct approach with their councilman and present that in writing as to what they want. Then, after that, this bill covers a lot. It's got property to be considered, zoning laws, everything else. And I think before anything is done on this bill, that it should be put on hold. We're going through so much other virus and all that other. This is not the time to bring something like this in front of everybody because they don't have an idea of what's going on right now. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Honeycutt. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right. Next caller, I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you all for all of your hard work. My name is Taylor, and I live on McCampbell Avenue in Donaldson. I'm a cosmetologist, a hairstylist, and I have been for about 30 years. I've also a cosmetology teacher and a director of college. And so I'm for the bill. As a hairstylist, I have owned several businesses. I spent many years in Hollywood and working with celebrity stylists in television and film, and also as a freelance hairstylist. And here in Nashville, I had a salon in 2010. I'd spent over $100,000 building that. And then when the flood happened, I closed it and lost everything. And then now with this COVID, that similar things, I've lost a couple $100,000 just in economics and things happening in life. But with cosmetology and the way this bill is written up, which I think is brilliant, and allowing so many people to just come to your home, and the loudest we get is a hair dryer. That happens in homes every day. But to be able to have the ability to work from home and to be living, whether you're with your children or if you're even watching your elderly parent, it gives you the opportunity to be able to keep your, to have a livelihood, to follow those codes, to go, have to have the state board come in and look at your home and give you a grade and give you, you have to get the license. You have to follow all the lines and the legal outlets to be able to make this happen. So I just want to say thank you so much. And from all of us here in Nashville and Davidson County who would love to be able to work from our homes and to just consider how this would help a livelihood, and to know that every one of us are wanting to make sure that we think of our neighbors and that we care about them as well. We're not wanting to make anything bad. We want to make just Nashville better, Nashville stronger. We love our city. We love everything about it. That's why we so much for your time, and I appreciate you all, and God bless.
All right. Thank you for calling. All right. Ready for the next caller? Is that the next caller? Name it. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Jeff Sexton, 5003 Crosby Lane, and I'm in opposition of the bill. I believe that the bill as written has served the purpose. I don't, as many that I've spoken with, I don't feel that that bill is not working. We've not had enough community involvement. Our neighborhoods have been under attack for years with the short-term rental. And we can go back further if we like to the chicken bill. We don't have the resources or the manpower or the funding to enforce either of those and to increase illegal businesses that are already out there. We're opening a door for commercial in a residential area. We need to preserve our communities and our neighborhoods. Myself, I am the director of the Fairlane Park Neighborhood Association, and we currently have had no involvement in discussions. We're in a pandemic. I believe that the right thing for this council body to do would be to vote to defer this indefinitely. There's no reason that we need to vote on this now. We need some community involvement throughout our city. There's no way that we had.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Heard that. I'd like to thank the council and Vice Mayor for your service to our city in such a critical time. I would ask that you please, council members, vote no or please defer this bill indefinitely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to call. Ms. Godin, ready for the next caller. All right, I think we've got somebody on the line. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is John Cavendish. I live 520 Maplewood Lane in Inglewood. I am here to voice my support for the bill. I, like so many of my friends and colleagues who I've heard speak tonight and have spoken with, regarding this, I'm a musician here in Nashville, and I procure a great deal of my living from touring, and that has come to a complete halt, as we all know, due to the COVID crisis. And I am now not forced, but happily able to make a small amount of money, not what I was, but some semblance of a living from my home, performing and producing records. And I just think that I just wanted to be another voice in the body that called in and said that I think this bill is good for Nashville. I think this bill is good for the industry in general. And I wanted to re-emphasize the point about a gateway to creativity for younger people and new people into the industry. It's the only way in is to be able to work with yourself and clients in a space that you control and have access to without a giant financial burden. I'll yield the rest of my time to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Please support and pass this bill.
Thank you for calling. Thank you, Mr. Cavendish. We are on to the next caller, Ms. Godin. All right, next caller, I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joe Patapia. I'm from 1515 Riverside Drive, and I am for the bill. Okay. I want to tell a story. I moved here 26 years ago. I had one friend who lived here at the time who was a musician. He said, he was selling Nashville to me. He said, Nashville is the only place he's ever lived where you could walk into the bank and tell them you were a musician and they wouldn't laugh you out of the bank. And so immediately I was attracted to Nashville. And I've made my living as a songwriter, producer, engineer, mixer, you name it, wearing a lot of hats in the industry. Over those 26 years, the budgets have become decimated, due to the streaming and the loss of physical sales, which makes a lot of times to go into a proper studio an unsustainable cost. And so we have the artisan class of Nashville has adapted, and we've created these places and situations where we could get a lot of stuff done. And sadly, a lot of it's just sitting in front of a computer. So I feel this is what gives us our It City status and creates a vibrant and dynamic creative community and very attractive. And I hope that you say yes to this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. We appreciate you calling in. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, that's the next caller. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jonas Litton. I live at 3932 East Ridge Drive. I am in favor of the bill, and I believe that so many home studios in Nashville already function peacefully and within reasonable standards in Nashville's neighborhood. Making music independently is truly the heartbeat of this city. And the way that things currently are without this amendment put neighbors at odds with each other, allowing personal issues or neighborly misconduct to completely shut down someone's livelihood, which is what's been happening. And obviously, I think noise ordinances are a crucial part of this bill, and I would agree to put regulations in place to keep studios in check. But I will say from personal experience, every home studio I've been in has operated with respect to its neighbors and its surrounding communities. And past the issue of home studios alone, this bill needs to be passed to allow the simplest form of entrepreneurship to take place, from giving a piano lesson in home to tutoring sessions. There's so many opportunities here, and I believe firmly that when we put more restrictions on creativity and entrepreneurship, we put restrictions on the growth and the prosperity of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, next caller. I need your name and address. For or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Andy, and I live at 132 Woodmont Boulevard. And I am just in support of adjusting this bill or whatever allows for people to be able to give simply guitar lessons out of their home or to provide tutoring for students in a legal way. It just seems pretty archaic to have restrictions against the ability to give guitar lessons or piano lessons in one's home. I understand that the issue only arises when somebody complains, but it would be great for them not to have a platform like that. It should just simply be legal to be able to have small businesses ran in a home, especially when it comes to music, artistry, since that's what this community is really based upon. And we really need to respect where we came from and what Music City is all about. And we need the doors open on these types of things so that we can make a little bit of side money from giving lessons out of our own home. I don't think that it hurts anybody in the neighborhood. And I'm in full support of adjusting this so that those restrictions can be removed. Thanks so much for taking the time to hear me out tonight.
Thank you for calling. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, next caller. I need your name and address. For or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Deborah Dickey, and I'm at 2813 Sherborne Avenue in the 12 South neighborhood, and I am definitely for the bill. I have been a small salon business owner in this town for over 16 years, and I was the first salon to open a low-chemical hair salon because of allergies and asthma symptoms. So I've always had to work alone. It's become more and more difficult to pay the high rents that have been happening across Nashville. And I've also been dealing with a slumlord issue the last 3 years, which is taking its toll, to say the least. So I would love to be able to have my very small business in my home, and I would find that it would be completely not as disruptive as the Airbnbs that have taken over 12 South. Please consider passing this bill and letting us small business owners do some great things in this beautiful town. Thanks for your time and your hard work.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Dickey. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next call. All right, next caller is in. I need your name and address. For or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes. You can go ahead. Name and address. For or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Vice Mayor, the caller dropped off.
Oh, okay. Next call.
There are no more callers in the queue.
There are no more calls in the queue. Then declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, thank you to everyone for the engagement on this, everybody who came to spoke, the members who have been involved, and staff. This is the 4th public hearing, and we had an in-person community meeting, and then we had a countywide town hall that was very well attended, and nobody had to sit in traffic. The feedback has been fantastic, and I really appreciate everyone's input. So as you know, a mass rezoning occurred about 20 years ago, and at that time, the home occupation law was changed. We've had home-based businesses forever. It's just that the current version does it in ways that are wholly unenforceable and, frankly, fundamentally unfair. I know we've had conversations about the problematic nature of the don't ask, don't tell system we've got, the fact that codes inspectors have testified that a majority of business complaints aren't about the businesses at all. And I know that we all know that certain Nashvillians have the power to fight back against complaints with attorneys, but many don't. And I know that we all know Nashville has become more and more unaffordable for many of our neighbors, needing a side gig to make ends meet, so I'll focus on other things. First of all, as substituted, this legislation reduces the enforcement burden on codes by allowing them to focus on bad actors instead of dealing with the grudges or other complaints targeting invisible home businesses. And number two, it tightens regulations on noise, on commercial deliveries, on uses, and on requirements to preserve the residential nature of a property. Number three, it adds requirements that it comply with HOA bylaws, condo covenants, and the like. It also limits the number of clients to visit the home businesses by appointment and only during specific hours. Number five, it creates some guardrails around what kind of businesses are allowed versus the wide open nature of what we currently face. And it adds the way in which enforcement can take place by permitting photographic and video evidence. As for the amendment that I'll move in a second, under our current law, any home business besides auto repair can operate in any home anywhere in Metro as long as there are no clients. This bill adds further disallowed businesses and specifically enumerates the types of businesses that would be allowed to have clients visit. It further limits who can operate a business with clients by doing things like saying the home has to be owned by a person and not an LLC. The applicant has to be the owner of a property, related, or a tenant with a more than 1 year lease. That has to be verified by affidavit. Only one permit can be issued to a property owner, regardless of how many property owners they own, and no person may be issued more than one permit countywide. I'll add that council members Druffel and Johnston have additional amendments that they may choose to speak to, and we've agreed to work together to develop an amendment for third reading. So with that, I thank you for your work to modernize our laws that clearly allow businesses to operate already. I ask for your support, and I move the bill and the amendment.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. We need some committee reports from you first. So sure. I'm going to go to Budget and Finance. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thank you. The committee recommended approval as amended with Councilmember Rosenberg's amendment, 10 in favor, 0 against, with a re-referral to Budget and Finance.
Okay. Councilmember Sledge, Codes, Fair, and Farmers Market.
Codes recommended 8-0 as amended with the re-referral.
Okay. And Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. We also passed this on second reading and re-referred it to the committee, 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg, back to you. There's an amendment that you've got on the bill.
I'd like to move the amendment, please.
All right. So Councilmember Rosenberg has moved the amendment properly. Seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Sure. This is the amendment I mentioned that specifically defines what types of businesses would be allowed to have clients. It tightens up the definitions versus what we had before. It adds some specifically disallowed businesses that would not be able to operate regardless of whether they had clients, things like auto repair and scrap yards. And it also sets out those limitations to ensure that no effort is made to run more than one business out of a home in the county.
All right. You've heard the motion on the amendment properly seconded. We've got people in the queue. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak in favor of the bill. I also want to thank everyone that's worked to provide the amendments to it. I think with the amendment, it makes it more robust and more palatable. I started out not in favor of the bill because I really do like the quietness of my neighborhood and I support neighborhood associations opposition. But I changed my mind after a couple of times. The first was there was an email from a Miss Sharon Cantaney, I believe that's her last name, who is disabled, had to degree from Vanderbilt. I believe that she sent a picture and email to everyone, and how she's not able to get a job, and how having a home business is the only way of making her ends meet. And I remember when I was new to this country, had children, couldn't go out and have an office. I had my CPA practice out of my home first if I was able to move it out. So now I can say I want a quiet neighborhood, but in those days I couldn't. And so people like Ms. Sharon and people that they do need to start out, a lot of people just need to start, make enough money, then they can get out. And so, and with COVID now, it makes it even more so for a lot of people. So I'm encouraging everyone to please consider looking at all the amendment that is put on it. I think it's going to do what we want to do, help our people make ends meet, and I don't think it will be too much for the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess I would like to try and quell a lot of the concerns that folks have mentioned. I'm blessed to live in a district that includes the satellite city of Goulitsville, and we have had home occupation here for as long as I can remember. And I promise you, the world has not ended up here. Our neighborhoods are beautiful. In fact, between now and third reading, if any of my colleagues would like to come visit, I'll come pick you up and drive you through Goulitsville, where we have home occupation, show you all our neighborhoods, and how you can't tell if someone is teaching piano lessons at their house unless you happen to see someone walking out with one of their piano students yelling at them because they were not hitting the right notes. And I'm not trying to belittle the situation, but I think that some folks have totally blown this way out of proportion. This is not to commercialize residential neighborhoods. This is just simply to allow something that's already going on to do so with some enforcement mechanism and to make sure that that we are protecting our neighborhoods. So, I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this, and I can assure you, the world, our neighborhoods won't be destroyed. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Young, did you take piano lessons when you were young?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I did not take piano lessons. I took fiddle lessons a couple times, and all I'll say is I don't play the fiddle now.
I think we will remember that. Thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes. Would you please explain to me, because I have had people on both sides, people who really like this bill, and the only opposition I have had deals with people who have like hair salons in their home, and they are having people come up, and then their cars are parked like in a cul-de-sac. Cars are parked all over the place, and they are blocking other people and blocking their area. So I think your amendment puts some specifications around it that might help that. Explain to me, please, how we would deal with that issue.
Councilmember Rosenberg, do you want to answer that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. Our current law limits home occupations to one vehicle associated with the home occupation, and this bill retains that same limitation, one vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lee, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. I just hope people keep to it. It does. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the sponsor's willingness to work with myself and Councilman Druffel on the substitutes and amendments that were put forth to address some concerns that we had. I feel like this is super important legislation that a lot of people are obviously concerned about on either side, and my request would be that because we are in this budget cycle that has, I'm assuming, taking as much time, everyone else's time as is taking mine, and I feel like that really should be the focus because it's one of the most important functions that we do, that I would ask the sponsor to defer to the first or second meeting in July. And I know that this was introduced 8 months ago. I get it. This has been put on the back burner, and I appreciate the work that's been put into it thus far with the changes that the sponsor himself has made in order to appease and address some concerns that a lot of us have. I just think that at this time, we have a huge task in front of us with the budget, and I don't want to divert attention away from the budget, and I don't want to divert attention away also from this very important legislation that affects all of our districts and all of our neighbors. So I would respectfully ask that we could defer to give us enough time to put the time and effort into it to do that collaboration, so to defer to the first or second meeting in July. Thank you.
Councilman Rosenberg, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr. President. Sure. I appreciate that, Councilmember Johnson. Like you mentioned, this has been in the hopper for 8 months. Tonight is second reading, and so it gives us an opportunity to continue the conversation. And I would just add that we've been passing legislation throughout the budget process, so I would prefer to vote on second reading tonight. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not a bean counter.
All right, so I've got mics open.
I'm like front desk security here.
Council members, I've got mics open so we can hear other people talking. Councilmember Johnston, back to you for any other further follow-up.
I'm disappointed that we want to move this. So I don't know, honestly, with procedure, I would still like to make the motion to defer.
All right, so Councilmember Johnston has made a motion to defer. There is a second that I just heard. So we are now on a motion. So let me make sure I've got this right. We've got a motion to amend that we were working on. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Johnston's motion is to defer this entire matter for, Councilmember Johnston, is it for one meeting or two? The one meeting would take it right into the budget. The second one would take it to the first meeting in July.
First meeting in July, please.
Okay. Proper motion? It's a proper motion. It's a proper second. We are now on the motion to defer. I've got people in the queue. So I'm going to just run down there. We're on the motion to defer. We're not on the amendment. Councilmember Hurt, do you want to be recognized on the motion to defer? Councilmember Hurt?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I oppose the deferred motion, but I did want to say something in support of the bill and the amendment.
Okay, well, if...
And I can do it when it comes back around.
Yeah, just keep your hand up, and if, depending on the motion to defer, I'll come right back to you. Councilmember Dreville, on the deferral motion, do you wish to be recognized?
Yeah, I would support the motion to defer till early July. I sent out a list of some of the language. The sponsor's willing to work on it, and I think that's fantastic. But I really think we got to get the language right. I know there's a lot of people that says where the sky's falling with some of this, but you know, if we don't get it right, we have neighbors that are against neighbors, and all you need is a few of them. All you need is a few bad actors. So I think we have to get our language right, and I think it's worth just a couple of weeks doing so. So I would support that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Cash at his desk.
I'm not speaking on the motion to defer.
Okay, so just leave your hands up, and we'll go. Councilmember Hager on the motion to defer.
I support the motion to defer. I know they talked about some amendments in planning today, and I think you need to look at those amendments first and get them to work with the other people that proposed these amendments. So I agree that we're working on the budget right now, and if we try to move this forward, I'm going to vote against it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to go over the history real quick of this bill. Maybe it's because I did hear this at the Planning Commission starting on November, so it was first heard at the Planning Commission in December on the 12th. It had a public hearing then. February 2nd or February 27th, there was a public hearing at the Planning Commission. Here at the council, this was passed on first reading on November 5th. The first substitute was adopted on January 7th. We had a public hearing here at the council on March 5th. And then on March 7th, it was deferred due to COVID to May 5th. May 5th, it was deferred again to June 9th for the second public hearing that we had here tonight. Now, while the majority of my neighborhoods are against this bill, I think that there has been a lot of time and a lot of effort put into this by the planning staff, by our staff, by Councilman Rosenberg. I appreciate the two amendments that have come forward tonight with Councilman Druffel and Council Lady Johnson, and I think that the sponsor is going to be able to wrap those two up together so we will have one clean bill in front of us as we discussed in planning. Their goal and what the planning committee here asked them to do was to work together to roll that up instead of having, a bunch of different, we have right now before us, we have a second substitute with an amendment on it. And another proposed amendment and another substitute. And so what the planning committee today asked them to do is to roll that up together, bring us back a clean bill, work together to do that. I think that there's been a lot of time spent on this, and I think that these are just closing up some loose ends, and I believe that it can be done by the next meeting, and if it can't, and it comes to my committee, there is no reason why we can't defer third reading then. But what the committee voted on, and I believe I heard budget voted on also, was to move this forward on second reading and re-refer it back to the committees. This is amendable on third, and I think that that given the fact that how long it's been before us, how many public hearings we've had, that it's time to move this forward on second hearing tonight.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Benedict. We can't hear you. Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Okay.
Oh, thank goodness. My colleague just now hit every point that I was going to say, so in that regard, I'd like to say previous question.
All right, so Councilmember Benedict, when you call the previous question, you can't say anything before. You have to get it just to say the previous question, and you were almost there, but you can't do that. All right? Okay,
then may I finish up by saying...
Yes, you may. I'll let you finish up. You were 5 words too much. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just, in committees, I'm both on the Planning Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, and in those two committees, and I know it went in front of another committee this afternoon as well, but it was, both of those committees voted in favor of passing it tonight with a re-referral to those committees on third reading because, and the reason was in both of those committees, was so that the other two, the one substitute and the other amendment would be discussed through the council staff in advance of the third reading. And so with that in mind, I would urge all of my colleagues to support this bill tonight with the re-referrals, which again, as my colleague just said, could result in a deferral on third reading after all these many months. Nonetheless, we could still defer it the next time. I urge my colleagues to go ahead, pass the bill tonight as the committee's recommended, and then let's see what we're able to come back with at the first meeting in July and see if that bill can be passed. So again, I will support this bill tonight, and I urge you to as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a very quick question, if I may, of Mr. Cooper. And I already know this thing is amendable on third. With regards to, I know it's going to be re-referred back to Budget and Finance as well. If we have any financial questions, et cetera, on this, the amendable piece of it, because there's one piece that I've heard, and I'm getting phone calls from all over town, some people for, a lot of people against, is there anything amendable on this with regards to how the taxation takes place of each one of these properties should this pass?
Mr. Cooper?
No, that is a state law matter that the assessor's office handles. Zoning and land use from a zoning code standpoint that's a separate issue from the assessment for taxes. So it would be up to the assessor to determine whether any portion of the home that's being used as a business would be assessed at the 40% commercial rate. But there's nothing that the council could do legislative-wise to control that.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I understand this because I'm trying to decide on the deferral or not, Vice Mayor, if you want to know where I'm going. So then the assessor would determine, let's just say they use one room in the house and it represents 15% of the house, then the assessor has the option to put in a 15% at 40% and then a remainder as just pure residential. Did I understand that correctly?
I don't know if that could be done or not. Again, that would be up to the assessor interpreting state law. My assumption is that if the primary use of the home is as a home, with the business being an accessory use, it would probably be assessed at the residential rate.
Only assessed at that rate?
Mr. Cooper?
That's my assumption, but again, I don't know for sure how the assessor's office would treat those or is currently treating them.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. I'm sorry.
I mean, there are a number of legal home businesses right now, and I'm not sure how they are assessed.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll go with the will of the body. I'm of the opinion that we let it go through because I believe we have completed the public hearing. It would not come back again. Is that correct?
Mr. Cooper, is your question about the public hearing? It's not going to go through another public hearing.
I mean, it's completed. We won't have any more public hearing on this, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, the only thing I would say is that, I don't mind supporting the deferral or the other way. It's just the next meeting is going to be contentious, and in the event we haven't gotten all the details worked out, I would be open to hopefully defer it on third. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to speak out against the deferral. I think that this bill has had a fair airing in the public, and we have heard a variety of opinions, and I think we need to move forward with this bill tonight and see where we land on third reading. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Evans, you're recognized. Oh, I'm... There you are.
I'd like to call the question.
Councilmember Evans has called the previous question. We were on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Absolutely.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? So I believe we have 40 members now on in the chamber and on the phone. That's 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? Previous question prevails. We are on the motion to defer. Okay, it's a motion to defer until the first meeting in July. That was properly seconded. That's what we're voting on. Let's see if we can do it by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to defer to the first meeting in July say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
No. No.
No. No. No. No.
I think several people voted twice. All right, so any abstentions?
Maybe.
All right, so here we go. Madam Clerk, because this is the way we're going to do it tonight, we have to take a roll call vote. You're voting on the motion to defer one I'm sorry, not one meeting, to the first meeting in July, okay? Let me repeat for everybody to make sure we're clear. We're on the second substitute bill, BL 2019-48, by Councilmember Rosenberg, Young, and others. We were debating the First Amendment, which was by Councilmember Rosenberg. In the middle of that debate, Councilmember Johnston moved to defer to the first meeting in July. It was properly seconded. Previous question has prevailed. We are voting on the motion to defer to the first meeting in July. All right, Madam Clerk, if you would, call the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt.
No.
Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Glover.
Councilmember Glover?
Councilmember Suara.
No.
Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor, point of order. Point of order, please, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Henderson?
Could the clerk please call out the votes or repeat the votes because it's unclear to those of us on WebEx what people in the chamber are voting. And if she might start it over again, please, that would be helpful.
Shouldn't matter.
Well, I would like the public to hear how people are voting, please, and I cannot hear how my colleagues are voting in the chamber. So I'd like to request the clerk just to repeat the vote as she records it. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, if you would, let's start back over again. If you would start with Councilmember Mendez and just repeat what his vote is after he votes. I could put all the microphones on if you want me to do that. It's just hard trying to catch up where everybody is. Madam Clerk, if you would, please start over and start with Councilmember Mendez and then just repeat the vote out loud.
Councilmember Mendez, abstain. Councilmember Hurt, no. Councilmember Allen, no. Councilmember Glover, yes. Councilmember Suara, no. Councilmember Hall, no. Councilmember Toombs, no. Councilmember Gamble, no. Councilmember Swope,
No.
Councilmember Parker, no. Councilmember Withers, yes. Councilmember Benedict,
No.
Councilmember Van Rees,
No.
Councilmember Hancock,
No.
Councilmember Young,
No.
Councilmember Hager,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
yes. Councilmember Bradford, yes. Councilmember Roden,
No.
Councilmember Syracuse, no. Councilmember Welsh,
No.
Councilmember Sledge,
No.
Councilmember Cash, yes. Councilmember O'Connell, no. Councilmember Roberts,
No.
Councilmember Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Hauser,
No.
Councilmember Druffel,
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy, no. Councilmember Pulley,
No.
Councilmember Johnston,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash,
No.
Councilmember Vercher,
Yes.
Councilmember Porterfield,
No.
Councilmember Sepulveda,
No.
Councilmember Rutherford, no. Councilmember Stiles,
Definitely no.
Councilmember Stiles said no.
Councilmember Lee,
Correct. No.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg,
No.
We are checking.
Councilmember Hancock, may I ask you to repeat your vote?
Yes, you may ask me. No is my vote.
Thank you. The vote is 10 in favor, 29 against, 1 abstention.
Okay, so the motion to defer fails. We're back on the amendment. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I stand in support of this bill because this is a bill that we have been dealing with in the last term as well as this term. I commend the sponsor because every question, every stone that was not turned in the last time that it came up, he has covered in this time in submitting this proposal. I think it's an excellent proposal. I believe that during this pandemic, it has shown that people needed an alternative. And with those amendments that he's added into it, I think it gives a framework for there to be a better accountability and enforcement. And I strongly support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. I've got people's hands in the queue, but I don't remember if they wanted to be heard. I'm looking for different people. Councilmember Swope, you recognize your hand is flashing. Councilmember Swope?
Call the question.
All right. Councilmember Swope has called for the previous question. We're voting on the previous question. Remember, it's just on the amendment, but this is just on the previous question we're voting on. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Previous question prevails 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? None. We are now voting on the amendment. This is Councilmember Rosenberg's amendment, which was properly seconded. We're on that amendment. All those in favor of if you're for the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Councilmember Rosenberg's amendment passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? All right, amendment goes on. We have some other amendments in the package, so I'm just going to go through that. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized on your amendment. Councilmember Druffel?
Sorry, it took a minute to get it off. Yeah, I had a couple of areas of language that I meant to try to tighten up so that we could be a little bit better in defining what we're getting into. The first thing is, and I'm working with, we've agreed to work with the sponsor on incorporating this language, but I think there's an opportunity to make sure that if we do this, we do it right. I have 4 amendments, actually, 2 are late filed. But as I sent out a list of concerns with the language, as the first one comes out, and I'll just briefly go through them. First one just talks about really, even if you don't have customers, we still need to know with the breadth of type of businesses we have, we still need to know that you have a business. So I feel like in the first part of the First Amendment, we need to understand that someone has a business because we're now broadening the type of business that are allowed. The second one deals with verified complaints. My suggestion in this amendment is to only allow 2 verified complaints and then to allow a punishment by $50 per day per violation. If we can get rid of the bad actors, this will help us do it very quickly. So I feel like we need a tight consequence. I agree with a lot of the people that talk about the kind of business they want to operate, the songwriters, the musicians. But I've had a couple in our neighborhood where they weren't the kind of people we wanted in our business. and I just think we have to be able to take care of that quickly. The third late substitute has to do with the size of the secondary building. It allows up to 2,500 square feet, which gives someone in a business an opportunity to probably grow it a little bit larger than I think we would like to consider it in the home. So I've asked to limit the size. And the last part is really just talking about employees that could live in the home. The original intention, as I understand, it allows employees that are your family. But technically, without the language, you could have 10 to 15 people that are your employees that actually live in your home and work with you. So I'm just tying up some of the language that I believe would help make this a better bill. Thank you.
All right. So, Councilmember Druffel, so you've got a couple of different amendments. Do you want to move an amendment tonight? I know you've only got one in the packet. Do you want to move an amendment tonight?
No, sir. Let me defer that amendment if that's the correct way, with the opportunity to work with a sponsor to incorporate that into one large amendment.
All right. That's fine. So no, you're not moving any amendments tonight. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Johnston, you have a third substitute. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit confused on procedure because in committee, we didn't even vote on my substitute because we had decided that we were all going to, the three of us were going to sort of get together. And so I don't even know if we can vote on it on the floor because it never came out of committee.
Yeah, so what I'm being told by Director Cooper is it's not in the packet. There was a whole bunch of different things that were listed as possibilities. I'm just double checking. At this point, it's not before this body because it hasn't been filed yet. But at this point, you can, this is amendable on third reading. So this bill is amendable on third reading. It's going to be, depending on once we have the amendment on, once we listen to Councilmember Rosenberg, what he decides to do with the bill, it's all being re-referred back to the different committees. So you will have a chance to work on anything else that you want to work on with this bill, and obviously you can work with the sponsor. So you don't have anything in front of you right now.
Okay, yeah, so I don't necessarily need to go through my amendment because I think we've taken plenty of time on this, and so I apologize to everybody in light of last week's event to cause delay with deferrals and all that, so I apologize to everybody, but so no, we'll just move on.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so that's everything I believe that was in the packet. I'm working off of different notes of things that we thought might be filed. So Councilmember Rosenberg, we're actually back now to your motion to approve on second reading and re-refer back to the appropriate committees. Do you have any further discussion?
No, Mr. President. Pass on second, refer back to all three committees, please.
All right, I've got it. So that's the motion. It's been properly seconded. It's supposed to re-refer back to all the appropriate committees. Nobody else in the queue. We're voting on the bill on second reading.
Vice Mayor, actually, I've had my hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see it before. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Just very quickly, not to hold up the vote, can I have Mr. Cooper just check on the percentages and see if that's even a viable solution before the next meeting? That was what I wanted to ask. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Glover, can you define exactly what you want Mr. Cooper to take a look at?
What I was looking for was if let's say 15% of the home was utilized for the home business, then is it possible or is it not possible to break that out as far as the taxation piece, and just asking the trustee or assessor or whoever that would make that determination if that's even something that's feasible or not? Just a question that I'd like to know before the next meeting.
All right, I think we've got it. He's going to check and he'll see if he can find you an answer. All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Anything else, Councilmember Glover? Good to go? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just checking before we go. We're voting on second substitute bill BL 2019-48 as amended. That's what we're voting on passage on second reading. We'll do it by voice vote. All those in favor of passage on second reading, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Absolutely.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, so please mute your phone. So I heard two noes in the chamber, Councilmember Bradford, Councilmember Evans. Is that right? Councilmember Hager votes no.
Johnston is a no.
Johnston is a no.
Druffle's a no.
Druffle's a no.
Henderson, no.
Henderson's a no.
Councilman Roten abstains.
Who abstained? Roten abstained. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what I've got, let me just double check. I've got Bradford as a no, Evans as a no, Hager as a no, Johnston as a no, Druffle as a no, Henderson as a no, and Roten abstaining. Anybody else? That will make the vote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would make the vote 33 for, 6 against, and 1 abstention. 33 to 6 to 1 for passage on second reading. Any change in that? Any correction? Okay, that's the vote. Bill moves on to third reading. It'll be re-referred back to the appropriate committees. We're now on BL 2019-69 by Councilmember Toombs. So if you are interested in calling in on this bill, go ahead and make that phone call. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS10 to RM9A zoning for property located at 3413 John Mallett Drive, southern corner of Ashton Avenue and John Mallett Drive, .42 acres. I should have asked you first, Councilmember Toombs. Are you planning on having a public hearing on this tonight? Councilmember Toombs? There she is. Okay. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes, I do plan to have a public hearing.
Okay. So Councilmember Toombs plans to have a public hearing tonight on this bill, BL 2019-69. If you're interested in talking on this bill, go ahead and make that phone call. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS10 to RM9A zoning for property located at 3413 John Mallett Drive, the southern corner of Ashton Avenue and John Mallett Drive. It's .42 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized. Somewhere behind my screen.
I'd like to open up the public hearing.
Okay, so I declare the public hearing open. There is nobody in the back, and no one seems to be coming through the door. Okay. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs, we will give it like another 30 seconds just to be safe, all right? Again, I'm going to read the caption one more time. It's BL 2019-69 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS10 to RM9A zoning for property located at 3413 John Mallett Drive at the southern corner of Ashton Avenue and John Mallett Drive. It's .42 acres. Again, no one is in the chamber. No one is in the hallway outside. Ms. Godin, anybody else?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. We're on BL 2019-69. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on the bill. Make sure you mute your microphones because I can hear some folks. We are voting on the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? 2019-69 moves on to third reading. We're on BL 2019-79 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, before I ask for people to start calling in, do you plan to have a public hearing on this measure?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, so there is no public hearing, so you do not have to call in. Let me just read the caption, then we'll go back to it.
Point of order here. I mean, I intend to defer the public hearing, not that I don't intend to have a public hearing.
Right, I understand. So no public hearing tonight, so you do not have to call in. This is BL 2019-79 by Councilmember O'Connell, an ordinance to amend sections 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code regarding advertisement and occupancy of a short-term rental property owner occupied. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had another bill tracking with this, and I don't know how they got kind of separated here. So let's, if we could defer the public hearing to the first meeting in July, please.
Okay, the motion is to defer to the first meeting in July. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting on the motion to defer to the first meeting in July. All those in favor of the motion to defer, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion to defer passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion passes. We're on substitute bill 2020-187 by Council members Pulley and Johnston, an ordinance to amend Titles 5, 6, and 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to short-term rental properties. Councilmember Pulley, do you plan to have to call for a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so if you're interested in this bill, go ahead and make that phone call. We're on substitute bill BL 2020-187. Again, the sponsors are Councilmember Russ Pulley and Courtney Johnston. It's an ordinance to amend Titles 5, 6, and 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to short-term rental properties. Councilmember Pulley, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would move to open the public hearing.
Okay, to clear the public hearing open. There is no one in the back of the chamber. If anyone is in the hall to speak on this, please come forward. Seeing none. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue on this bill?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right, go ahead and send them on. I think we have the caller in the queue. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Rafaela Cohane. I am at 117 30th Avenue North, apartment 402, 37203. And I am in support of this bill. I believe that we need to have more oversight of these short-term rentals, especially the non-owner occupied ones, and I don't think the BZA is doing a good job of it. So, great bill. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ray, for calling in. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody else in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right, next caller. Do I have a caller in the queue? There we go. Name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes. Anybody in the queue?
My
Elise Rampino. I'm calling, my address is 27 McCracken Avenue, 37206. I believe Councilmember Pulley has an amendment plan for this bill that would still require there to be public hearings for short-term rental legislation in the future, which otherwise would not happen with the title change in the Metropolitan Code. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I would request that council support this bill only with that amendment so that public hearings can still take place.
Okay. All right. Thank you for calling. We very much appreciate you calling. All right, Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to just give it just about 30 seconds just to make sure. Again, we're on Substitute Bill 2020-187 by Council Members Pulley and Johnston. Ordinance to amend Titles 5, 6, and 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to short-term rental properties. Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Pulley. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At this time, I would like to move the amendment with a brief explanation.
All right. Councilmember Pulley has moved an amendment on Substitute Bill 2020-187, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. As most of you know, this bill is primarily to establish a separate board to deal with short-term rentals. It's clearly outlined in the bill what that board will do. The little bit of feedback I got from the public and from other council members really dealt with public hearings on this. I initially really didn't think it was something that was of concern because I felt like we probably were past all the regulatory measures, and just as soon as I filed this, we have 2 more short-term rental bills coming up. So it's pretty clear we're still going to have to be dealing with that. So this amendment simply adds a public hearing to Title VI anytime there is any kind of a bill to amend what we already have here. So my amendment simply adds a public hearing to what you already have before you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Let me just clarify, since one of the callers asked about the amendment. Is this the amendment that the caller was referring to?
Yes, sir. This is the amendment. In fact, I've talked to that caller about it. This is the amendment that adds a public hearing to what we already have.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to check again with Mr. Cooper. Because this is moving out of Division 16, I have another amendment that I might be interested in offering, and I will be able to do that on third reading. Is that correct?
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, since the bill in part amends Title 17, then the bill itself is amendable on third reading.
Great. And then just to get it out there for discussion, since we have a harder time connecting with each other, I would like to propose that we look at the composition of the suggested board and either say that there needs to be at least 1 or 2 neighborhood representatives and 1 or 2 short-term rental representatives. And I don't believe that's spelled out currently. So I think that would be an important part of making sure that it's a balanced board. So I intend to offer that amendment and just wanted the sponsor to be aware of that and hope that he would consider that a friendly amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. We have no one else in the queue. Councilmember Pulley, we're on your amendment. It has been seconded. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Yes. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Amendment's approved 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay, amendment goes on. Councilmember Pulley, you're on your substitute bill 2020-187 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Now I would like to move the substitute bill as amended for passage on second reading.
All right, that's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Just very quickly, if I may ask the sponsor, Vice Mayor, so this would basically eliminate a lot of the work with the BZA, if I understand and have looked at this correctly. Am I interpreting that right or wrong?
Yes, you are interpreting that exactly correct. So the whole intent of this is to move the short-term rental variances out of the BZA and before a board that specifies solely in short-term rental appeals.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
All
Good
right.
idea.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Allen, your hand is still up. Okay. Okay. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're ready to vote. We're on Substitute Bill 2020-187 as amended by Councilmember Pulley and Johnston. All those in favor of that substitute bill as amended say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes on second reading, 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Right, we're on Substitute Bill 2020-188 by Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Henderson, do you plan to have a public hearing on this bill tonight?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, so if you're interested in this bill, then go ahead and make that phone call. Substitute Bill 2020-188 by Councilmember Henderson. Ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Chapters 13.008, 13.12, and 17.20 to require new and modified driveways to have an apron to be paved with a hard surface and to prohibit the runoff of gravel into the public rights-of-way. Again, Councilmember Henderson's bill, Substitute Bill 2020-188, ordinance amending the Metropolitan Code, Chapters 13.08, 13.12, 17.20, to require new and modified driveways to have an apron to be paved with hard surfaces and to prohibit the runoff of gravel into the public rights-of-way. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've already moved to open a public hearing.
Councilmember Henderson moves to open up the public hearing, declare the public hearing open. I see no one in the gallery. If someone is in the hallway, come on and proceed on in. Seeing no one there. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue on Substitute Bill 2020-188?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and send them in. Okay, I think we have a caller. I need your name and address for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes. Do we have a caller in the quew?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
It's me again.
Oh, it's you again. Is that Ray?
30th Avenue North. Yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, all right. You're recognized. If you just want to stay on the call, that's fine. You would just keep calling on you. Go ahead, Ray.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just calling to say that I support this. There's a couple of driveways in my area that have these rocks that come into the driveway because they don't have anything to block them. So, and being old, sometimes I turn rocks. So, I'm very much in favor of this. Thank you very much for your time again.
All right, thank you for calling. All right, anybody else in the queue, Danielle?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read the caption one more time just to make sure we don't miss anybody. It's Substitute Bill BL 2020-188 by Councilmember Henderson. It's an ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Chapters 13.08, 13.12, and 17.20 to require new and modified driveways to have an apron to be paved with a hard surface and to prohibit the runoff of gravel into the public rights-of-way. Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move approval with a brief explanation, please.
All right, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you for a brief explanation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, this bill intends to address a pretty persistent problem wherein gravel that goes all the way across our ditches and right out to the edge of the right-of-way will wash into the roadway. It will wash onto sidewalks, and it's been, per code, a little unclear, whether our right-of-way office can enforce that to be, cleaned up. It does, as one of our callers shared, present a hazard for folks turning ankles, for young people riding their bikes who are somewhat inexperienced. Even for me, riding through gravel is not fun on a bike. And so this just applies to new driveways. And I wanted to convey as well that it is really just a dustless surface. So it can be bricks, it can be pavers, it can be concrete, it can be asphalt. So it encompasses that whole range with technical support from Public Works and Stormwater and their expertise. And with that, I would renew my motion to approve on second reading.
All right, Councilmember Henderson has renewed her motion to approve on second reading. It's been properly seconded. I'm looking at the queue. Nobody in the queue. We're on the bill. All those in favor of approval of Substitute Bill 2020-188 on second reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay, so what I've got is a vote of 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the bill. It passes. Substitute Bill 2020-188 passes on second reading. We're on BL 2020-195 by Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Sepulveda, are you planning to have a public hearing on this bill tonight?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so do not call on this bill. We will not be having a public hearing tonight. Let me just go through it. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R6 to SP zoning on property located at 4306 Goins Road, northwest corner of Goins Road and Taylor Road, 6.06 acres, to permit 121 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized on your bill.
Move to defer indefinitely.
Okay, so Councilmember Sepulveda has moved to defer indefinitely. That's a proper second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're on the motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Defer indefinitely. That motion passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that number? Motion passes. We're on Substitute Bill BL 2020-197 by Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher, do you plan to have a public hearing on this bill tonight?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Vercher, so there is no public hearing on this bill tonight. It's Substitute Bill BL 2020-197. So it was referred to the Planning and Zoning and Historical Committee. Councilmember Murphy, can I get a committee report on that while I'm thinking about it?
Okay. Aye. Good.
Okay. Councilmember Murphy, we're on Substitute Bill 2020-197.
I'm sorry, I forgot that we had another bill in front of us tonight and was trying to see if I had an old committee report. This was deferred to the September public hearing, 14 in favor, 0 against, because the sponsor was not present again.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Vercher, I'm going to read the caption one more time. Ordinance declaring a 120-day moratorium upon the issuance of building and grading permits for multifamily developments on property within portions of the Antioch area of Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized, and we have the committee report in.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer to whatever the committee recommended.
Okay, it'll be, I think, deferred to the first meeting in September. Okay?
That's fine.
That's the motion to defer, properly seconded. Anybody want to talk about that? Anybody in the queue? Motion is deferred to the first meeting in September. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed, no. Any opposition, say no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions to defer to the first meeting in September. Any corrections to that number? That's the motion. We're on BL 2020-212 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, do you plan to have a public hearing on this?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, I do.
Okay, so if you're interested in this bill, go ahead and make your phone call in. BL 2020-212 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS 7.5, RS 20, and MUNA zoning to SP for properties located at 869 West Trinity Lane, 2608 El Buena Vista Road, Walker Lane unnumbered, Day Street unnumbered, Overall Street unnumbered, and West Trinity Lane unnumbered. Approximately 370 feet east of Old Buena Vista Road is 26.43 acres to permit 427 multifamily residential units. Again, I'm going to read it again to get people in the queue if they want to call. We're on BL 2020-212 by Councilmember Toombs. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS 7.5 to and RS 20 and MUNA zoning to SP for properties located at 869 West Trinity Lane, 2608 Old Buena Vista Road, Walker Lane unnumbered, Day Street unnumbered, Overall Street unnumbered, and West Trinity Lane unnumbered. Approximately 370 feet east of Old Buena Vista Road is 26.43 acres to permit 427 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
I'd like to open up the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. See nobody in the chamber. If anybody's in the hallway, come on in. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to try it one more time. BL 2020-212, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS 7.5, RS 20, MUNA to SP for properties located at 869 West Trinity Lane, 2608 Old Buena Vista Road, Walker Lane unnumbered, Day Street unnumbered, Overall Street unnumbered, and West Trinity Lane unnumbered. Approximately 370 feet east of Old Buena Vista Road is 26.43 acres to permit 427 multifamily residential units. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice
All
Mayor.
right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs moves for approval on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're on the bill on second reading. The motion is to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes on second reading. This is BL 2020-212, 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Councilmember Toombs, you pass your bill on second reading. BL 2020-213 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, do you have a plan to have a public hearing on this bill tonight?
I do.
All right, so if you're interested in this bill, go ahead and make that call. BL 2020-213. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a commercial plan unit development overlay district for property located at 1610 16th Avenue South, approximately 560 feet north of Wedgwood Avenue, zoned OR 20 and within the South Music Row Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. It's 0.17 acres. Again, this is by Councilmember Sledge. It's BL 2020-213, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a commercial plan unit development overlay district for property located at 1610 16th Avenue South, approximately 560 feet north of Wedgwood Avenue, zoned OR 20 and within the South Music Road Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, 0.17 acres. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. There is no one in the chamber. If anybody's out in the hall and wants to speak on this bill, come on in. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read the caption one more time. BL 2020-213, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by canceling a commercial plan unit development overlay district for property located at 1610 16th Avenue South, approximately 560 feet north of Wedgwood Avenue, zone OR20 and within the South Music Road Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. It's 0.17 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Sledge moves for approval on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're voting on the bill. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Councilmember Sledge, you pass your bill on second reading. We're on BL 2020-215 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, you plan to have a public hearing on this bill?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this bill, go ahead and make that phone call. BL 2020-215 by Councilmember Toombs. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R8 to RM20 zoning for a portion of property located at West Trinity Lane, unnumbered, northwest of the terminus of Alice Street, 0.77 acres. Again, this is a bill by Councilmember Toombs, BL 2020-215, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RA to RM20 zoning for a portion of property located at West Trinity Lane, unnumbered, northwest of the terminus of Alice Street, 0.77 acres. It's by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, I'm recognizing you for BL 2020-215.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I do have a substitute on this bill.
Okay, we'll have the public hearing first,
Okay.
and then we take it
All right.
up.
Open up the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber or out in the hall wish to speak on this? Okay, if you do, come on in. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue on this bill?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, we're on BL 2020-215. I'm going to read it again. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from R8 to RM20 zoning for a portion of property located at West Trinity Lane, unnumbered, northwest of the terminus of Alice Street, 0.77 acres. Again, it's by Councilmember Toombs. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At this time, I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved the substitute on BL 2020-215, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
The substitute changes the RM20 zoning request to SP zoning, so to exclude non-owner occupied short-term rental.
All right, you've heard the explanation. Any questions about the substitute? Okay, we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none. Okay, the vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions on the substitute. That passes. Any corrections on that? Hearing none. Councilmember Toombs, you're back on your bill as substituted.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on BL 2020-215 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just very quickly, with that change, because I don't remember the rules exactly, does that have to go back before the Planning Commission or does it not?
Yeah, it does not, Councilmember Glover. Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, we're voting on Councilmember Toombs' bill. This is BL 2020-215 as substituted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. If you're opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Bill passes as substituted 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill passes. We're on BL 2020-218 by Councilmember Toombs. Do you plan to have a public hearing on BL 2020-218?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor, I actually need to defer this due to lack of notice.
Okay. So just going to see, I think you've got another one coming up, but we'll just take them one at a time. So BL 2020-218 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 701 Enlow Street and Enlow Street unnumbered, northeastern corner of Enlow Street and Free Silver Road, 0.46 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to defer to the first meeting in July.
Okay, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in July, properly seconded. All right, properly seconded to the first meeting in July. Any discussion on the bill? Or on the motion? Councilmember Glover, your hand's still up. I think you left it up by accident. All right, anybody else? This is a motion to defer to the first meeting in July, properly seconded. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions to defer to the first meeting in July. Any corrections to that vote? That's the motion. We're on BL 2020-219 by Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember, oh, there she is. Knew she was in here somewhere. Councilmember Gamble, do you plan to have a public hearing on this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so let me read the caption. Councilmember Gamble is the sponsor, BL 2020-219. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending a specific plan on properties located at 4105, 4125, 4225, 4241, and 4301 White Creek Pike at the southeast corner of Knight Drive and White Creek Pike, zoned SP. It's 169.20 acres, to add additional land uses, modify location of rooming units, and make changes to the definition specified in the SP. Again, this is by Councilmember Gamble. BL 2020-219. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending a specific plan on properties located at 4105, 4125, 4225, and 4241 and 4301 White Creek Pike at the southeast corner of Knight Drive and White Creek Pike. Zone SP, it's 169.20 acres, to add additional land uses, modify location of rooming units, and make changes to the definition specified in the SP. If you have any interest in this bill and you want to talk, give us a call. All right, Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized.
Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, Councilmember Gamble has asked to open up the public hearing, declare the public hearing opened. We have people, I believe, lined up to speak on this bill. Sir, you are the first person to be recognized. Please come forward. I need a name and address, whether you're for or against the bill, and you got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the council, my name is Walter Hunt.
So former council member Walter Hunt is here. We're glad you're here.
And I come in support of this particular bill, Bill 219. I've spent a great deal of time out on the premises at Fontanelle, and I find it a very, very interesting piece of property. It has a lot of value and has a lot of propensity to add value to the district and the community in Whites Creek. My address in Whites Creek is 3616 Trail Hollow Lane. And I really support this project because I've talked to a lot of members in the district, and we have several communities within the Whites Creek district, and I try to talk to as many of them as I can and got a good response for that particular project. I want to say that Council Lady Gamble has done a great job in keeping the people in all those communities informed. And I have a very good response coming from the members of that community. I've talked with a lot of people in the district, and what they are saying is, like I said before, we need the quality restaurants in that particular community, as well as what they are proposing to put in. I think that the restaurants and entertainment that they are asking for the new members or new owners to put in is very commendable to what needs to happen there. It's very organized, it's very clean, and I've had a lot of people say, let's get it done, and I would not like it to be deferred, so I recommend it passage for this particular project 2019. Thank you very much.
Councilmember, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for coming.
Good to see you.
All right. Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Well, good afternoon, Councilman. And my name is Joe Bond. I live at 4268 Kings Lane. And I have attended meetings over at the Fontanelle with the young lady, Ms. Gamble. And the community is excited. For the last couple of weeks, I've been working in White Creek Community Garden. 300 tomato plants. We got to have somewhere for them to go. And I think it's going to bring great asset to White Creek community. Thank you.
Did you say 300 tomato plants?
300 tomato plants, all kind of corn. Look here, all kind of peppers, watermelons, colored corn. I mean, look here. I've been working like a white mouth mule out there in that garden with two other people, Matt and his wife. And I mean, look here. Y'all come out and visit the White Creek Community Garden. It's awesome. I can't wait.
Thank you for coming. Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. Well, it's certainly hard to follow that, but my name is Tim Farrell. I am here from Chicago, Illinois, representing the new ownership group, Blue Road Fontanelle. So given that, you can probably imagine that I am for this bill. Just a couple quick words from us. We are excited about this project. We have worked very closely with Councilwoman Gamble since she took office, in fact, and have appreciated her support. We have had multiple community meetings, significant community outreach. We have taken the concerns and considerations of the community. We've taken those to heart. We've made some, what we think, dramatic, significant improvements to the SP as a result of those conversations with the community. And so what we're here asking for tonight is what we believe to be improvements to the existing SP, and so we would appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir, you're recognized. Name, address, for or against the bill, 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is John Haas. I'm with Edge Planning, Landscape Architecture, and Urban Design, the applicant for the project, representing Blue Road Ventures. I just wanted to come out and say we have been involved on this property now for a little over 12 years. We've had 3 different council members. And I think having Councilman Hunt up here tonight to speak to us, that's where we started. And we're very proud of that record that we continue to work with the community. We did start working with Councilwoman Gamble as soon as she was elected into office. And what we brought from day one was information and lessons learned that we've learned from the community over those years and input that into this bill to improve it. I think in years past, as we've come before this body, there have been the objections have been to noise and traffic. One of the things that this SP amendment does is removes the Fontanelle Amphitheater. which is we are still going to have events there, but we've agreed to put sound measuring devices in place and agreed to a different level of event management for traffic. So we've taken all those steps to try to address those issues and hope that you agree with us and you can support us here tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here. Ms. Godin, do we have people on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, send the first one in. Do I have somebody on the phone? There we go. I need your name and address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Gladys Herron with residential property at 609 Cherry Grove Point.
Okay.
As the bill currently stands, I am against it going forward as it is. Because I'm simply asking again on behalf of myself and neighbors that the amendment to the SP include 7 public health and safety measures that have been requested over and over by this neighborhood, consisting of approximately 150 property owners within 2,000 feet of Fontanelle. And that were also upheld at the February 27, 2020 Planning Commission meeting as being significant and needing resolution before the Planning Commission agreed to cast its unanimous vote. For a decade now, it is the neighborhood within the 2,000 feet of Fontanelle, in contrast to the majority district community that keeps coming forth who do not live near this venue. It is this neighborhood that has had to endure Metro unenforced noise level for day and night events and diminish access by Metro Fire and Police Department to the neighborhood when up to 4,500 motorists are en route to Fontanelle for this 1.5-mile route on 2-lane White Creek Pike. Some of the measures we're asking for would be that notification will be provided within at least 10 days of any planned event that may include up to 4,500 motorists to the homeowners and to the Metro Fire and Police Department. A second measure would be that the residential noise level ordinance remain as applicable for non-ticketed community outdoor events and not be changed to the higher 85 decibel level. Third measure calls for
Go ahead and finish, if you don't mind.
We're asking that you clarify this vague definition of the phrase from time to time used to describe non-ticketed outdoor community events that may have the same for-profit elements of traffic jams and noise as the ticketed event. There are some other, but all 7 of these were presented at the Metro, and they are on record. So your support for this Metro neighborhood facing a 32% property tax hike, but still lacking public health and safety measures, as what we're asking for, would be appreciated. And thank you again for your service.
All right. Thank you for being a part of the call tonight. All right. Ms. Godin, do we have somebody else in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have more callers in the queue.
Okay. Go ahead and send them in. Okay, we have the next caller. I need your name and address and whether you're for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, council members, Councilwoman Gamble. My name is George Ewing. I live at 4601 Whites Creek Pike in Whites Creek. I'm just less than a mile from the Fontanelle property, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to speak to you all. I'm nervous, like I always am, even though I'm not down there in person. I want to thank, Walter and Don and Tim and John, and not only that, but Wendy and Matt for those 300 tomato plants. I'd like to say that this idea, the concept at the heart of the proposal is very exciting, and I think it's mostly popular within the community. But what we have learned over the years with Whites Creek and SP is that the devil is in the details. And Councilwoman Gamble has done a great job of elevating this SP. It is much improved from where we started. Tim has worked really hard with John, with Jennifer to get this to where we are. But those 7 points that my previous caller referred to, those are things that I think have come out of community meetings. The last public community meeting was in February. There have been some small changes to it, like, say, there used to be a attendee limit of 4,500 ticketed persons, and that limit is going away. And so with an unlimited attendee for events at this facility, all of a sudden kind of noise, large events, and safety comes kind of into a much sharper focus. At the last public meeting in February, it was proposed that anything over 750 attendees would go through Metro special permits process. Apparently, maybe Metro special permit process has turned that down. It's been diverted now to a public process for approval on that, and I don't think the community understands what that looks like. Mr. Haas referred to the devices for sound measurement. I think there's one right now required, a 10 dB class 2 decibel meter required on the Whites Creek Pike side. There's some very simple, small changes that I think would really make a big difference between bringing the community together on a good concept to securing the future and success and harmony of everybody working together. So those points on noise, like, say, just adding a second monitor on the night drive side of this proposal, events and safety addressments, protections for native history considerations. I know that the state archaeologists and or the historical commission should be able to confirm the existence that there are 2 confidential sites on the property, plus 6 more immediately adjacent to deserve protection. And I believe the current SP as it's proposed does state that there are no registered historic buildings on site, yet the stone house on the Fontenelle property is listed. It's listed as contributing structure 14 on the Whites Creek Rural Historic District application from 1984.
All right, so I need to get, because your 2 minutes is up.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. My last comment was the Director Potter was emphatic about Whites Creek flooding issues, and then some dark sky protections to protect the rural environment out there. I really appreciate it. And like I said, we're excited about the concept. We're appreciative of the work that everybody's doing on it. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you calling. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. There's the next caller. I need your name and address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is Linda Jarrett, 4300 Whites Creek Pike, Whites Creek, Tennessee. I fully support this project. I'm the one you've heard from before that from my front porch swing, I can see the entire road frontage of this SP. I respect and appreciate these individuals that have had the time and the ability to raise the concerns. These folks are the gatekeepers to protect our community. I believe that the concerns raised in these several public community meetings have been addressed. I would like to remind all of the council that the Planning Commission approved this measure. They approved this measure with 8 conditions. I believe that some of these 8 conditions that the Planning Commission required will address the issues that our gatekeepers have brought up. The local community overall is supportive of this bill. Many folks here say they miss getting together on the Fontenelle property. They just miss us getting together and eating all those good tomatoes. And I want to thank the council members for donating your Tuesday nights. Thank you. I support.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Garrett. All right, Ms. Godin, next person in the queue. All right, next caller. I need your name and address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Elise Hudson. I live at 4601 White Creek Pike, which is less than a mile from the Fontenelle area. We are excited that these are new changes coming. This is a much better bill and a much better SP than what was previously there with a hotel and convention center. Everybody is really excited about having restaurants, but like the previous caller said, there is a bunch of devil in the details. This is an ongoing SP that's been changed 7 or 8 times over the past 11, 12 years. There are so many details in this SP. It's very complicated, probably one of the most complicated SPs in our city. We don't have a single place to go look at what the SP will look like once this is done. And all that has been sent out was the first page of a plan with tiny print with some of the new changes in it. We need to be able to see what this legislation actually looks like. We need to understand what details have changed, and then be able to have a community conversation about that before there's a council vote. There's things missing, like the archaeology, the historic district. There's things that are changing from a traffic perspective and turn lanes. There's a bunch of language that is very generic about enforcement and the decibel reader, but there's no language about where that information goes or how they're held accountable. We're really grateful that there are new owners, and we want to trust them. But this SP is going to last beyond these current owners. And so what we're asking is for a little bit more time and some meetings with the community to work on things that are really still not perfected in there. There's errors in the SP as it stands now. Still refers to a seasonal event entertainment venue, which they say is gone, but I think it's just a typo. But there are things we need to fix. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all of your work. I know you guys have been doing marathon meetings for the budget, and I really want to say a sincere thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Thank you for calling. Okay, Ms. Godin, next person in the queue.
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. I'm going to read the caption one more time just to make sure we don't miss anybody. Councilmember Gamble's bill, it's 2020-219. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending a specific plan on properties located at 4105, 4125, 4225, 4241, and 4301 Whites Creek Pike at the southeast corner of Knight Drive and Whites Creek Pike, Zone SP. It's 169.20 acres to add additional land uses, modify location of rooming units, and make changes to the definition specified in the SP. Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Go back to Councilmember Gamble. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to have a brief discussion before we move forward.
Do you want to move the bill?
Yes.
Okay.
Move the bill with
All right.
with
So
a brief discussion.
Councilmember Gamble has moved the bill on second reading. I understand there's a substitute. Do you want to move your substitute and get that on the bill at this point?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
let's do that.
All right, so let's go back. So Councilmember Gamble is going to move the substitute on Bill 2020-219. So there's a motion on the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for a discussion on your substitute.
Thank you. The substitute includes 4 out of the 7 recommendations that you heard about from the callers. And first, let me say I really appreciate all of the callers and people who came down from the committee to speak on this issue. As former Councilman Hunt stated, this has been a project that has been in the process probably 10 or 12 years. It has gone through different owners. The SP has been changed. The current owner, who I met after being elected, has presented a plan that is actually a downgrade from the SP that was previously approved by the former council. This plan is much more in line with the character of the community. The former plan included a 150-room hotel on the front of Whites Creek Pike. This new plan scratches the hotel, scratches the amphitheater, as you heard, and it includes cabins or yurts, as they're calling them, bungalows, that will be towards the back of the property going up to the mansion. So it's less density, less impact to the property. In addition, the new owner has added a community benefit of a community center or a recreational center, rather, on the property that will be open and available to the public for use. As some of the callers have said, we have had many meetings, discussions, outreach about this project in just my, 9 months of being elected into the council. As I said before, 4 of the 7 recommendations from the community to address noise and traffic have been added to the substitute, and they were actually included. Hello?
Go ahead, Councilmember. I think somebody's phone is...
Okay, they were actually included in the plan that was approved by the council, but apparently, approved by the Planning Commission, excuse me. But apparently, the plan was never uploaded to the planning website. And so once I became aware of that, I sent the updated plan to the callers and everyone else, about 500 other people that I have emails for, to them so that they could see that those recommendations have been added. As I said, 4 of the 7, the ones that weren't added, ones that were added included changing the number of people that would be allowed for events without a traffic plan. It included adding the calibrated sound machine level so that if any events are going on, that will be able to detect decibel levels in real time. They lowered the decibel level from 96 decibels to 85 decibels. They also, lessened the number of events from 18 events initially to 12 events a year. They've also, for example, one of the things that weren't added was having Metro Codes Department perform weekend and weekday noise level testing. So everything that was reasonable to address those concerns were added to the plan prior to the Planning Commission approval, and they are added in the substitute bill presented to you tonight. So I ask you that if you will, I encourage you to support this bill. It's something that a majority of the community wants, an overwhelming majority of the community wants. There's one thing that needs to be added that we can add by third reading that came from a traffic study that we just got, and that's adding a turning lane, left turning lane on Whites Creek Pike. So that is something that we do need to add. As I said, the traffic study came in recently after the Planning Commission vote, but the Planning Commission vote included conditions of the traffic study requirements being added to the bill, and I will make sure when working with the Planning Committee that they are added. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. So Councilmember Gamble has moved the substitute, properly seconded. A discussion on the substitute. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Council Lady, thank you for doing that. I just want to make sure I'm following along. So the amphitheater is now gone under the substitute, and you're saying the hotel is now gone? Because I was there when Councilman Hunt first did it, and then Council Lady Haywood, and now yourself. And I just want to make sure I'm keeping up to speed on what the actual changes are on this, please.
Yes, that is correct. The hotel is gone. It is replaced by bungalows or yurts that will be going towards the back of the property in the wooded area, and the amphitheater is gone. It is replaced with a little a restaurant, a little lagoon, and a smaller, more intimate entertainment venue.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. So then it's replaced with the smaller venue, and that's why you're doing the sound testing or the decibel testing?
Correct. That's why we're adding the sound machine so that if we have those smaller events with 750 to 2,500 people, we can make sure that the decibel level does not go over the recommended level of 85 decibels, and that can be calculated in real time with the decibel monitor there going on as the event is happening.
Okay, perfect. Vice Mayor, and to the sponsor, thank you for being diligent on doing this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope, you're the only other person in the queue.
Good. Previous question.
All right, Councilmember, what?
He was the last one.
Every time they tell them, every time I try not to do that, they tell me I have to vote anyway. All right, so Councilmember Swope was the last one in the queue. I've tried to do this before and I didn't have to do it, but we're going to vote on the previous question. All right, so the previous question is, we're not voting on the substitute yet, we're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Previous question prevails 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right, seeing none, we're voting on the substitute for BL 2020-219, moved by Councilmember Gamble. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the substitute passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay, then we are now back. Councilmember Gamble, we are on your bill as substituted.
Move for approval.
Move for approval, properly seconded. We're on that bill as substituted. Looking to see if anybody has any questions in the queue. Councilmember Glover, you still got your hand up. Any questions? Councilmember Glover. All right, hearing none, we're on.
I took my hand down. Sorry, Vice Mayor.
Okay, no problem. BL 2020-219 as substituted. We're on that vote. All those in favor of the bill as substituted say aye.
Yes. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes as substituted 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. Bill passes on second reading. We're now on BL 2020-233.
Okay, we are on BL 2020-233, Councilmember Toombs. Changes 0.57 acres from RS5 to MUNA zoning for properties located at Birch Avenue and 103 Fern Avenue. Okay, here we go. Councilmember Toombs, I can't see. Were you going to call for a public hearing on this? Or?
No, Mr. President, I'm going to need to defer this one.
Okay, so we're not going to do a public hearing, and the motion is to defer to the
First meeting in July.
First meeting in July. So that is a motion. Do I have a properly second?
Second.
Oh, I'll reread the caption. So it is BL 2020-233. Changes 0.57 acres from RS5 to MUNA zoning for properties located at Birch Avenue and 103 Fern Avenue. And the motion is to defer to the first meeting in July. It's been properly seconded. All in favor? Against? Seeing nobody in the queue, motion passes. Thank you very much, Councilmember Toombs. On to BL 2020-253, Councilmember Young. Changes 2.64 acres from OR 20 to OR 40 zoning for property located at 87 Shepherd Hills Drive. Oh, and I can do two at once. All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Young. So BL 2020-254, again, we're going to take these together. It cancels 2.64 acres of a planned unit development overlay district for property located at 87 Shepherd Hills Drive. Councilmember Young.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Rosie, was there anybody physically here for this one? Nobody physically here. Danielle, anybody in the phone line?
We do not currently have any callers in the queue.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else, I declare public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Young.
Move approval, please.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Any discussion from council members? Seeing nobody in the queue, all in favor? Against?
Aye.
Oh.
Aye. Aye.
Very good. Any abstentions? Seeing none, BL 2020-253 and 254 pass. Thank you, Councilmember Young. On to BL 2020-256, Councilmember O'Connell makes provisions of 8.19 acres of a historic preservation overlay district to various properties located along Clinton Street from 16th Avenue North to 12th Avenue North. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not intend to hold a public hearing tonight. We're going to defer this. I'd like to move to defer this to the first meeting in September, please.
Okay, so the motion is to not have a public hearing and to defer to the first meeting in July, to September. The first meeting in September. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was paying attention to our visitor here. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody in the queue, all in favor of the motion to defer to the first meeting in September?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Motion passes. On to BL 2020-257, Councilmember Hall. Changes 8.82 acres from RS40 to SP zoning for properties located at 7330, 7340, 7350, 7360, and 7368 Whites Creek Pike to permit a mixed-use development. I think I got the right mic, right? Did it work? Nope. Try that one. Oh, come on, man.
There we go. Thank you, Mr.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd like to open the public hearing, please, sir.
Declare the public hearing open. Any physical visitors to this one? No. Danielle, anybody in the queue?
We have no callers in the queue, Pro Tem, but you might want to give it 30 more seconds or a minute.
We can do that. All right. So this is for the Metro Nashville Network delay. All right. Well, all right. Okay, very good. Seeing nobody in the queue, declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Hall.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief statement.
All
Pro
right.
Tem.
There is a motion. It is properly seconded. The floor is yours, sir.
So this is, like with everything, a long, extensive community process. Planning did a fantastic job over the last year working with these folks and with the community to get us to this point. And so I think we've come up with something that everybody really likes, and it's kind of in that Gatlinburg feel, so to speak, to things. And so I want to move for approval.
Very good. There is a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye. 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 Aye.
Against? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you very much, Councilmember Hall. On to BL 2020-260. Councilmember O'Connell applies a neighborhood landmark overlay district to 0.36 acres for property located at 1600 10th Avenue North to permit 7 multi-family residential units. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. We do not have any physical visitors here. Danielle, we'll give it just a second, unless you have anybody in the queue.
There are currently no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
Thank you. Are you here for Bill 260? Yes. So come on up, step to the mic, just need name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it brief as I see there are no callers, but my name is Scott Morton. I reside at 1005 North 14th Street. We are the design firm Smith G Studio working on this application. I just want to briefly thank Councilman O'Connell, the Metro Historic Zoning Commission, and the Metro Planning Commission for their support and approvals of this application. This application will preserve a historic gem in the Buena Vista neighborhood, putting in place the highest and most stringent historic protections that are available in our local government. and ensuring that this piece of history will be preserved for generations to come. I kindly appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. Danielle, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
All right, seeing nobody else, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Back to Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
There is a motion. It is properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
You can see, I mean, generally what I'm doing with public hearings right now is taking things that have been out in the community for quite some time. Mr. Morton has been working with a property owner in historic Buena Vista very closely with the neighborhood. We had to go through sort of an extra round of permitting, but basically they're doing a really remarkable thing. We've got a neighborhood called Historic Buena Vista, but it does not have a neighborhood overlay of any kind. We now have a couple of projects moving that are going to preserve some of the most interesting and character-driving properties there. This is one of those. We've got good, strong support from the neighborhood, and I feel comfortable moving this one forward. So thank you, and I'd like to renew my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember. All in favor? Seeing nobody else in the queue. All in favor of BL 2020-260? Anybody against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. On to BL 2020-261, Councilmember Roten. Changes 5 acres from RS 15 to SP zoning for property located at 3783 Hoggett Ford Road to permit 28 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be moving to defer this, or I must move to defer this to the first meeting in July. We will not be having a public hearing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so the motion is to move to the first meeting in July. I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Are there any other discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all in favor?
Aye. 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 Aye.
Against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. It is deferred to the first meeting in July. Thank you, Councilmember Roten. On to BL 2020-262, Councilmember Sledge. Changes 0.36 acres from CS to SP zoning for properties located at 2132 and 2134 Kennedy, did I say it right, Avenue to permit mixed use. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. Any visitors tonight for this one? No? Danielle, let me know if there's anybody in the queue, and we will wait just a second.
There are no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
Thank you. All right. Any other callers coming in? Danielle?
There are no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
All right. We'll declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge. It is a motion. It is properly seconded. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. On to BL 2020-263, Councilmember O'Connell. Changes 12.03 acres from IG to SP zoning for property located at 1420 Adams Street to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. We do not have any visitors on this one. Danielle, you can let us know if we have anybody in the queue.
There are no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
All right. Might have one. So for those at home, it's a delay because of people calling in, and we have to get them into the system.
We have a caller in the queue, Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. Put them through. Caller, thanks for calling. Just need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Hello, you are here with council. Just need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So evening, council members. My name is Luca Barber. My address is 3102 West End Avenue, Suite 700. As the Vice President of Development for Mill Creek Residential, I support this bill. And before I speak to the project, I'd just like to say a quick thank you to the Historic Germantown Neighborhood Association. I've had the pleasure of getting to know many of the individuals in the neighborhood. It's truly rare to find a group of community members with such passion for neighborhood preservation and smart growth. So since our first meeting last October, our collaboration has led to what we believe is an exceptional design, and we very much appreciate the community support. I'd also like to thank Councilman Freddie O'Connell for sponsoring this bill, and the rest of the council members for taking the time later into the evening to review the bill and other bills that have come before the council tonight. So regarding the project itself, Madera Germantown is a multi-phase mixed-use development consisting of residential and retail. Our goal since day one has been to create an inviting community for both our residents and neighbors, while also delivering high-level quality of architecture and amenities for the area and the neighborhood. A few of the key design features will include large areas of public open space, a riverfront greenway that will be accessed via pedestrian-friendly paseo, generous retail patios along Adams Street, and active uses that embrace the riverfront. In summary, we're excited.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. To further the revitalization of the Adams Street district of Germantown and to create an exceptional residential and retail community for the city of Nashville. In closing, we very much appreciate the council's support, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling. We appreciate it. Danielle, is there any other callers in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
Thank you. Hearing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of the brief comment, please.
Do you have a substitute on this?
Yeah, we might actually. I can't remember if it got filed. I didn't see. Okay, it did. Okay, good. Yeah, well, let's move the substitute, please.
All right, we got a motion for a substitute. It is properly seconded. Back to you, back to you, Councilmember O'Connell, for explanation of the substitute.
Sure. And the substitute basically takes into account some of the changes requested by the neighborhood and agreed to by the developer. So I'd like to move the bill as substituted, please.
Well, let's move the substitute first.
The substitute.
Sure, no problem. Any other discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, there is a motion. It has been properly seconded. All in favor of the substitute, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Anyone against or any abstentions? Seeing none, the substitute passes. Now back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill as substituted with a brief explanation.
So moved. It is seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've heard Mr. Barber describe the interactions with the neighborhood. Again, this is one where it began in process with the community several months ago before we went virtual. I've stayed in touch. Historic Germantown has a development committee that works very diligently with projects proposed for the community. They felt comfortable going to public hearing tonight. As you could tell, there was no one participating from the neighborhood. I think they are confident that they are working out any concerns directly with the developer and myself. So we will press this one forward. I'd like to renew my motion to approve. Thanks.
Thank you. It has been moved and properly seconded. Seeing no one else in the queue, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you very much, Councilmember O'Connell. On to BL 2020-264, Councilmember Swope. Changes 3.47 acres from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 5978 and 5984 Edmondson Pike to permit 8 single-family lots and 2 duplex lots. Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. We don't have any visitors on this one, and we'll wait just a moment, seeing if there's anybody in the queue.
We have no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
No callers, nobody coming through the queue. I will declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, sir. I would move the substitute on this, if I could. A very brief explanation.
That is a motion for the substitute. It is properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Swope, for a discussion on the substitute.
Thank you. All the substitute does is clean up some community issues that were presented and dealt with before we all sequestered ourselves into our own homes. Basically, the plan is still the same. It just cleans up some issues regarding how much foliage is planted here or there. With that, I ask your approval.
Very good. The substitute has been motioned. It has been seconded. Any other discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions on the substitute? Seeing none, substitute passes. Back to you, Councilmember Swope.
With that, I move approval on the bill as substituted.
It has been moved. It has been properly seconded. Any other discussion on the bill as substituted? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. On to BL 2020-266, Councilmember O'Connell. Changes 4.64 acres from IR to SP zoning for properties located at 800 14th Avenue North and 801 12th Avenue North to permit 390 multifamily residential units and a mixed-use development. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. We have no visitors on this one. And Danielle, you let me know if there's anybody in the queue.
There are currently no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
All right, I declare. Are you here for 266? No, oh, very good. Declare the public hearing closed for 266. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is again one that started processing before we got there, and I think is appropriate to the community. We've got an SP that I think covers everything we need for this one, and I would like to move approval.
Do you have a substitute on this?
I do. Let's move. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Some of these were not in my agenda, so I just want to make sure. Yes, thank you. And I'd like to move the substitute.
Very good. Sure thing. We have a motion on the substitute. It is properly seconded. I have Councilmember Allen in the queue for the substitute. No, not yet. Okay. All right. Seeing. We have a motion. It is properly seconded on the substitute. Any other discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute?
Aye.
Very good.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions on the substitute? Very good. Motion passes. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell, to move your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill as substituted.
Very good. It is a motion. It is properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you wanted to discuss the bill as substituted? Oh, sorry, wrong one. There you go.
Good luck finding me. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Just a quick question. This is a fairly large project, and just wondered, a question that comes up frequently is when we add that many units, is there provisions made for adding to school capacity? Has that been discussed?
Councilmember O'Connell, would you like to address that?
I can try. I know that, and thank you, Councilmember Allen. It is a good question. I know that when I first started working on rezoning requests, I was actually pleased to see that a number of those, the last term, the planning staff did a good job of incorporating that. I can ask Lisa to comment specifically on this proposal, though, if she is with us.
Ms. Milligan, are you, Lisa, are you unmuted? The floor is yours if you are.
Hi, I'm here. Yes, so the schools, this is Lisa with planning. The schools that are impacted by those potential students are not over capacity at this point, and so there would be capacity for students.
Councilmember Allen, is that good? Okay, thank you so much. All right. Seeing nobody else in the queue, Councilmember O'Connell made a valid motion for moving as substituted. It has been properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue on that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Everybody on board? Anybody against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. On to BL 2020-268, Councilmember Parker changes 0.18 acres from RS5 to RM20A zoning for properties located at 139C and 139D Elmhurst Avenue. Councilmember Parker, I think I got it right.
Yeah, thank you, Pro Tem. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. You're here for 268. Come on up, name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, council members. My name is Scott Morton with Smith G Studio again. I want to briefly thank Councilman Parker and the Planning Commission for their support for this rezoning request. This request is consistent with the recently approved Dickerson Pike Corridor Study and the community policy that was put in place. This request will benefit the corridor and introduce new residential choices on this bustling transit corridor, and I kindly request your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. We have no other physical visitors here for this one. Danielle, is there anybody in the queue for this one?
We have no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
Very good. I will declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I've got a substitute on this one. I'd like to move the substitute.
There's a motion to move the substitute. It is properly seconded. Back to you.
Move for approval, please.
All right. Motion has been to adopt the substitute. It has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? You want to give us a brief on what
Sure. So the substitute was the result of talking with some of the neighbors up there on Elmhurst. Specifically, they were willing to accommodate some additional density in the area, but they did not want the short-term rental use, which would have come with a base RM20A rezoning. So the neighbors requested that we go with the NS, and the applicant agreed that they would go with the NS. So I think it's a win-win for everyone.
Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Allen, were you speaking on the substitute? Okay. So all in favor of the substitute, say aye. Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, substitute passes. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I move for approval.
All right. It is motion. It is properly seconded for the bill as substituted. Any discussion in the queue? I don't see anybody. All in favor of the bill as substituted, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any against?
Aye.
Very good. Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. On to BL 2020-269. Councilmember Taylor changes 0.15 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1820 Scoville Street. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I'd like to move to defer due to lack of notification.
Gotcha. So would this be a deferral to the first meeting in July?
That will be correct.
Okay, so we got a motion for the deferral to the first meeting in July. It is properly seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor to the deferral to the first meeting in July, say aye.
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 Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Back to Councilmember Parker for BL 2020-271, changes 1.58 acres from CS to MULA zoning for properties located at 102 Duke Street, 2301 and 2309 Dickerson Pike. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. We don't have any visitors on this one. Danielle, if you just let me know if there's anybody waiting in the queue.
There are currently no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
All right, we'll give it just a moment. All right. See anything? Nope. Very good. Declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've got a substitute on this one. I'd like to move the substitute. I can do a brief explanation before we move it if you'd like.
That's okay. We got to get it before us first. We got a motion. We got a second. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Great. So thank you. This is a similar situation to the last one. Talking with the applicant and talking with the neighbors in the area, there was some willingness to accommodate some additional density, some mixed use, commercial and residential on that site. But again, folks were kind of not interested in the short-term rental particular land use. So both the applicant and the neighbors who were concerned agreed to switch to the MULA-NS district, and that's what this substitute does.
All right, thank you. All right, there is a proper motion on the substitute, and it is properly seconded. Any other discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, substitute passes. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I would move for approval.
All right, it is a motion. It is properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as substituted? Seeing none, all in favor of the bill as substituted, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nay votes or abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. On to BL 2020-273, Councilmember Hager. Changes 0.24 acres from MUL to MULA zoning for properties located at 2208, 2210, and 2212 Elliott Drive. Councilmember Hager.
Yes, Pro Tem, for lack of notice, I'd like to move this, defer it to the July 7th public hearing meeting, please.
There is a motion to defer to the first meeting in July. It is a motion. It is proper second. Are there any other discussions on that? Seeing none, all in favor of the meeting of deferral to the first meeting in July, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Hager. It's been deferred to the first meeting in July. Back to Councilmember Parker. You'd be every other one, I guess, here. Okay, it's BL 2020-274, approved with conditions by the Planning Commission. Changes 0.17 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 217 East Moreland Street. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd move for approval. I'm sorry. Open the public hearing, please.
Sure thing. I'll declare the public hearing open. Any visitors on this one? No? Danielle, anybody in the queue for BL 2020-274?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
All right. We'll wait just a moment. We need somebody to write some background music. Good licensing opportunity. All right. Anybody else in the queue? Hearing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd move for approval.
All right, it is a motion. It is properly seconded. Any other discussion on this one? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of BL 2020-274, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anybody against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. On to BL 2020-275, Councilmember Toombs. Changes 0.17 acres from RS5 to R6 zoning for property located at 1208 Katy Street. I gotcha. Okay, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open up the public hearing.
I declare the public hearing open. We have no visitors on this one. Danielle, just let us know if we have anybody in the queue.
We currently have no callers in the queue, Pro Tem.
Very good. Let's wait just a moment for any callers for 220-275. Not getting anything? Good to go. All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve and defer third reading to the second meeting in July.
All right, so there's been a motion to approve and defer to the second meeting in July, right? It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of approval on second and a deferral to third to the second meeting in July, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. And with that, I'll send it back to the Vice Mayor.
Okay, we're ready to go. And I believe that we're on BL 2020-277 by Councilmember Syracuse. That's why he ran all the way over there. Let's see, where is he? All right, so Councilmember Syracuse, do you plan to have the public hearing on this tonight?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you're interested in calling on this one, go ahead and call. It's BL 2020-277 by Councilmember Syracuse. It's an ordinance to amend section 17.40.660 of the Metropolitan Code to allow nonconforming structures destroyed during the March 3rd, 2020 tornado to rebuild regardless of the percentage of floor area destroyed. Again, it is a bill by Councilmember Syracuse, BL 2020-277, ordinance amending section 17.40.660 of the Metropolitan Code to allow nonconforming structures destroyed during the March 3rd, 2020 tornado to rebuild regardless of the percentage of floor area destroyed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Nobody outside, nobody in the hallway. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody who is calling about this particular bill?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we have a caller in the queue.
All right, send them on through. There. Okay, so we have a call in the queue. If I could have your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
It's Ray Cohane again at 117 30th Avenue North, zip code 37203, and I am very supportive of this bill. I think it's a great idea, and good on you, Mr. Syracuse. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ray. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody else in the queue?
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll read the caption one more time. Ordinance amending section 17.40.660 of the Metropolitan Code to allow non-conforming structures destroyed during the March 3rd, 2020 tornado to rebuild regardless of the percentage of floor area destroyed. Ms. Godin, anybody else call in?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice
Okay.
Mayor.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do have a substitute I'd like to move.
All right. So Councilmember Syracuse is moving the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the substitute is a clarification of language that planning felt it was a better balance between the flexibility for property owners who suffered the damage of our May 3rd tornado and the goals and the intent of the current adopted bulk standard regulations. So I believe it gives planning a little more flexibility about how to interpret this. So with that, I would move the substitute.
Okay. Councilmember Syracuse has moved the substitute, again properly seconded. Councilmember Glover, your hand is up. Question on the substitute.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Just very quickly, first of all, thank you, Councilman, for doing this. You just said May 3rd, and my question was going to be, was this only the March 3rd, or did it also take care of those straight winds that came through that may have had damage with trees?
You are correct, sir. My brain is going too fast for my mouth for sure. I meant March 3rd, not May 3rd. Thank you.
Okay, but does it incorporate anybody who may have had damage because of the trees that went down with those straight line winds that came through?
I believe that because the legislation is written specifically for March 3rd, it is only for that event.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for doing this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover.
Renew my motion to move the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse has renewed his motion to approve the substitute. It's been properly seconded. There's nobody else in the queue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions on the motion to approve the substitute. Any corrections to that? Hearing none. Councilmember Syracuse, you're back on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move the bill as substituted with a brief explanation.
All right, so I got a motion to approve the bill as substituted, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you. This is one of the 2 bills that I filed in to support our neighbors who were rebuilding from the destruction of the March 3rd tornado, specifically in some of our more historic areas where when the homes were originally built, that was pre the current bulk standard regulations and codes. In a couple different cases in my district, the footprint is literally within 7 to 10 feet from where it is now based on new code. And this does a couple things. It helps to preserve the character of the neighborhood in that it is now. And it also helps us to ensure that we don't have extraneous BZA cases. So I thought this was the better approach. And with that, I move the bill.
All right, so he moves the bill. It's properly seconded. Councilmember Glover, your hand is still up. Councilmember Glover? Oh, now his hand is down. Okay, so nobody else in the queue. We're voting on BL 2020-277 as substituted. All those in favor of the bill as substituted, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote on the bill. Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. We're on BL 2020-288 by Councilmembers Henderson and Allen. Let me make sure that we're ready to go. Councilmember Henderson, do you plan to have a public hearing on this bill?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I do.
All right. So if you're interested in this bill, go ahead and call BL 2020-288. Councilmembers Henderson and Allen, an ordinance to amend section 17.20.120 of the Metropolitan Code related to street trees. Again, Councilmember Henderson and Allen. It's an ordinance to amend section 17.20.120 of the Metropolitan Code related to street trees. The bill number is BL 2020-288. Councilmember Henderson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Nobody outside, nobody in the hallway. Ms. Godin, do we have any callers in the queue?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read the whole thing again so we give people a little bit more time. Bill 2020-288 by Councilmember Henderson and Allen. It's an ordinance to amend Section 17.20.120 of the Metropolitan Code related to street trees. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move a substitute with a brief explanation, please.
All right, so I got a motion to approve a substitute. It's been properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation on the substitute.
Okay. So, colleagues, the reason you might not have seen or heard anybody at public hearing is because when this bill was drafted, it was online for much of February to invite public comment. It received over 100 comments with outreach to landscape architects, engineers, the advocacy community. So there's been quite a lot of engagement on this. Street trees also came up in the context of last year's tree bill. So this bill really is marrying our sidewalk legislation of 2+ years ago now, our tree bill of last year coming together with street trees to be required in our Nashville Next centers for commercial and multifamily properties. What this substitute does, it was unanimously approved at the Planning Commission on May 28th, and it takes out some of the specific technical language. Basically, this is just Title 17 saying we want street trees in these places, and coming behind that with the work of Metro Stormwater, Public Works, landscape architects, planning, subject matter experts will be a specific document, public-facing, that are our street tree specifications. And so that document is in progress. And so basically, we're just not hyper-codifying every particular detail of the street tree specifications, and that's what this substitute does. It recognizes this specifications document, which is an internal but public-facing document.
All right.
And with that, I would renew my motion to move the substitute.
All right, so there, again, Councilmember Henderson has, again, moved her substitute. It was properly seconded. She gave an explanation. Anybody have any questions about the substitute? Seeing none, we're on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Substitute passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Make sure that's correct. All right, Councilmember Henderson, you're back on your bill as substituted.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move the bill as substituted, but defer third reading to the second meeting in July.
Okay, so the motion is to move the bill as substituted on second, but defer third reading until the second meeting in July. Okay.
Yes, sir. My intent there is just to make sure that our specification document is tracking with the bill, and that when they cross the finish line, they are both aligned fully with each other. So
Okay.
just giving a little more time to fine-tune the specification document.
All right, I heard a second from outside, so it's properly seconded. That's the request. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, and I apologize if the substitute addressed this already, but or if you're planning on doing this before third reading, but I believe that right now the final details are provided by Metro staff and not necessarily include professionals. I'm just trying to see whether or not there's an opportunity to clarify that. Is that accurate? I might be reading it wrong.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yes, sir, thank you. I would say that's not an accurate assessment because the bill as drafted was online for Metro Planning for several weeks, and proactively landscape architects, engineers, and people that engage this space were invited to comment on the bill and provide comments. And at that time, Councilwoman Van Rees, the specifications, some of the things about tree distancing, depth, soil volume, those were intended at that time to be within the body of the bill. So there's been a lot of engagement and commentary on those things. I've also really appreciated the opportunity to meet with Kim Hawkins twice now. She is doing a really interesting project wherein they are tracking every single street tree that they have ever planted as part of their work in Nashville, seeing how long it lived, how big is it, what's the canopy like, what's the aspect. So they're really got a great database of what makes street trees successful. And so we're absolutely seeking their input, and that will inform this specification document along with public works staff. We have a landscape architect now in our planning department, water department. So a lot of really good subject matter experts coming to bear on this. So, yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Councilmember Van Rees, anything else?
No, I think that Councilmember Henderson has indicated the desire to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted throughout her career, and I expect nothing less on this as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Henderson, there's nobody else in the queue. So the motion is to approve the bill as substituted and defer third reading until the second meeting in July. That was properly seconded. Nobody else in the queue. Ready to vote. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, that motion passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote on the motion. We're on BL 2020-290 by Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee, you intend to hold a public hearing tonight on that bill?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do.
All right, thank you. Okay, so if you're interested in that, go ahead and make a phone call. BL 2020-290 by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending a specific plan for property located at 3839 Murfreesboro Pike, approximately 530 feet north of Old Hickory Boulevard, zoned SP, and within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District at 65.1 acres to permit a mixed-use development. Again, this is by Councilmember Lee. It's BL 2020-290. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for property located at 3839 Murfreesboro Pike, approximately 530 feet north of Old Hickory Boulevard, zoned SP, and within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District, 65.1 acres. Councilmember Lee, you are recognized.
I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, Councilmember Lee has moved to open the public hearing, declare the public hearing open. There is nobody outside or in the hallway. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phones for BL 2020-290?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, go ahead and let them in. Do we have a caller in the queue already? We're on BL 2020-290. Do we have a caller in the queue? There we go. So first caller, name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Marquez Coleman, 5140 Singing Hills Drive, Antioch, Tennessee. I am for this proposal. I'm into all the meetings pertaining to the Starwood development and have worked closely with Councilwoman Lee, who has worked tirelessly with the developer to try and meet demands, if you will, for the community. In the last meetings, we've had some pushback from some constituents in District 30, which, of course, starts a big development. It does order the Old Hickory Commons community. But majority of the three, I think we all want to see something positive as far as it's going to bring jobs to 33 and to better our community as far as the way it is. When you drive down Murfreesboro Road, you still see about 60 to 65 acres that's undeveloped. So I really am for development. I think that our developers, I know it's been passed on from Mr. Ron Buck, another development company who's agreed to stick to the SP, and I think that some of the communities concerned. So I really believe that Antioch as a whole, if you count and look at the southeast of 28, 29, 31, 32, and 33, we've had, sorry, I'm out of time. Well, I just want to say I'm for it, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Do we have another caller in the queue? I think I hear somebody else in the queue. So I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael McSturdy. My address is 1704 Sprucefield Drive, Antioch, Tennessee, and I'm opposed to this bill. I appreciate you giving me the time to voice my opinion concerning this matter. I would like to take the opportunity to voice my displeasure in opposition to this plan. We already have too many warehouses in my neighborhood, and the road infrastructure is not set up for additional traffic. I understand the developer will be making road improvements adjacent to the proposed development. However, their plan does nothing to address the main traffic and road issues on Hobson Pike leading into Old Hickory Boulevard. Passing this bill will contribute to increased traffic without the proper road infrastructure from Hobson Pike to Old Hickory and to the interstate. We already have terrible traffic due to the high number of warehouses and trucks and due to Cane Ridge High School. Due to these issues, it takes 20 minutes or more to get from our neighborhood to the interstate, which is a mere 1 mile, again, due to the aforementioned volume of trucks and school traffic. Please imagine if this was proposed as part of your neighborhood planning. You would not want to see additional warehouses across the street, have increased truck traffic due to additional warehouses, and an increase in noise pollution due to said trucks. It is unsightly and not the best use of the property, nor is it the original plan set for this property. We are not against development of this property. We are against additional warehouses, and this plan calls for too much development of this property type. Please be aware.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Opposition to this plan has always been greater than support by the people who actually live in this community at each meeting I have attended. This plan is not what our community desires. We want to live in a neighborhood that fosters community engagement amongst the residents who live here. This plan is currently proposed does not help achieve this goal. We do not wish to become the warehouse district of Southeast Nashville. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Thank you for your call. Ms. Godin, next caller. Okay. Next caller, I need your name and address for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Christopher Collins. I live at 5701 Sugar Hill Drive, Antioch, Tennessee, 37211. I am against the bill. As someone who uses the road to get to Cane Ridge, as someone who's a teacher in the community, it's already a road that's really damaged a lot by excessive amount of trucks coming off of I-24. And the building of this development will only further that issue, as your previous caller also emphasized. In addition to that, this is a community that really needs a lot more community development for the students that live in that area. As a teacher, I'm very concerned for those students. as opposed to more industrial buildings in this area. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your call. Next caller, please. All right, next caller, name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Ashanti Chun, 815 Lower Park Place, Antioch 37013. And again, thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I oppose this proposal because it goes against what our community and neighborhood desire, specifically Old Hickory Commons where I live, and we have been consistent in voicing that. The traffic in this area is extremely difficult to navigate at present, and we can't see how this current venture would not add to that difficulty. Our roads are also deteriorating, and additional truck weight would only hasten that. As you know, we are on the exit with a truck stop already and the FedEx warehousing area. Moreover, as a community, we are concerned about our quality of life as it relates to noise pollution and aesthetics with additional warehousing proposed. This planning process, we believe, hasn't been handled as well as it could have been. And as a member of District 32, it seems as if our voices have not been seen as significant because we don't live in the district with the property, so we are directly across the street from it. I am a proud Antioch resident and have lived here for over a decade. I want to, and my neighbors want to see the Starwood space become something beautiful, beneficial, and mutually agreed upon. Again, I just ask that you consider opposing this bill, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, I believe that's somebody on the phone. Need your name and address for or against the bill, and 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Blake Taylor. I live at 1544 Sprucedale Drive. Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to hear us speak on this bill. We live in the community directly across the street from this property, and as you might have seen in the emails we've sent and the petition I filed, we have over 350 signatures from members of this community in opposition to this bill. My neighborhood is opposed to this bill. As I stated, we live directly across the street. We've been to every community meeting and tried to work with the developer when they announced drastic changes to the previously approved plan, but they still pressed forward with trying to make around 70% of the property industrial for the purposes of warehouses. We do not want warehouses on that property. They previously approved the plan, which the community wanted. It gave us everything we wanted. And I explained this further in the emails, if you would each just look at those. And just real briefly here, this new plan goes against what the community wants. It goes against the community plan. Hobson Pike, Old Hickory Road are in a state of disrepair with accidents happening due to potholes and trucks, which trucks will make them even worse. The Old Hickory exit on I-24 needs expanding, and this project would funnel more trucks directly onto that exit, along with Hobson Pike and Old Hickory. If you were to drive to our area, you would see why we are against more truck traffic.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
You cannot drive out here and just imagine, like if you can just imagine an Amazon warehouse and what that would do to your road. Now add another warehouse on that because we have an Amazon warehouse that's opening in the coming months. So I would just ask you to vote against this bill, and additionally, if you wouldn't mind calling a roll call vote to the council members.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller.
Hello.
All right.
My name is Catherine.
All right. Name and address for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello. My name is Catherine Hard. I live at 1606 Sprucedale Drive in Antioch, and I oppose this bill. I live right across from Starwood, and the last thing I want to see for my neighborhood and my community is more warehouses and more semis. The proposal to convert 75% of this gorgeous space specifically 850,000 square feet of warehousing or light industrial, is absolutely not what is best for our community and the area of Antioch that is currently experiencing a ton of reinvigoration, including over 1,000 new homes within a 1 mile radius of Starwood. The area not only will support a Linux-style PUD, but praise it. Locals like myself want to support the local economy. My hard-earned dollars should not go to Cool Springs, Franklin, and Mount Juliet. I don't want to drive 30 minutes and struggle to find expensive parking just to go to dinner or spend my hard-earned money. I'd love to walk across the street to my neighborhood diner. I'd appreciate having my pediatrician and my neighborhood dentist close by in case of emergencies. I want to be able to put my money back into the area that I live. This is what will make Antioch grow and thrive. I have no problem with the 16 acres allocated for office, retail, and residential. Nice restaurants, service retail,
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Welcome addition to the area. My issue, again, is with the 50 acres of industrial that would face my neighborhood. So I asked the council, would you want to live across from warehouses, stinky semis, and the pollution, or would you want to live across from your neighborhood bar and grill? This is a waste of a wonderful space with rich history, would be a terrible tribute to the legacy that Starwood Amphitheater is.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Okay. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, next caller, I need your name and address. For or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Burley Sandberg, and I live at 1414 Sprucedale Drive in Antioch, 37013, and I am against this bill because it goes against what our community in Old Hickory Commons and the Preserve at Old Hickory wants for our area. We have a regional park coming in soon, and having this industrial space would be a danger for the park patrons and also for neighborhood children and families. Our roads in the area, like Hobson Pike and Old Hickory, are already in disrepair, and the trucks coming through would make them worse. The Old Hickory exit on I-24 is not prepared for the expansion of all the truck traffic, and it would make it much worse than it already is. We have also announced our position in every meeting, and opposition has always been greater than those that are for this plan.
All right, thank you very much for calling. Ms. Godin, next call. I believe that's somebody on the call. I need name and address for or against the bill, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Josh Rowland with Kimley Horn at 214 Oceanside Drive. I support the bill. I represent the applicant. I wanted to speak briefly about our rigorous public engagement process and public process that we've been conducting so far on the project. Beginning in February and March, we held 3 neighborhood meetings that were very well attended. We certainly heard concerns about road improvements and school impacts and truck traffic. Many did in fact approve of the plan. Those folks showed up at the Planning Commission hearing and spoke in favor. Many people want to see this site developed. The project SP was originally approved in 2008 and no development has occurred. Part of that reason is because there was too much commercial and mixed use. What we have before you tonight is a plan that is balanced, that maintains the essence of some of the mixed use and town center components important to residents of the area, as well as to our council person, Mrs. Lee. One of the big concerns we heard over and over again was that this vacant site remains a safety concern and it brings crime into the area. Throughout this process, we worked closely with Councilwoman Lee to keep elements of the plan that were important to the constituents of the area. Folks want to see the Starwood property developed and increase jobs in the area. This project brings that both in a business and industrial park with good paying jobs as well as opportunities for local business in our mixed use area along Murfreesboro Pike. Over the public process, we've had staff support for the project. We've had unanimous approval for the policy change. Prior to the 2008 ST, this property had a policy change to mixed use. We've changed the policy back to industrial with the Planning Commission. They also unanimously supported the SP amendment.
Sir, that was the bell for the 2 minutes. I just need to cut you off after that. All right. We appreciate you calling, and we're on to the next caller. Ms. Godin, next call. All right. Next caller, name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is David Chilton. I've lived 18 years in District 33 at 1416 Forrestal Way, and I am for this bill. I personally see more support than opposition for this bill, as I've spoken to many people about it. We recognize the value of this development. This property has been an eyesore in our community since the Starwood music venue closed over 10 years ago. It brings opportunity for much-needed new retail, restaurants, and office space for professionals and other small businesses. The industrial portion provides a greater opportunity to promote strength to Davidson County, along with much-needed tax revenue. The negatives that I usually hear, I've heard have been dispelled numerous times. The most prominent one is that warehouses are ugly. The developer has provided in the SP elements that prevent ugly warehouses. They will be modern and aesthetically attractive, and much of the surrounding area is already industrial. And secondly, the issue of the traffic has been addressed many times, and the developer has agreed to modify the infrastructure to meet the required standards. In closing, this project will add support in revitalizing the Antioch area as we continue to shed the negative misconceptions of what Antioch has to offer. Thank you very much for all of your dedication to our city.
Thank you, Mr. Chilton. All right. Ms. Godin, next caller. Next caller, need a name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Dale Sandberg. I live at 1414 Sprucedale Drive, Antioch, Tennessee, 37013, and I'm against this bill. As many of our community members have stated, this goes against what our community wants. More warehouses is not what the original proposed plan was, and we support that original proposed plan. But we do not need any additional wear and tear on our roads and traffic and all the problems that additional warehouses bring. We want our community to be a place where we can live and thrive in peace and have happiness and not be, noise pollution and have all the issues that come along with trucking and additional warehouse spaces. Hobson Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard are already in disrepair. The exit is in disrepair. If you've ever driven down our roads, you know that there are many potholes and many trenches that you have to drive through due to the heavy weight of the trucks on the road. So again, we are opposed to this bill. We are all for the development of that Starwood property, but not for industrial warehouse use. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, have the next caller on the line. I need your name and address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Tim Pollock, 4051 Murfreesboro Pike. I am for the bill. There's many members in the community that are for the bill. I actually have lived out here most of my life, so I recall when Starwood was actually built. So just wanted to say that I am for the bill. I know Councilwoman Lee has worked tirelessly on this. Most of the comments from the community were regarding traffic. Traffic studies have been done, showing that there'll be less traffic here than with the original plan of almost 500 residential houses and so forth. So the other thing was the impact on schools. With this plan, there'll be less impact on schools as well, which was one of the concerns from the community. So again, I just want to thank all the council members, and I am for this bill.
All right, thank you. Ms. Godin, next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I believe that should take care of it, but just in case, read the caption one more time. Councilmember Lee's bill, 2020-290, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending a specific plan for property located at 3839 Murfreesboro Pike, approximately 530 feet north of Old Hickory Boulevard, Zone SP, and within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay, 65.1 acres to permit a mixed-use development. Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice
All
Mayor.
right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I would like to move approval with a brief explanation, please.
All right. Councilmember Lee has moved approval on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion on the bill.
Yes, I want to talk about this a little bit. We have been working on this project for about 3 years. And I would like to say, as people were talking, well, first, I'm sorry, let me say thank you so very much for everybody who called in. And then, when we talk about community, I do want to let you all know that most of the people that were against this, or most of the people that were on the petition, were from District 32, not from my district. And I do understand that we are so close and that we are tight, and what affects one affects the other, but I did want you to know that because everyone kept saying, my community. And my community were in approval of this. There were only a couple of them that weren't. But we have had several meetings, and at every time the developer has listened, taken what the community has said, and worked that into its plan. So that is there. I was taken back. I had someone to send something saying that, an accusation that it's bad when council members are elected to represent, that they are elected to represent the constituents and not the businesses. Well, I will say to you, most developers that say anything to me will think just the opposite, because I am very funny about what is put up. You may have kept hearing something about the original plan. Well, the original plan didn't have industrial in the back of it, and it had a lot more houses. So this particular plan was designed to cut down on, and I'm going to ask, excuse me, Vice Mayor, if I can ask to make sure everybody mutes themselves, please.
Councilmember Lee, what did you ask?
That everybody mutes. I think somebody was on mute because I kept
if everybody
hearing
could just make sure you have your phones muted so that there's no background noise. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And so this was done in order to, because, well, one thing, a lot was put on the developer about a lot of the roads that had to be done. I think there was like a $50 million price put on the type of corrections in that Hobson, Murfreesboro, in that whole intersection. And that was a lot. And the traffic was going to be terrible. So those people that are talking about the traffic, this new plan actually actually lessens the traffic and lessens the impact on the schools. This is going to be a nice development. People are going to come to see it because it's going to be a mixed use. We're going to have some restaurants and some shops and that in the front of it. And you will not be able to see the industrial from the road. They are, what was it, 100?
Councilmember Lee, that beep was, Councilmember Lee, that beep was that you'd run out of time. But,
okay.
Okay. But,
So I renew my motion.
all right. So Councilmember Lee has moved for passage on second reading. It was properly seconded. There are some people in the queue, so you may be able to respond. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I just need to recuse from this vote.
Okay.
I don't necessarily need to have said that. Sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Roberts is going to recuse herself from the vote. Okay. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So, yes, many of the people that have called in have been my constituents. This is a plan that is not good for the entire community. The Old Hickory Boulevard is the borderline between District 32 and District 33. It is very well worn out by tractor trailers. I cannot imagine that there's going to be an industrial complex that isn't going to invite more tractor trailer trucks. And if I lived across the street in the two subdivisions that have been mentioned tonight, I would not want this either. There have been last-minute meetings called. Just yesterday, a meeting was announced in the morning for 6 o'clock in the evening. That did not get enough people to participate. This property has changed hands literally in the last 2 weeks. There has not been a lot of transparency. And I know that we have been flooded with many emails in the last week regarding the budget and the home business bill and now this bill. But I think it is imperative that we really look at the fact that there is a petition of 350 people saying a project directly across the street from their home is a problem. It was originally positioned to have 500 single families in addition to a small amount of industrial and also restaurants to go to a full industrial complex where there is already an industrial footprint. I think that that's inappropriate. So if you hadn't had a chance to read some of the emails, look at the petition, and please vote no on this bill. This is not good for the community.
Right. Thank you, Council Member. Let's see if we've got anybody else in the queue. I've got, that's it. All right. Councilmember Lee has moved for passage on second reading. It was properly seconded. Nobody else in the, Councilmember Allen, you're recognized. Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
There you go.
I just am wondering if maybe some more conversation is in order, and if not this reading, then on third reading, if there's a possibility for deferral and further community engagement, because it seems like there's still some work that needs to be done, and if the sponsor would be willing to, if not talk about a deferral now, be willing to talk about a deferral on third reading.
Councilmember Lee, response?
I will be willing to talk about that in the other reading. I will say some of the things that were said may not be quite clear because we have had a lot of communications about this, and we are still having them, and I am open to have those meetings, and the developer is as well. But I would like to go ahead and pass this on the second reading.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So we are, well, we're getting more people in the queue. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. And I know Councilmember Lee just answered the same thing, but I know with the way the districts are so sort of intertwined in Southeast, from my perspective as an at-large council member, I really would, I don't get I certainly don't get a unilateral say in it, but I would prefer to see projects that are across the street from other districts, that there was at least something of a similar opinion between the council members involved. And here with the council members like completely diametrically opposed to each other on something where it's more or less across the street, it's hard to feel good about that even on second reading. And I mean, part of the deal is none of the rest of us have any idea what's really going on out there other than hearing from the impacted council members and the people who show up at the public hearing. And it seems kind of split down the middle. It's just, I would repeat the request that Council Member Allen made to Council Member Lee. It just puts us in a hard spot.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just had a question for the sponsor of the legislation. Are there any more community meetings planned? And are there any plans to make any changes to this prior to third reading?
Okay, so the plan that is in place now was the plan that was in place before the other company brought it. And that's the plan where we had the meetings. And no, there is no plan to be made there's no plan to make any changes to that. If you're asking me about community meetings, yes, we had one yesterday, which was not actually a community meeting. It was just trying to get the new people in front of my constituency so that they can say who it is. And about the non-transparency, I have always tried to have meetings, and whenever you want to have meetings, so yes, I'm open to having meetings, and so are the developers. Did you sit here, you lie, you are done like 5 rocks.
Hold on. Councilmember Lee, go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm kind of appalled at the non-transparency because I have tried to be open and. Did you call the meeting, Natalie?
Wait a minute. Everybody needs to mute their mic. Hold on just a second. Oh, hold on. Everybody else needs to. Councilmember Lee has the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what was happening there. But I am always open to that, and now that we have a forum where we can do it web-based type, I'm open to that too. I've always been open to have meetings, so yes.
All right, we still have other people in the queue. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just to follow up, thank you for answering that. Councilwoman Lee, and just to be clear on my intent, it was no, on my part, accusation of any lack of transparency. I just wanted to, just trying to solidify if there plans to be more meetings and if this could be amended on third, or if you are open to amending it on third based on what we're hearing from the community members. So thank you for answering that question. And Vice Mayor, if we could get clarification on if it could be amended on third, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
So Councilmember Porterfield, yeah, it's a zoning bill. It's Title 17. It can be amended on third reading. All right. We have other people in the queue. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized. Oh, sorry. I'm looking for you over here. Hold on. There you are.
I'm right here.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you. As another member from the Southeast, I just wanted to interject that I'm excited for something to happen on this property because it's been so long, but I'm not sure that we're getting the best that we could really get from this particular proposal. And so I'm rising in support of the idea of deferring at least the third reading so that there can be more community engagement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. Let's see, we've got other people in the queue. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. If we still have Lisa Milligan on the line, it is a little late tonight, and I realize this went before the Planning Commission in April, and our agenda says it was a 9-0 vote. I am not remembering any discussion at planning, so that leads me to think that this went through on consent, meaning that no one from the community bumped it from the consent calendar or sent in letters in opposition or showed up in opposition. But again, it is late. A lot has happened since April. And so if Lisa could just refresh my memory if this went through on consent and what the staff recommendation was, or just if there are some other comments. Typically, we discuss that in committee, but since we are having, there were a lot of callers in tonight, and I apologize, y'all. Normally, I would have had my notes with me, but just April seems like it was a long time ago. So if we've got Lisa Milligan, could we ask her?
We see Lisa's still on there, and she just needs to unmute, and then she may be able to say something. There she is. Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Hi, Vice Mayor. Lisa Milligan, Metro Planning. This item was actually presented at the Planning Commission, and it was during a virtual meeting. There was a public hearing held. We did have callers, but all of the callers were in support. We did not receive any calls of opposition at the Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Milligan. That is probably why it's not sticking out for me, because this clearly was a different public hearing than we had at the Planning Commission, because it was in support. So I think that is something that when this comes before the Planning Committee, that we can discuss and review, and I think it's appropriate to have some more discussion in committee there. So I'm in support of it moving forward tonight and letting the Planning Committee kind of dive into the planning staff's recommendation and their report. And what I'll ask is that I know that it's sent to us in a packet, but Ms. Milligan, when this comes to planning, if you can just separate that out for us as well as an attachment so it's a little easier to find, because I imagine our next Planning Committee meeting is going to have a pretty large packet. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Is Lisa still available with planning? If she could just give us, I remember this project, and it was alluded to that the initial plan included industrial. I don't think that's correct.
Ms. Milligan, are you still on the phone?
I'm still hanging in here with you all. Let me see. I'm pulling up the staff report here so I can make sure that I'm speaking properly. So this SP, as it was originally approved, was approved. Well, it was originally approved, and then it was amended. And when it was amended in 2018, it was for a mixed-use development that included 200 single-family, 350 multifamily, and around 421,000 square feet of non-residential uses. That was primarily retail, office, those sorts of uses, but it was a broad range of uses. So this amendment was to add to a part of the SP IWD uses, which is industrial, warehousing, and distribution. And so that was the primary reason for the amendment.
Thank you. That's what I kind of suspected. You know, overwhelmingly out here, we are real intentional about our zoning out here, just because of where we are as a community, and overwhelmingly, you know, with us already having the asphalt plan and some other uses, is not really beneficial to the neighborhood. I knew we wouldn't have supported in industrial. So I just thank you so much for that clarity. Vice Mayor, I'd like to be recorded as a no.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Let's see who else we got in the queue. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized. Oh, there you are. And so Councilmember Bradford called the previous question. All right, so let's make sure I'm clear where we are. Councilmember Lee has moved for passage on second reading on BL 2020-290. That's the vote. That's what we're on, but we have to do the previous question first. All right, so.
I don't know, sorry, point of clarification.
Councilmember Stiles, what?
I wanted to make one statement. I don't know if I need to do it.
So Councilmember Stiles, the previous question's been called, so you can't make any other statements. We have to vote on that first. That cuts off all discussion, all right? So we're voting on the previous question. Councilmember Bradford has called the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Absolutely.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions?
No.
This is just on the previous question.
No.
All right, so I heard, I think, 4 no's on the previous question. And any abstentions? So it's 36-4, 4 against, and 0 abstentions on the previous question. So the previous question prevails. So we are voting on the motion to approve BL 2020-290 on second reading. Councilmember Stiles, what happens on, just to let you know, when the previous question is called, that cuts off all debate. I can't allow anybody else to talk. All right, that's why no one else is allowed to talk on a previous question. All right, but now, so the previous question has prevailed, and we are now ready to vote on BL 2020-290 on second reading. That's the vote.
Does the sponsor get to say something?
No one is allowed to say anything. We are now voting on the bill. All right, so we'll try it first by voice vote. All those in favor of passage of BL 2020-290 on second reading, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Yes.
All those opposed say no.
No.
I can't tell. I think the ayes have it. All right, so I'm going to try it one more time. All those in favor of this bill passing on second reading, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, it's a little bit more clear. Those opposed say no.
No. No.
Okay, on a voice vote, the ayes have it. Okay, so this bill passes on second reading, and we'll move on to third reading. So we're on.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we're on BL 2020-291. Councilmember Hurt, I know you got your hand is not lit up on my board. Okay, I'm not seeing any type of. So I'm going to recognize you. I'm not sure what's happening, but your hand is. Not lit up. You have to raise your hand to be recognized. And I'm looking at.
I did have my hand. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I did have my hand raised, but after the question was called, and several people had been allowed to go before me, I just took my hand down.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's no there's no rhyme or reason to this thing. I'm sorry. I'm looking to do the best I can. I'll keep looking for you.
I don't know, maybe you all need to move my name because this has happened consistently for me where I've raised my hand and I've been looked over.
Okay.
After several meetings.
All right, I will try to be careful. Everybody's name's in different places, so they just move around. All right, so we're now ready to go to BL 2020-291 by Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Roberts, do you plan to have a public hearing?
Point of order, Vice Mayor, please.
Hold on, is that Councilmember Glover?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Councilmember Glover, you're recognized. What's the question?
I would also like for you to please recognize, because myself, like Council Lady Hurt, we raised our hands quickly. I can see it on my screen. I don't know what's happening there, but yeah, I don't know why it's not being recognized, but Council Lady Hurt's correct, because I can see it on my side, but apparently we can't see it, or you can't see it on your side. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll keep looking. So just to explain what happens is there is, nobody shows up in order. Hands just pop up. And what is going on is that the screen with council members' names on it are not all on the same screen. So if you notice what I'm doing, I'm having to scroll back and forth up the list. And so I'm trying to catch people as they come in, but it doesn't tell me when people pop up on the screen. Council members, I will tell you, obviously, since March 17th, it's been very difficult to try to do all this stuff technology-wise. I'm just telling you. It'll be nice when we all get back into the chamber as quickly as we can so we can actually go back to an organized structure. It is so difficult to do this. I know that Councilmember Syracuse has been a tremendous help in doing it, but he's looking at the exact same thing I am. We're trying to catch people as we come up and down. If we miss you, we're sorry. It's not like it was before where we can actually see when people pop onto the screen and there's a list of when you popped on. There is no list. It's just popping up and down, and then people leave their hands on, and so we're trying to do the best we can. I apologize for trying to keep up with this, but there's no rhyme or reason for it. We're trying to pull this off as we go through. So we'll just keep trying the best we can, and it may be next week. We may be back on the chamber, and it makes it so much easier. This is very difficult to try to pull off. So let's go on to the next bill with my apologies. Councilmember Hurt, honestly, I just missed it. I didn't see your name. And Councilmember Glover, you're towards the bottom of the screen. It's just the way it is. And sometimes I don't see it. I'm moving back and forth, and I just must have missed it. So we're on BL 2020-291 by Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Roberts, do you plan to have a public hearing on this?
I do.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
There you go. Okay. So if you're interested in this particular bill, go ahead and call in BL 2020-291 by Councilmember Roberts, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at 6100 and 6110 Robertson Avenue and 609 and 611 Vernon Avenue at the northwest corner of Robertson Avenue and Vernon Avenue, zoned R8, 4.13 acres, to permit a mixed-use development. Again, this is BL 2020-291 by Councilmember Roberts. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at 6100 and 6110 Robertson Avenue and 609 and 611 Vernon Avenue at the northwest corner of Robertson Avenue and Vernon Avenue. Zone R8, it's 4.13 acres to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. There's nobody in the back, and I don't believe there's anybody in the hallway. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the call, anybody calling on 2020-291?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Roberts, I'm going to read the caption one more time just to make sure. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at 6100 and 6110 Robertson Avenue and 609 and 611 Vernon Avenue at the northwest corner of Robertson Avenue and Vernon Avenue, zone R8, 4.13 acres, to permit a mixed-use development. Again, Councilmember Roberts, the public hearing is open. Ms. Godin, is there anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry. I needed to go back because I wanted to apologize for not being on mute. So I apologize to my peers in public. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Mendes, your hand is up. My mistake as well? Okay, so I'm looking. I am double checking to make sure I don't miss anybody. All right, so Councilmember Roberts, there's nobody else in the queue. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of passage of 2020-291 on second reading, please say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay. Hearing nothing else, the bill passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any changes on that? That's the passage of the bill. Okay, so we're now on BL 2020-292. This is Councilmember Jonathan Hall. Councilmember Hall, there you are. Okay. Do you plan to have a public hearing on this?
I do.
Okay. So if you're interested on this, you need to give us a call, BL 2020-292. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS15 to RM9 zoning for property located at Ashland City Highway, unnumbered, at the northwest corner of Ashland City Highway and Cato Road, 3.74 acres. Again, Councilmember Jonathan Hall's bill, BL 2020-292, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS15 and to RM9 zoning for property located at Ashland City Highway, unnumbered, at the northwest corner of Ashland City Highway and Cato Road is 3.74 acres. Councilmember Hall, you are recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. I see people in the queue in the back. You're welcome to step up. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Troy Williams. I live at 4479 Cato Road, and I'm against this bill. Okay. I'm also an architect, and I moved to Cato Road about 28 years ago after living in Green Hills for a while because I like the rural setting that this area entails. I wish to point out several things that the staff report does not include regarding this zoning request change. The property directly across Ashland City Highway is an odd mix of industrial, a church, a cemetery, and one single-family residence. Directly to the west of this property, there's a vacant property that's 3¼ acres, and then 4 single-family homes that are on large lots, the smallest of which is 2⅓ acres. On the other side of Cato Road, along Ashland City Highway, there's a single-family residence that's on 1.3 acres. After that, you get Eaton's Creek that kind of divides this area. Going north on Cato Road, the next property is the Jordonia United Methodist Church, a very beautiful and historic property that they acquired back in 1939. Next, you come to Cumberland Elementary School. After that, as you travel north on Cato Road, you encounter many single-family homes on large lots that range from 1.1 acres up to 12.14 acres. After that, you come to where Cato Road crosses Briley Parkway, and you come to the Jordan Ridge subdivision. I personally live in the middle of almost 22 acres on Cato Road. 2 of the goals stated in the Nashville Next plan are to preserve our neighborhoods and to protect rural character and natural resources.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay. The concept map in the Bordeaux Whites Creek Haynes Trinity Community Plan also recommends strategic locations for additional residential density. With the 30 seconds or less that I have left, I really do not think that this zoning request meets these recommendations that are in these plans. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for being here so late. I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, Rosie. Yes, please. Come on up. Just need name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
I oppose the bill.
Okay.
I want to say hello to everyone. My name is Elaine Bailey Bond, and I live at 4268 Kings Lane, District 1. I'm a little nervous, but please bear with me. I'm talking from my heart. We do oppose because, as the gentleman said, to live where we live, it's still the country life where children can run and play, and I am a lifelong educator as well. Jonathan knows me, and I know Jonathan. We are opposed this bill. Let me tell you a few reasons why. The high density, we got pandemic going on right now. We have beautiful homes. We're not opposed to anybody growing or trying to build something, but not in our neighborhood. Let it be harmonious with what we have. I'm sure you all understand that. Last year, when I was on my way to school, I was almost in a wreck. It took me at least 30 minutes every morning to get on the interstate because of the congested traffic. We got school buses coming and going. No one has called us but only one time to say about the building of condos. We don't want the condos. We don't want the duplexes. We don't want the multifamily dwelling. It's just not what we have in our neighborhood. Do you all understand what I'm trying to say? I'm not opposed to growing, but not in our neighborhood. This is not what we are about. We got the dump. We got the gun range.
30 seconds remaining.
Every morning, I cannot even sleep because of the gun range. Now we got the duplexes. I'm tired, and my neighbors, I got about 200 signatures here. We're tired and sick and tired of someone trying to push it down our throat. Jonathan Hall, I love you to death, but your foot is on our necks, and we cannot breathe. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, the petitions that you've got, if you will give them to the guard.
Now, I've written all over them, but don't worry about that, okay? And again, look at your email. You all have been flooded with email of people concerned. We love our neighborhood, and please, let us keep it that way.
All right. And for somebody who seemed to be nervous, you did a pretty strong job.
Thank you, and I love you all. Please listen to what I'm saying. I'm speaking from my heart.
I understand. Thank you for being here, and thank you for staying so late. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Walter Holloway. Live at 4214 Eden Creek Road, and I'm opposed to this bill. One of the major concerns is they're trying to put too many units per acre, and if you have children, it shows a great concern with it being that close to a school in that area. And I just got through looking at the news about 2 kids, they found their bodies and stuff like that. So things are like this are happening more often while people are grabbing kids before they leave school. You come to school to pick your child up and he's not there or she's not there. So we are very concerned that the units are being too close, and hope we're not opposed to development, but at least a development that would be comparable to the area where we live. We had some meetings that we saw a female that was involved in that she was sponsoring, and I was just happened to be at an investment meeting sometime from that, and 2 guys from overseas, I don't know if Nigeria or what, was talking about the same project, and I finally put 2 and 2 together, and then they were telling somebody else she was just a front. So listen, don't play game with us. You know, if we deserve to have certain number of meetings, so to explain to the people what you're developing and what the requirement is for us to meet
30 seconds remaining.
The people of the community. We have not got there, and I hope you take this under consideration, not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Delisa Guerrier. I am one of the managing partners of Guerrier Development. Thank you all for being here tonight, and thank Councilman Hall for his support. I am in partnership with my husband, who is from Haiti, and my husband has attended several business meetings in the community, so I just wanted to clarify that. I'm excited to develop in this community. I believe in this community. We've been very active in it, and I'm not going to take up too much time. I do appreciate the community involvement that we've received. And with that, I'd like to introduce Scott Morton.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Scott Morton with Smith G Studio. It's my pleasure to be the design representative and architect for the Guerrier family. They're a great local developer here in Nashville that's doing great work. I also want to echo Delisa's comments about Councilman Hall and really appreciate his leadership and his support through this process. But most importantly, I want to thank the community. We've heard from a lot of different voices over the last year and a half as we've gone through multiple community meetings to get input from area residents that has really benefited the plan greatly. We have taken into consideration a lot of the comments and the context around the site, the desires from the community on architecture and materials and high quality. All of that has been taken into consideration and has really improved this plan. Originally, this policy, being so close to Briley Parkway, basically the intersection of Briley Parkway and Ashland City Highway, the policy here supports some density, increased density on the corridor. We originally had a proposal for about 15 units an acre, RM15, that had planning department support, but it didn't have the community support. And so after several meetings, we reduced our request down to RM9 to reduce the density, which planning also supported, and we had approved at the Planning Commission. This project,
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. This project really aims to accomplish several things. One is to provide affordable housing choices in the area through very moderate scale density with 2-story townhomes and 1.5-story cottages that are organized around high quality open space courtyards that are preserving the existing trees on this lot as a significant value for the property. We greatly appreciate your consideration and kindly request your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So while we're waiting for the next individual, I know we got some indication that people are having trouble getting through on some of the phone lines. The phone lines are open. So if you had trouble before, go ahead and call in. We should have plenty of lines open right now. Okay. Yes, ma'am. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. Good evening, y'all. My name is Jessica Williams, and I reside at 2115 Yeaman Place, and I am here to support this project. I was excited to see that the Guerriers were the ones that purchased this lot that is located right off of a main corridor, right off of Ashland City Highway, with easy access to the freeway. I've watched them over the last 3 to 4 years, I'd say, develop the plan. I've been to several of the community meetings, and I feel like they've designed it in a great way to accommodate the area. I do think we're in need of density in that area as there are a lot of larger lots with larger homes. So this gives it the ability to have just a different product to be offered into the Bordeaux area. And so I'm just here to support the project. They are great developers. They do a great product, and they've definitely taken the time and the due diligence to build upon this product to create a win-win for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, Ms. Hayes, is that it for the people out in the hallway? Okay. All right, so Ms. Godin, I believe we have people on the phone lines. Go ahead and start sending them in. First caller, I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ken Chambers. I reside at 2549 Jordan Ridge Drive, and I am absolutely for this proposal. First of all, I want to thank the councilman, and thank you, Vice Mayor, and also I want to thank my Councilman Hall, and the developers, the Guerrier developers, because this is a great idea for this community. With working with the developers, the community did have some concerns, which the developers heard and made additional changes, like the gentleman mentioned earlier about changing the zone from R15 to the R9. I've actually researched some of the projects that this developer has done in the Nashville area, and it is a great, great company. Also, I believe that the plan that they're proposing actually adds to this community in Bordeaux, and not only adds to it, it actually preserves the integrity of this community and gives us the density needed and also affordable housing, which Nashville needs. And since Nashville is growing, we don't want to grow in Bordeaux for growth's sake, but we want to grow for quality's sake, and I believe this project will help us do that. Thank you so much for letting me be heard. Again, I please urge everyone to vote yes for this.
All right, thank you. Next caller, please. I think we have the next caller. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Lydia. I stay in the Jordan Ridge community on Cato Road. I am absolutely against this bill. When I saw it first, early 2019, I saw the sign about a zoning hearing. And I did some research and found out the reason that it didn't move forward was because of water, like the property, the area wasn't approved for that large of a water issue. And so what happens later this year? Now we have increased water bills because we need to make adjustments. This type of unit at that location would be like the deadlock of Broadway on a Saturday night every day for our family. We left the Antioch community to come to this area because we love it. We love our neighborhood. We love the single family homes, the big houses, the big yards. That is what we would like to keep. We do not want this to move forward. I want to thank you all for your time. I can't believe you do this as often as you do every year. It's really impressive. And yeah, I just want to again state that I oppose this rezoning request. I acknowledge the Guerriere and the Smith G Studio. I know you have a lot going on in the city. Move forward with that. You have a lot of other projects going on in the area. Let's leave this one alone.
All right. All right, there's the 2 minutes. So I have got State Representative Vincent Dixie on my phone. All right, so this is going to be a little tricky. He and his wife have been trying to call. Apparently, we've got another problem with our phones. So, Representative Dixie, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm putting you right up to the microphone. Hopefully, everybody can hear me. This is technology at its worst. Please go ahead. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. This is Erica Dixie, 4020 Drake Branch Road, 37218. I am opposed to this bill. I'm opposed for the following reasons. Number one, the zone change will not be consistent with surrounding land uses. And from my understanding, an RM9 zoning change does not have a height requirement. So this could open up floodgates for tall and skinnies or even apartment complexes, which could result in our property values going down. Number two, we have not seen zone change consistency with public service development. For example, the developers have not provided the community with a traffic study that shows the zone change will not significantly impact traffic. Matter of fact, we have not seen a traffic study, period. Third, Councilman Hall and the developers have not given proper or official notice to the residents of District 1 regarding this zoning change. We are lacking the in-person community meetings. This was before the COVID outbreak. And since then, we have not had any type of virtual or audio community meeting regarding these changes or regarding this proposal. So once again, the residents of District 1 are learning of community changes on the back end of the change because our councilman has not communicated with us. And we deserve to be included in any process that impacts our community. So to reiterate, I'm opposed to this zoning change because the residents in District 1 have not been given proper or official notice of community involvement opportunities or a chance to meet with or discuss with developers what they're proposing on and a chance to voice our opinions on these proposals. Thank you.
So thank you, Representative Dixie. Do you want to be recognized as well?
You know, I don't think I can say it any better than my wife, but what I would like to say is that I have not received any notice of what's going on. As it is, it's not being readily available. And we want to make sure that the community has some involvement, some input on what goes on in our community. Our houses are the biggest investments that we can make in our lifetime. And most people, we're in an older neighborhood, they're going to pass this down to their children. This is the way that we build wealth in here. But we got opposed to development, but we need to do it strategically, and the community needs to be involved. And I wish that Councilman Hall would reach out to the community and do this the right way and not stack the cards against the community and put people in place to make it seem like they're for it, because these people aren't for it. But thank you again.
And thank you both for calling in, and I'm sorry it was so difficult to get through, but I appreciate you trying, okay? Thank you all for being a part of this. All right, thanks. I just hung up on Representative Dixie. All right, so Ms. Godin, do we have other people in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, go ahead and send in the next caller.
Now?
All right, next caller. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ruby Baker, and I live at 3222 Leewood Drive. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Ms. Baker.
Oh, I hear something in the background. Okay, my name is Ruby Baker. I live at 3222 Leewood Drive in Nashville, in the Bordeaux community. And the reason I'm calling is I am in support of this bill 2020-292. I attended a community meeting, and I've also talked with the developers. And from the last meeting that I attended, and this was before this COVID-19 social distancing, and then there were other meetings that were held where this was discussed. So I'm calling on behalf of myself and my community. I understand and I heard the developer listen to what the community members requested. They went back, they reduced the number of units for this brick development, and they also added garages, and they have committed to preserving plenty of trees, among other amenities. And more importantly, they partnered with the neighboring school, our Cumberland Elementary School, and committed to an ongoing monetary investment in support of education for our children. Now, I know there's always going to be some pushback with some community
30 seconds
meetings.
remaining.
Okay, this I feel is a very good project, and I am in support of this development that would change the trajectory of our area for the better and support our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Next caller. Okay, next caller. I need name, address, for or against, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sarah Shigagi. I live at 2729 Cato Ridge Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, and I am opposed to this bill. I'd like to thank all the council members for yielding me some time. This bill would increase traffic in our area. We have the Cumberland Elementary School, which increases traffic as it is, and the intersection of Cato Road and Ashland City Highway is already a death trap waiting to happen, with previous accidents on record. This bill would increase the accident risk, as a developer will have one entrance on Cato Road. As a member of District 1, I oppose this bill because I'm concerned about the lives of those in my community. I ask the council to please oppose this bill for the sake of the lives of those in my community and mine. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for calling. Next caller. believe the next caller is on. I need name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sonia Pullins, and I reside at 608 Cato Ridge Lane, and I am strongly against this bill because it's not harmonious with the current homes that are in our area. It would increase the traffic, which is already pretty bad at that intersection. So I oppose it.
All right, thank you for calling. Next caller, Ms. Godin. Okay, that's the next caller. Welcome. Need name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Ray Malfcrin, and I oppose the bill. I'm 4485 Cato Road in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I moved to Bellevue 4 years ago. I bought my property in 2007 here in Bordeaux and moved here when Bordeaux was not cool. But it had land and everything that we could have a beautiful home and a workshop for my husband. Have wonderful neighbours. We're 95% a black community. We are white, Australian, and have lived in America for nearly 40 years. Last month, I've attended every meeting in this dilemma over this piece of land, and we're not against anybody building, but we're against 33 to 38 or 44 at the beginning of homes on the corner.
30 seconds remaining.
I ask you please to look at everything that is on that corner. 3 deaths in the last 2 years. Please, please listen to us. We've all lived here for many years, and the community is a beautiful community, and all we want is growth, but not that growth.
Okay. Thank you for calling. We appreciate you being on the phone. Ms. Godin, next caller.
Ready?
Can you hear me? You're the next caller. Need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Council members. My name is Fran Black. 7. I am this bill, and I'm calling to ask each of you to please vote against this rezoning request. The request for 9 units per acre in this small 3.7 acre lot is not consistent nor desired in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is 98% made up of single-family houses that are 4 units per acre. And we desire to keep quality housing development in our neighborhood that are consistent with the topography of the street and surrounding neighborhoods. There are currently 2 larger developments coming up in our neighborhood, one on 3rd Branch and one on 8th City Highway. And these 2 developments are consistent with the current topography in our neighborhood. The request that is that this developer, area development, is asking for is not consistent with what we are requesting. And we're asking that this developer work with our community to present a less dense zoning consistent with the overlay in our neighborhood. What we asked for was RE6, not RE9. I want to clarify that. We asked for RE6, not RE9. Also, the developers have been very unprofessional in their presentation at the 2 community meetings that they presented only vague information. There's And there's only been 2 community meetings. I want to clarify that. It's not been multiple meetings, so that's not a truth. And during these 2 meetings to the community.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, during these 2 meetings, there was no specific blueprint at all, which makes it difficult to trust their actual intent. We want developers that are going to work with our neighborhood for an agreeable and quality plan. Metro Council members, please work with the constituents to vote against this bill. Thank you for your time and your service.
All right. Thank you for calling. We appreciate it. Ms. Godin, the next caller. Next caller, I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Olga Vickers. I live at 2729 Cato Ridge Drive. I'm opposing to this bill because this developer is bringing too much density in this corner lot. There is no green areas. I'm concerned about the rainwater. It can produce some flooding in the future. Also, is one of the entrance to this particular developer is to the Cato Road, which is going to increase the traffic. Early morning during the school time, the traffic is terrible. Sometimes we have to stay almost 20 minutes to get out to the exit. So I'm very concerned that this is going to affect, it's going to produce more accidents. I'm concerned about there is no traffic light in this part in the Iceland City and Cato Road. Thank you for your time, and again, I'm opposed to this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, I believe we have a caller. I need your name and address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Joy Shaw, and I reside at 137 Queens Lane, and I am opposed to this bill. I would first like to thank the council. You all stay really late to do these meetings. This is very impressive. But I would like to say in my opposition to this bill that 98% of the homes in our community are single-family homes. And that when my husband and I chose to purchase a home in the Enchanted Hills area, we did so because we wanted to be in a home that was on a large lot. And that this proposed plan is not consistent with the area that we live in. I heard the developers speak and heard them talk about, and other people talk about how high density is a desired addition to this neighborhood. And I would say that that would be inconsistent with my thoughts and inconsistent with the thoughts of my neighbors as we have continuously talked about this. And although I appreciate the suggestion that I believe came from the Planning Commission to do a traffic study, I would also add that a traffic study really isn't needed to know that this will increase already a congested area at Cato Road and Ashland City Highway. If you are ever at this road, either pre-COVID-19 or after COVID-19,
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Anywhere between the hours of 7 and 8 a.m., you know that this will do nothing but continue to congest our neighborhood. So again, I thank you all for your time, and I stand in opposition of this bill.
All right. We appreciate you calling. Ms. Godin, next call. All right, next caller, I need your name and address, for or against, and you've got 2 minutes.
Kevin Murray, 4309 Cato Road. I strongly oppose this development. I've been to 2 meetings with the developer. I've spoke to Scott Morton outside the meeting. They have yet to provide any type of floor plan. They won't even tell you what the type of homes they're going to build on this corner. I don't know anyone that wants to build a new home, would purchase one without seeing a floor plan or at least a model to see the quality of a home that they're going to build. We have repeatedly asked for things like traffic study, flood, stormwater issues, and they will not provide anything. We talk about schools. They said they would add 6 kids to that school at Cumberland Elementary. 6 kids will not even warrant a new teacher at that school. These homes, they say, they're not going to have garages. And every home in this community, they have garages. We have land. I have almost 9 acres. I live directly on the other side of the school from this. This does not fit the overlay of this community, and there are more of us opposed to this than for this. We feel that we are not being treated equal. Our voice is
30
not being
seconds
heard,
remaining.
and we're tired of this. In closing, I'll say this. When a developer buys property without even looking at it, it ought to throw a red flag up to everyone listening on this call. That tells you that they don't care what you think. They don't care the neighborhood thinks. They don't care what the planning or the council thinks, because they're going to zone it for what they want and build what they want. I'm asking you tonight to oppose this development. Thank you.
All right. We appreciate you calling. Next caller. Do we have another caller on the phone?
Hello.
There you are. Okay. I need your name and address for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
I am against the bill. My
Okay.
name is Bertha Orr, and I live at 4201 Eaton Creek Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37218. We have been working with this. First, I want to say that I agree with Vaughn. I love Jonathan. He's my baby. I really love, but I'm against this bill. I was Jonathan's kindergarten teacher. Okay. We have the smell in this community. It's like the dump is still here. It floods here. Ms. Holt, I'm across the street, and in my backyard, we pray every time it rains that water won't come up. And don't let it rain 2 or 3 days. Okay, the cemetery is here. 2 years ago, the people crossed from the cemetery over here and got killed. The traffic is terrible. The gun range is here. I was at the other meeting out to the board when they had the last week. We was out there got home at 20 minutes after 12. We are senior citizens. We love our community. We want to keep our community. I would be down there, but I am afraid of this virus. My first cousin has it. He's on a ventilator. His daughter has it. So I'm afraid to come out. But we need to take care of ourselves, and this is what it's all about. You're talking about happiness, the school.
30 seconds remaining.
I'm telling you, we do not need this in our community. We do not sell our houses. We live here. We die out. So please think about us. We were here. They're coming in on our territory. They're supposed to see what we want, and we will appreciate it if you would consider senior citizens. I mean senior citizens, not.
Ma'am, thank you for calling. I hope everybody in your family is okay. All right? I appreciate you calling in. Next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so we had, I have one more caller that, let's see, hold on. Salita Holloway has had trouble for some reason getting on the call. And so she sent me a message. I'm happy to put her on the speakerphone again. Let me see if I can get her on. I'm not sure exactly what's going on the phone. Ms. Holloway?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I know you had trouble getting on. You're the last caller in the queue, so I'm going to put you up to the speaker, and you've got 2 minutes, all right?
Okay, thank you so much for calling me. I just want to say that this is Felita Holloway. I live at 4214 Eaton's Creek Road. As a former council person, I understand how it gets when people want to put new developments in districts. I understand all of that. And I am going to be about less than 2 blocks away from this, and I am totally against it. Now, back when we had the floods, I live on Eden's Creek. Of course, Eden Creek runs through here, all through here. Some kind of way we got one development in that's on Ashland City Highway that is another 2 blocks away. And so that's putting a lot of energy on Eden's Creek, the actual creek. Now we're going to put something else on that creek, which is going to cause more flooding over here. Ashland City Highway, it is terrible. We have no lights because that belongs to the state. I have talked to Representative Brenda Gilmore when she was representative, and we found out that we cannot get a light there. And like the lady says, from 7 to 8 in the morning, the cars are backed up from Ashland City Highway almost to Kings Lane. I come out of my house, I cannot get out of my yard sometimes in the morning between 7 and 8 o'clock because the cars are backed up because we can't get off. So I am against this until they can tell us how they're going to make it better in this community and how they can stop some of the traffic coming from Cato's Road, which comes almost, one part of it almost comes into my yard for some kind of reason.
So, Ms. Hall,
anyway, I'm just against it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir.
All right. All right. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
First, let me thank everybody who took the time to come down and who called in, because this is what we do. This is engagement. And these last couple of weeks have shown us how important that is. But let's clarify a few things. So this project has taken over a year. Move for approval with a brief explanation.
So I guess I need to declare the public hearing. Yeah, I did already bang that. I'm sorry. All right. So do you want to, you're going to move, what do you want to do with your bill?
Move for approval on second with a brief explanation.
Okay. So there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you for your motion.
So this project has been a little over a year-long process. There were 12 specific community meetings, 5 deferrals at planning to make sure we got it right. We had numerous meetings with the individual HOA associations, aside from the actual community meetings. So there have been quite a few meetings. The 2 HOAs, Jordan Ridge and Eden's Creek, that adjoined Cato Road, at their association meetings and at their annual meeting, there was only 1 person in opposition at one and 8 at another. At the last community meeting, there were 109 people in attendance, 11 against, everybody else for. What these developers have done through this year-long process is work with planning and the community. They reduced the number of units. They came back, added brick. They added 2-car garages, along with the money I was able to get from the Bridge to Nowhere that the mayor's divided up between council districts. We're getting a turning lane off of Cato Road there. last term, I passed legislation to get a traffic light just up from that because you can't put one that close to the Briley ramp, but just up the road from that. And we passed legislation that made it so that on a state road, the state would share the cost with us. The state didn't have a problem with that. I'm just waiting on State Rep Dixie, who has never attended a community meeting, to actually sign off on that and help us get that traffic light. There has never been a water issue on the properties, and the fact that I just had 3 schools close and be consolidated, this one school next to this project now has to absorb all the kids from one of the schools up the road that was closed, and $1,000 from every unit of this development goes to pay for 2 full-time staff at that school now. And they worked that out before the schools were consolidated or even knew it was going to happen. So they have gone above and beyond to work with the community, met every concession that has been asked, and that's why there was so much support for it in the community and why it passed unanimously at planning. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Councilmember Hall has moved for passage on second reading on 2020-292. I have got my screen set squarely on watching Steve Glover and Sharon Hurd to make sure I don't miss them. Councilmember Glover is first and Councilmember Hurd is second. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized. Councilmember Glover, you still there? All right. Councilmember Hurd, you're recognized. And then I'll come back to Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to make it as an abstaining vote on this.
Councilmember Hurd, say that again. I didn't hear the last part of that.
I want to be marked as abstaining. You know, I was an interim council person in that district, and many of them have reached out to me, and I just, you know, don't want to be caught in the middle, and I want to abstain.
All right. So Councilmember Hurd is going to abstain. Councilmember Glover is now calling me on the phone. I'm running out of power on my phone. Councilmember Glover, have you been able to get back on? All right. So, you know, we try very hard to make sure that people get heard. So, Councilmember.
The system just knocked me off.
Okay, Councilmember Glover.
Get back in now.
Okay, so you are live. I'm putting you right next to the microphone. Okay, so you're recognized.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. So let me ask you a question, if I may, and I'll have to have you repeat it back to me, Vice Mayor, because I can't hear it, knock me off for whatever reason. If this goes through tonight, because the public hearing is now closed, and would the council member consider deferring this for third reading until the July 7th meeting? That's my question.
All right, Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
After a year-long process, 12 community meetings and 5 deferrals, I think we need to move forward. Every concession that the community put forth, the developer has accommodated.
All right, Councilmember Glover, could you hear that?
No, sir, I couldn't. I'm sorry.
So let me make sure I said this right. So there's been a number of 12 community meetings and 5 deferrals. Councilmember Hall wants to move ahead. So I know he's got a motion to approve on second tonight, and I think he wants to proceed on third whenever it comes back up again. Did I say that correctly? Okay. That's the answer, Councilmember Glover.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Call back anytime. All right, let me see who else I have in the queue. Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say that I will also be abstaining from this vote.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wasn't going to speak out about any of this tonight, but in defense of Councilman Hall, I personally know how hard he has worked to accommodate the community, not just locally, but his entire district. And to that respect, I fully support what he's trying to do here tonight. I think the developer has come to change everything to accommodate the community. And if it's amendable on third due to last-minute concerns, I don't think the councilman is adverse to that, but I would fully support moving this forward on second tonight and would ask my fellow council members to do exactly that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Councilmember Evans has called the previous question, so we are not voting on the bill yet. We are voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Previous question prevails 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any questions with that one? Okay, we're on the bill. Councilmember Hall has moved passage on second reading of BL 2020-292. We're on that vote. All those in favor of that motion to approve on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no.
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 So I've got Murphy a no, Bradford a no, Mendes a no, and there were Parker a no. Okay. Who else is a no on the phone?
Porterfield.
Porterfield's a no. Young's a no. Anyone else? I think I had 6 no's. So Hurt and Stiles are abstaining.
Lee is abstaining.
Are you abstaining? Okay. So Gamble abstains. Hold on, one at a time. Gamble is abstaining. Lee is abstaining.
Yes.
Well, I've got, I think I've got it. I've got 6 no's, 5 abstentions, and I think that's it.
Vice Mayor and Sepulveda.
And Sepulveda as
Do you have Suara?
I've got Councilmember Suara as an abstention, and Councilmember Sepulveda, where are you, an abstention or a no?
Abstention.
Okay. So I've got 6 no's and 6 abstentions. So the vote would be 12. It would be 28 for, 6 no, and 6 abstentions. 28 for, 6 no's, 6 abstentions. Remember, this is on second reading. Okay. Any switches on that vote? Then BL 2020-292 passes on second reading. Okay, we're now on BL 2020-293 by Councilmember Van Rees. This Councilmember Van Rees, there you are. I can see you on the screen. You plan to have a public hearing on this one?
I do, thank you.
Okay, that's fine. So if you're interested in this one, please call BL 2020-293 by Councilmember Van Rees. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 3049 Hillside Road, approximately 250 feet south of Broadmoor Drive, 1.67 acres. Again, Councilmember Van Rees, it's BL 2020-293, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 3049 Hillside Road, approximately 250 feet south of Broadmoor Drive. It's 1.67 acres. Councilmember Van Rees, you are recognized.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. There is no one in the back or hopefully in the hallway. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I'm going to read it one more time just to make sure. We're on BL 2020-293 by Councilmember Van Rees, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 3049 Hillside Road, approximately 250 feet south of Broadmoor Drive. It's 1.67 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized. Councilmember Van Rees?
I'm sorry, and with that, I am approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Van Rees has moved for approval on second reading. There's a proper second. Any discussion? Thank you. Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Swope?
Your Honor, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, good. All right, there's nobody else in the queue. Seeing. I think it just sums up the week, you know? All right, so we are voting. We are voting on BL 2020-293 by Councilmember Van Rees on second reading. It's properly seconded. There's nobody else in the queue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The bill passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections on that? That's on second reading. All right, so we are now on resolutions. We have finished public hearing, okay? So we only have 3, so there is no consent agenda tonight. Let's just hit resolutions. Resolution RS 2020-342. Sponsor is O'Connell, Mendez, Hager, and Hancock. It's a resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Historic Capital Corridor Foundation to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Parks and Recreation Department for improvements to and programming for the Church Street Park. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get committee reports, please.
Okay, it's been approved by Budget and Finance. Parks, Councilmember Hager, do you have that report? Councilmember Hager, you still with us? He's on there. Anybody in Parks have the Parks report? Councilmember Hancock,
Yes,
do you know?
Vice Mayor.
There you go. Okay,
Yes,
Councilmember Hancock.
It was approved 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Back to you,
I'm sorry, 6. My number got a little skewed. It was 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of a brief comment.
All right, so it's a motion to pass on the resolution, properly seconded. Back to you for comment.
Thank you. Given the intensity of the discussion around Church Street Park, I think I was not the only member surprised to see something come along that represented a potential future. I think colleagues should have on their desks, I don't know if it got distributed electronically, but anybody in the chamber from planning and ideally anybody who's here from Parks today should see we've got a letter from the administration sort of representing a couple of things. One, that this is a temporary installation just really intended to get the park into some kind of shape to start helping celebrate the centennial of women's suffrage, and 2, that the current structure of how this in-kind grant works is also itself temporary, and 3, that we'll move to a more appropriate and fully public process after this, but it is of a time-sensitive nature, so I think we've gotten to a good spot. We had a good meeting with some additional stakeholders who had also not had really an opportunity to participate yet yesterday, so I think we're on the right track here, so I'm happy to move approval at this point.
Okay, so the motion is to approve. It's been properly seconded. I am checking. Councilmember Hurt, any comments on this one?
No, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, you know I'm going to call on you on every bill until we get out of here, I think.
That's fine. Thank you very much for thinking of me.
All right, so I don't see anybody else in the queue. I'm double checking. Nobody else in the queue. We're on Resolution RS 2020-342. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Resolution passes. We're on Resolution RS 2020-353 by Councilmember Suara, Gamble, and others. A resolution requesting recipients of economic development incentive grants.
No, it's funny. I was just funny when I said that like that.
Okay, hold on. Your mics are on, so you may want to mute. Okay. Resolution requesting recipients of economic development incentive grants in the Metropolitan government to forego such grants in fiscal year 2020-2021. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank everyone that signed up to co-sponsor this. I have decided that I will be withdrawing the resolution. And what happened, there's not going to be any committee meetings, so I just want to explain a little bit, if that's okay, Mr. President.
Councilmember Suara, we usually get committee reports. I'm just going to ask Councilmember Mendez for the budget report. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Committee report was that it's going to be withdrawn at the request of the sponsor.
Okay. Councilmember Suara, I think I heard that you wanted to just go ahead and withdraw. Did you want to make any other comments?
Yes, that's why I knew that since there was no committee report that, so that's I wanted to explain a little bit, but yes, sir.
Okay. So you can withdraw without a motion, so that's fine, but I'm going to let you go ahead and talk. Okay? Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, I thank everyone that signed on to co-sponsor. I got into it in good faith because there was a 50% reduction in the ECD for some of these companies, and I wanted to ask them to forgo the rest of the 50%. What did not happen was that there was no conversation before that was done. I do believe that we should not be doing anything in blanket form. Any resolution or anything that we're going to do has to be targeted. Any saving, any callback should be based on performance, should be based on is the company doing what they're supposed to do. And once I got into this, some of the companies that are impacted are companies that have created jobs, are companies that we don't want to get into them losing some of the positions they've created, companies that are also philanthropic and have done some things even for the program that I wanted to support. And so based on that, I do think the best thing to do is to review each contract or make a decision going forward on a company-by-company basis. I've also been advised by Mr. Cooper and that these are contractual obligations and it's not good to renege on something that we said. So again, there's a whole lot that needs to be done, but not at this point. And so with that, I respectfully withdraw. I know there's no motion, but I wanted to explain to everyone that supported it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. The resolution is withdrawn. We're on Resolution RS 2020-356 by Councilmember Swope and Hall. This is a resolution condemning the destruction of public property and acts of criminal vandalism and arson on May 30th, 2020 at City Hall, Music City Center, Bridgestone Arena, and countless private businesses in the downtown Nashville area. Councilmember Swope, you are recognized.
Committee reports, please.
Public Safety, Councilmember Pulley.
At the request of the sponsor, Public Safety voted 4 in favor, 0 against to indefinitely defer this resolution.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you just heard from Councilmember Pulley, Councilmember Hall and I have decided to indefinitely defer this due to several reasons. One, while the caption reads exactly the way I think this entire council feels, there are specific things written within this resolution that are still in law enforcement hands. Therefore, before we step on a law enforcement investigation into things that are happening not just in our city but on a national level, I would judiciously ask to pull this resolution, defer it indefinitely. We will refile it at a later date after some criminal investigations have concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are you just withdrawing? If you withdraw, then there's no motion. You just withdraw the resolution. Is that what you're doing, or do you want to move to defer indefinitely?
I would ask you to defer indefinitely.
All right, so the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just feel compelled to say something. I appreciate the indefinite deferral, but, you know, I think along with a lot of us, whenever I saw the courthouse burning, I wept. And then I wept harder because I realized that I had more of an emotional response to the building than I did to the people. And it shook me. And so I challenge each other to remember that even a historic building and even historic plaques can be replaced, can be memorialized again, but we will not see some lives returned to us. And so I just wanted to have the opportunity to respect Mr. Swope's passion for this destruction of property, and I know that he agrees with me that nothing can replace a human life, and I appreciate his efforts on this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. I've got Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Van Rees, for your remarks. They are similar to the remarks that I have, and I just want to go on record and say and just share a thought with some of my colleagues. It is insensitive when we speak out against property damage, but we don't speak out against the loss of life. So if you are going to bring forth legislation to condemn property damage for which we have insurance, but not speak out against the reasons why properties were damaged, and not speak out against the loss of life and brutality, it is insensitive, and I do not believe that that was your intention, Councilman Swope. So I appreciate you pulling this legislation back. If the legislation does come back, I will be a no vote, unfortunately, because, again, we have to remember what is the most important thing, and people will always be more important than property. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized. You had your hand up. I saw it, and then it went down, but I'm recognizing you. Your microphone is still, it's muted. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was going to say that you failed to recognize me on this, but I too want to thank Councilwoman Van Rees for her transparency and candidness in sharing her real sentiments regarding her feelings, and I certainly appreciate her making that known to the public.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Suara?
Thank you, Chair. Don't want to repeat what everyone said, but it's along the same line. But also for me, I think that I want us to know that if he does come back, I will still be a no, because for me there's so many age groups that we have in the state. The Cyber Poverty Law Center has a whole list. The FBI is ranked Tennessee as #1 with a list of age groups. And so if we are going to condemn one, we need to be condemning all of them. And so for me, I don't even, that's my thing. And in addition to the property value comment, but I also want to say that I do think that age of any kind should be spoken against, and it should not be taking one or the other. It should be all of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to offer the sponsors an opportunity to withdraw this, and if they decline, I would like to make a motion to table the motion for indefinite deferral so we can take an up and down vote this evening.
All right, I'm going to go back to Councilmember Swope. Do you understand what the thing is? It's to withdraw, or we're going to have to get into a discussion about tabling the motion? Councilmember Swope?
No, I understand. May I respond to that, sir?
Well, so I believe what Councilmember Mendez is offering you is he's just asking you to withdraw. And then you can respond, but he's also indicated that if you don't withdraw, there's going to be a motion to table the motion to defer indefinitely. Did I say that correctly? Okay. Councilmember Swope?
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez, for pushing this to the limit. Let me be very clear in responding to the body, and while I respect the loss of life involved, that what caused the damage in Nashville, not just from a physical standpoint, from an emotional standpoint in our own city, did not occur in our city. What occurred in our city was domestic terrorism. And it happened not with private property, but public property. With buildings and physical objects that the people of this city own. They're not just historical, they are ours collectively. They are owned by our constituents. They are maintained by our constituents, and they should be respected by our constituents. That's what made me cry more than anything else. Now, do I ever think a life should be lost? No, absolutely not. Do I think the 4 policemen, the one that did it and the 3 that did nothing, should spend the rest of their lives in prison? Absolutely. Beyond the shadow of a doubt. Please do not ever question that about me. But what happened in this city is beyond reproach and should never happen again. We have always, Nashville, this town, has always been a game changer in the world of race relations. No one destroyed government property during the 60s, and that they made a monumental change, not just in this country, but in the world. Where has that sentiment gone? Where has peaceful protest gone? And yes, Council Lady Hurt, I don't care what organization is responsible. They should all be locked up as domestic terrorists, period. Beyond the shadow of a doubt. But like I said, I was going to defer this. Now I'll just withdraw it. Okay. I was deferring it because there's a lot of legal organizations or law enforcement organizations right now determining who is ultimately responsible for all this.
All right, so
let them finish their work. Let them finish their work. I agree to withdraw tonight with the hope that the violence ends. This city has no for it. Don't let it start now.
So thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope has withdrawn RS 2023-56. Thank you. Okay. It's time to move on. You will notice that we had no bills on first reading tonight, but I have 4 late filed bills in my hand that I am going to refer to Councilmember O'Connell because they're all his bills. So Councilmember O'Connell, what I'm going to do, there were no bills on your calendar on first reading. These are all late filed. So Councilmember O'Connell, I'm going to recognize you. Let's do this. I've got 4 of them. I'm going to read the captions real quick, and I'm going to do them all together, and then you can make your motion to suspend the rules, okay? So I've got BL 2020-317. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from IR to MUNNS zoning for properties located at 1220 and 1222 6th Avenue North, approximately 210 feet southeast of Monroe Street, and located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay, BL 2020-318. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR to MUNNS zoning for properties located at 1226 6th Avenue North, approximately 130 feet southeast of Monroe Street, located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay, BL 2020-319. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying an historic landmark overlay district on property located at 1600 10th Avenue North, northern quarter of Garfield Street and 10th Avenue North, and BL 2020-320, ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying an historic landmark overlay district on property located at 421 Church Street, approximately 100 feet east of Opry Place, zone DTC, and located within the Capitol Mall redevelopment district overlay. It's 0.09 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized on all 4 bills. These are on first reading.
Thank you. I need to move to suspend the rules, please.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved to suspend the rules. I believe our Councilmember Rosenberg, did this appear before the Rules Committee? Because the Rules Committee didn't meet?
Mr. President, the Rules Committee did not have a meeting today. So
okay.
No, it did not.
All right, so there's no report from the Rules Committee. Councilmember O'Connell has moved to suspend the rules. Any objection to the suspension of the rules? Okay, so I'm seeing Councilmember Rosenberg.
Could I just ask the sponsor to explain why it needs to be late filed, please?
Certainly. So before we do that, I have got hands up on the board. So if you don't mind taking your hands off so it doesn't look like, I just need to know if there's objections to this. But Councilmember O'Connell, if you would explain why these were late filed.
I will gladly but frustratedly explain. This was a result of apparent administrative error that did not get these on the agenda in a timely way. So it is not the fault of the applicants. It is one of those things where they should have been properly filed and were not. And so just want to not cause penalty to the applicants here for administrative issues.
All right, Councilman Rosenberg, does that answer your question? Councilman Rosenberg?
It does, thank you. Okay,
so any objections to suspension of the rules? I'm just checking, no hands up. Councilmember O'Connell, you are free to proceed, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move these on first reading.
All right, so I have a motion to approve all 4 on first reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of all 4 bills being approved on first reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Your 4 bills are approved on first reading, 40-0.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. And now we have 2 bills remaining on second reading. BL 2020-296. Sponsor is O'Connell and Swope. This is an ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within specified areas of downtown Nashville as a temporary special event zone during the time period beginning at 9:00 p.m. on July 2nd, 2020, and ending at 11:00 p.m. on July 5th, 2020, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2020 July 4th celebration-related activities and events. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve. They've been approved by both committees. Motion to approve properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I arrived in the chamber today, I did get a question from a colleague about how this was going to work, and I reached out to CVC because I wasn't sure if they would have a representative available, knowing we'd be running a little bit late. They sent me a brief update here. We've done these special event zones. I think I had represented a colleagues with the CVC that the plan here is definitely not to see how many people we can crowd into downtown. In fact, Metro Police will be implementing a crowd control plan. CVC is intending to close under the terms of this special event zone the parks that would be in the footprint. Traffic would actually still be allowed to run on streets to mitigate crowd gatherings so that this would not be a major road closure event. So you're not going to have a lot of people just kind of gathering in those public rights of way for that purpose. And there will be no speakers and no screens in public areas. So this is really just for people to kind of enjoy our fireworks display at a safe distance with appropriate physical distancing and very limited opportunities for crowding. So I think it would be especially tough for Nashville if we, I think, did not get to have some sense of our Independence Day, and I encourage colleagues to support this special event. So.
All right, so I got a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Hurt, I'm calling on you. Any comments on the fireworks? Councilmember Hurt?
Yes. You're asking me about this one or anything previous?
No, I'm asking you about this one.
No comments.
All right, thank you. All right. Nobody else in the queue? We're voting on the special permit. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Opposed, no?
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye. Watch it on TV.
opposed, no? Any abstentions? The bill passes on second reading, 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Great. Last bill on second reading, BL 2020-299 by Councilmember Glover, an ordinance amending sections 5.32.030 and 5.32.110 of the Metropolitan Code to increase the amount of the annual commercial vehicle regulatory license and the motor vehicle regulatory license. Councilmember Glover, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez.
Budget and Finance had a split vote, 8 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Glover.
So with that, I will ask that we move this on second reading. We still have a lot of work to do. This is not passing it tonight. It will require 27 votes. However, with my substitute, which I've been trying to get out to everyone, but we keep going back and forth with finance, I would just ask everyone, please, to support this. And there's other council members who I think would like to look at this bill and determine if there's a way that we can perhaps move forward in the future. So with that, I'll renew my motion to pass on second reading, realizing we'll have a lot of discussion on third. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
No, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, just checking. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to encourage the body to consider advancing this at this time, just to keep it under consideration. The last time the council adjusted this was in 2015, or rather, pardon me, 15 years ago in 2005. It has been 15 years, and it was done in June along with the budget. And so, what Councilman Glover has before us, I would propose an amendment or potential substitute, but I think, with something as small as an adjustment like $12, that could garner $6.5 million in revenue. And so I think, just to show our constituents that we are really working to get every last cent out of that property tax impact. And then just, I think, prudently, as we do every cycle with, licenses and fees and so forth, having been 15 years, having been done with the budget before, I think it would be good just to keep this moving forward. It's amendable on third, and we can consider it along with the budget discussions at next meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Appreciate the comments. I'd like to echo what Council Lady Henderson said, and just briefly state that considering the situation we're in with respect to the budget,
I don't know why we would want to carve out any tool that we could potentially use in our arsenal. So this is only second reading, so I would leverage the asset of time and another tool that we could potentially use in our arsenal, and encourage everybody to advance this forward so we can advance the discussions around this issue. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just really want to ask everyone to please move this forward. That doesn't mean that we support this. It just means that we want to give Councilman Glover a fair shot at offering his substitute. You know, I did not come up with a substitute, nor did most of us, and I think it's only fair that we give equal consideration to all those substitutes when they are presented to us. I know that it is easy for this body to become very personality driven, as we have seen some little evidence tonight, and I just hope that we will put those personalities aside, and for the sake of the taxpayers of the county, let this move forward so we can have a fair and equal discussion at our next meeting regarding the budget and the different substitutes. And I just ask for everyone to offer some fairness tonight. And I thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to also speak in support of this, and I'm kind of a numbers person, so I wanted to share with you like just a real life version of what this would look like, because it was mentioned before in the budget session, the work session. I think it was Councilmember Nash that said, well, it's either my right pocket or my left pocket. So, and I understand that sentiment, so I just wanted to speak to that with some math. So, if we were to match the 2005 increase of $20 on both commercial and personal vehicles, that would equal about $9.9 million in revenue, which is a 3-cent reduction, which sounds ridiculous, but so 3 cents. When you think about 3 cents for your property tax, it's going to mean something different for everyone, because everyone's home is appraised differently. Some people's homes are appraised at $250,000. Some people's homes are appraised at, $1 million. So, but for an example, a $500,000 appraised value home, that 3-cent reduction is a savings in $37.50. So you're paying $20 in a wheel tax extra that has been updated for, from 15 years ago to save $37.50 on your property tax. And like I said, that's going to go up and down depending. I just really hope that everyone gives this a chance to move it forward, to continue this conversation in an effort to look at every stone that we can look under to try to find some savings and some additional revenue to mitigate this tax increase for the people that we represent.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. I was going to do the same thing that Councilmember Johnson was going to do as far as putting some actual math to it. I'm going to vote no this evening. The example she just gave is that we're talking about a 3-cent difference on the property tax. And what's clear from the math is that this is the most regressive tax that we've got available in the arsenal, meaning all we would do is be taking 3 cents of property tax and cramming it disproportionately on lower income people. It is the most regressive tax we have available to us. That's the opposite of what I'm trying to accomplish in the substitute that I'm presenting, where the spending is trying to help the people who are most impacted by this. We should not be pushing, in my opinion, extra burden on that. I think we should keep it all in property tax, especially for what amounts to, you heard her 3 cents on property tax. That was, yesterday we were using the number 5 cents of property tax in the work session. Especially when it goes along with hypothetical budget that I guess has to be to Mr. Cooper in a little under 11 hours, and that nobody knows what's in it yet. I know that I'm not going to vote for the most regressive tax we've got available to us for what amounts to 3 to 5 cents worth of property tax. It's a distraction. I just soon go ahead and kill it now. I understand there's a good faith disagreement on that, but that's just my view, and I want to share it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, Councilmember Evans has called the previous question. We're not voting on the bill at this point. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, previous question. Did somebody say no on the previous question?
I did. Henderson, no.
Okay, so the vote on the previous question is 39 for, 1 against, 0 abstentions. All right, so we're now, so the previous question prevails. We are now.
Point of order.
Yeah, Councilor Mendez.
Request a roll call vote on this one.
Okay, so there's been a request for a roll call vote. I think I'm going to have to do that anyway. Okay. Everybody good with that? Because I think it's going to be too hard to take. So so let's make sure we know where we are. The request is for Councilmember Glover has moved on second reading for passage of BL 2020-299, properly seconded, and that's what's before us. We are ready to vote. Before we do that, I need to refer to Mr. Cooper. Because this is kind of a unique situation. Mr. Cooper, can you explain how many votes are needed on this? Just want to make sure we're clear.
It's arguable whether you would just need a majority or under state law 27 votes because it's the equivalent of a wheel tax. It's called a regulatory license fee, and it was established before the wheel tax authority in state law came into existence. But we have for many years treated it as a tax, and we've just commingled all the funds in with the general fund as opposed to using it for traffic-related safety improvements that the code calls for if it's going to be a fee.
All right, so we are ready to vote. We're going to take a roll call. Excuse me.
President, parliamentary inquiry.
All right, and that's fine. Councilmember Rosenberg. That's fine. What do you want to hear?
How many votes will it take tonight for it to be declared still alive?
So, Mr. Cooper, do we, so council members, we're trying to get this right to make sure we say this right. This is the last bill we've got of the night. Mr. Cooper, how many votes do you need on this vote to make it continue on to third reading?
In my consultation with Metro Legal today, the consensus was that 27 votes would be needed on both second and third reading in order for it to be viable. Now, I will say in 2005 on third reading, because I remember this well, it got 26 votes on third reading. And Don Jones was the director at the time, and he made a determination that this is a fee, not a tax, and it moved forward. It was never challenged, hasn't been challenged in 15 years, but that did happen in 2005.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
I figured that was coming. Mr. Glover, you're recognized.
And so I was also present while that occurred. And so because there seems to be some confusion, once again, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm simply asking that we let this move forward to third and for us to be able to look at every aspect of what might be available. So
I don't think that is a parliament point of order, Mr. President.
Hold on. Councilman Rosenberg, hold on. Let Mr. Glover finish.
I'm simply saying that there's not a clear direction, so therefore, possibly versus what happened in 2005, That's my point. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, again, back to you.
Oh, no, I was just saying that was an argument for the bill and not a point of order. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, so this is tricky. We're not supposed to be discussing the bill anymore, but we're trying to make sure we're clear when we get to the final total of whether the bill moves ahead or not, depending on how many votes it gets.
Point of order, Vice Mayor. Point of order.
It's just got to be a point of order. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, just to be clear, given what Mr. Cooper has shared and the fact that in 2005 this did pass with less than 27 votes, not just on second but on third, I don't know what I need to do from a parliamentary perspective to, how do we make that determination? I think in the spirit of this being second reading and just wanting to keep this as an option, I would like some sort of, ability to say that this is going to be 21, not 27. I don't know what I need to do by way of parliamentary procedure to request that.
Yeah, it's not it's a legal interpretation. It's not, we don't vote on it. It's a legal interpretation of how it goes. So there's nothing that this.
We have a legal precedent that it doesn't take 27. So respectfully, again, this isn't about Councilman Glover or his bill. I'm just asking colleagues to keep an option open. And it's an option we can on a third.
Councilmember, so
it's not a point of order.
Yeah, it's not. That's not a point of. Yeah, that's not a point of order. Your point of order has to be how many. It's basically how many votes are needed to pass this on from second reading. So before we vote, we actually have to know what it is. You can't take the vote and then say, well, one thing or another. Mr. Cooper, your best interpretation. I hate to put you on the spot, but based upon your interpretation of the law, what is it supposed to be? Is it 27 votes or 21 votes? Or a majority vote?
It's under the tax section in the code. It's always been treated as a tax. I think it would be risky to move it without getting the 27 votes.
Okay, so based upon that interpretation, I think based upon legal interpretation, it has to be 27 votes. We're going to vote on it.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Glover, that's fine. Go ahead.
Mr. Cooper, were you legal counsel in 2005?
I'm not sure if that's a point of order, but
well,
I was the assistant director, Councilman.
Ruling now.
Mr. Cooper was the assistant legal director at that point. So let's do this. So based upon, Councilmember Glover, I understand the concern. Based upon legal interpretation from our legal counsel, from Metro Counsel, our lawyer who represents us, he is indicating that it has to be 27 votes. We're going to take the vote, and then if it comes between 21 and 27, if it's not 27, then I'm going to rule that it doesn't pass. But then if it gets between 21 and 27, I'm not sure how you immediately appeal that or go above that. Mr. Cooper, is there any way to deal with that?
If it gets a majority vote, it will move to third reading. The question will be whether, if it passed on third reading, it could be considered a tax.
Okay. But does it have to get 27 tonight in order to be legitimate for purposes of?
Yes. Under state law, it has to get 27 votes on 2 consecutive readings.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Glover, Councilmember Glover, I hope everybody understood that. Based upon Mr. Cooper's interpretation, it has to get 27 votes on second and on third to be considered appropriate to be implemented after passage on third. But what we are going to say tonight is if it gets majority vote tonight, it will move on to third. Is that, Mr. Cooper, is that acceptable?
It is an ordinance. It's an amendment to the Metro Code, and we can amend the Metro Code with a majority vote. The question will be whether it could be increased in the amount proposed.
All right. So this is a little tricky, but here's so the ruling from the chair is, I believe, obviously in our legal counsel, I think based upon his interpretation, I think it has to be 27 and 27. But for purposes of tonight, we're going to take a vote. If it gets majority number of votes, then it will move on to third, and then we will review our interpretation of the law. I think Mr. Cooper is saying if it doesn't get 27 tonight, it's probably not going to be held up. But if it gets majority votes, then it will be put on the calendar for June the 16th. Is that a fair way to assess what you just said?
Yes. I mean, you could amend the code, it just may not be effective is what I'm if it doesn't get the 27 votes.
Okay, so we are ready to vote. We are going to take a vote. If it gets a majority of the votes, then it'll be put on third reading, and then there's still this interpretation question. Everybody clear? We're just voting straight out. If it gets majority vote, it goes on to third reading, and then we'll have another discussion about it. Okay? Ready to vote? Okay? We are, the previous question's been called. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Mendez.
No.
No. Councilmember Hurt.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen. Yes. Councilmember Glover.
Yes.
Councilmember Suara.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall. Yes. Councilmember Toombs. No. Councilmember Gamble. No. Councilmember Swope.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker. No. Councilmember Withers. No. Councilmember Benedict.
Respectfully, hell no.
Councilmember Van Rees.
No.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Councilmember Hager.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans. Yes. Councilmember Bradford. No. Councilmember Roden.
No.
No. Oh, excuse me. Councilmember Syracuse. Yes. Councilmember Welsh.
No.
Councilmember Sledge.
Abstain.
Councilmember Cash. No. Councilmember O'Connell. No. Councilmember Roberts.
Councilmember Roberts, you still there?
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
No.
Councilmember Dreffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy. No. Councilmember Pulley.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Verscher.
Abstain.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Abstain.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
No.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
No.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
No.
That's what I thought.
Why didn't we talk about this as a minority caucus? Question mark. Point of order. Could someone, I believe one member was absent in the roll call.
Say it again. What was the question?
I believe one colleague was absent in the roll call on the vote. Am I correct in that regard? I was counting, but.
Mary Carolyn?
I can't even tell where people.
Mary Carolyn Roberts?
Vice Mayor, she says she's trying to call you.
Mary Carolyn Roberts is a yes. Councilmember Roberts?
Oh, it's just that one.
Mary Carolyn Roberts is a yes. Thank you.
19 in favor, 18 against, and 3 abstentions.
I'm glad Mary Carolyn voted. No, I didn't have to. Majority rules. Wait a minute. The bill passes on second reading by 1 vote. 19. Give me again. It was 19 to 18 to 3.
Yes.
Okay. So, Councilmember Glover, your bill passes on second reading by 1 vote. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So that completes our agenda. Remember, we have the budget coming up next week, next Tuesday at 6:30. Please be aware that there's a lot of things that are happening between now and then. Keep an eye on your emails, and thank you for hanging with us. It's been a long couple of weeks, and it's 1:20. And so I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Syracuse has moved to adjourn, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor saying aye, opposed no, we adjourn.
Good night.
And so the council has concluded about a 7.5-hour meeting. That's a long night, but not as long as last time. We were here almost 11 hours last time. We're still ending in the morning. But at this point, we're still in the dark, not in daylight as we were when we ended a week ago. The major issue for tonight actually was probably the vote that was just taken a minute ago, and that was to keep alive one of the alternatives, at least for part of a alternate budget and tax increase. This would, instead of raising property taxes, would raise the wheel tax. It passed 19 to 18 with 3 abstentions. That could still be some legal issues because the council staff has indicated, the lawyer indicated that he thought it needed under state law to get 27 votes tonight and 27 votes on third reading when it comes up on third reading, if it passes with 27 votes in a week from now. It's unclear what will happen on that. The council will be looking at that when it comes up on June 16th. That's when we're supposed to take final action on both the budget and the tax levy. Mayor Cooper is proposing a 32% property tax increase. Bob Mendez has gone to a slightly higher version of that, about a 34% increase, about $1.07 on the rate. And so we'll see. The council is supposed to take final action on the 16th. There's been some talk about moving that as far as along as the 23rd. The council must pass a budget one way or the other and a tax levy, and hopefully a budget that balances, unlike last year. It has to have that done by the end of June, or the mayor's budget goes into effect automatically, which is what happened last year, although there were some problems about that being actually balancing. The council also tonight voted 33-6-1 in favor of moving along on second reading a bill that would change the home occupancy or the home businesses rules in Nashville right now. There's a pretty strict rule about not allowing home businesses. This would liberalize that. A lot of people in the business community, particularly in the music community, came tonight and spoke out in favor of that. In fact, we had quite a number of people. We had over 37 calls about that tonight, and people who actually came into the chamber and spoke. We allowed that again tonight because we've had larger meeting, larger numbers to be able to have. I mean, we had more council members here tonight, so still we're doing it on a social distancing point of view. We're doing it virtually, but we also had a number of people who came in. They were allowed to speak first and leave, so we didn't keep them here for a long period of time and build up the number of people that were in the meeting. That bill did pass on second reading, goes on to third reading now. Will probably come up, I think, probably at the first meeting in July for third and final reading. There's been some more talk about other changes in that, so stick around. That could still be amended further. It's already gone through several reiterations already. Council tonight also approved a bill that accepts a $465,000 grant from the Historic Capital Corridor Foundation. This is to do some improvements on a temporary basis in some cases for Church Street Park. Some council members were not quite sure what this was for. There was a big controversy about that park this time last year about building an office tower down there. This was some of the people that giving the money that opposed that. They weren't quite concerned what it was all about. Now that they've had some further explanation for this from the Cooper administration, they went ahead and approved it. This is apparently in some ways going to be used for the celebration coming up very soon of the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment being adopted, which allows the women to vote, and that has to be done in August, so you need to get the money approved so they can start making those improvements. So the council went ahead and approved that without dissent tonight. Also, the council was looking at a resolution that would have asked people receiving economic or businesses receiving economic development incentive grants from the city to forego such grants for a year. That was being looked at for tonight. That was withdrawn because I think some council members who were sponsoring it looked into the fact that there were some contractual obligations about that, did not think that was a good idea. Council got into a bit of a spat over another memorializing resolution condemning the destruction of public property and the criminal vandalism that was involved with what happened here at City Hall back on May 30th, a week ago last Saturday, also to the Music City Center, Bridgestone Arena, and some countless, and as the resolution says, countless private businesses in the downtown area. At first, it looked like the bill was going to be deferred indefinitely, but some council members didn't want to do that. They wanted to actually have the bill withdrawn. They didn't want to have to vote on it. Some people were concerned that this was not being taken advantage of the fact that people lost their lives. Speaking of what happened in Minneapolis, rather, with the person who lost their life because the police basically asphyxiated them while they were being taken into custody. So the council was withdrawn tonight, but it started to get a little bit contentious in there for just a little bit of while. The council also, as I mentioned, took action on the commercial vehicle. By the way, the increase that Councilman Glover is looking for his budget would be a $25 increase in the residential, what we have all pay for our private individual cars, and $50 each a year for what goes on with the commercial wheel tax that we pay in town. And we'll see what happens on that. That could be a major part of it. Councilman Glover has his own plan, although the details of that continue to move a little bit. We'll see. The council has at least 2, if not 3 plans before it, along with the mayor's plan, to see which one they choose when they come up here on the 16th of June. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. I hope you'll join us then. Until then, we say good morning from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.